Devil May Cry 5 is just one of those games that has everything going for it. A great story, even greater gameplay, remarkable technical qualities, lovable characters, a soundtrack that only the devil himself could compose, a low skill floor but a high skill ceiling. It really just has it all. It's also a game that I'm still dumbfounded that even exists. Devil May Cry went through a real rough patch following the release of Devil May Cry 4, and many fans had settled on the idea that the franchise was dead. But then came that phenomenal E3 reveal with Itsuno taking the stage and proclaiming,
"Thank you so much. DMC is back!"
There's been a lot said about this game around the internet. Some people think it's good, some people think it's the best game ever made, some people think it's just fine, and some people think it's the holy grail of trash. Who the fuck is this kid? With this video, I'd like to cover every single facet of this game and properly explain why the game is not only objectively remarkable, but grossly misrepresented. To do that, I'm going to start off by discussing how each of the individual characters play. After this, I'll be discussing the campaign level by level. Whilst doing this, I'll talk not only about the levels themselves, but also about the enemies and the story. At the end of this section, I'm going to spend a short while going over the main characters and their respective arcs. Following this will be a discussion on Bloody Palace and the Void. After which I'm going to take a while to discuss features I personally wish had been present in the game, as well as a handful of other criticisms. Bear in mind that this video is about the Special Edition, so I have no way of knowing if they plan to release any more content for this game in the future. And finally, once all of that's out of the way, I'm going to provide a concluding piece where I give my final thoughts on DMC5 as well as my hopes for the future of the franchise. So anyways, without further ado, I guess the first thing to cover is the gameplay, and more specifically, the characters themselves.
Hey, douchebag! Miss me?
Let's talk about my boy Nero first. Nero in Devil May Cry 4 was an interesting character. I and many others referred to him as Dante with a glove, and if I'm being perfectly honest, that is a bit disingenuous. What made Dante so appealing was the sheer variety in his arsenal. Multiple firearms, multiple melee weapons, 4 unique styles that significantly alter the way he plays, and a double trigger form to amplify the qualities of not only every weapon, but his styles as well. All of this had Dante swimming in an ocean of mechanical depth. The sky really was the limit with what the player could do. However, Dante had several games and even more years of development establishing his moveset. Devil May Cry 3's combat was an expansion on what we'd seen in Devil May Cry's 1 and 2, so Devil May Cry 4 would naturally continue this progression. Nero, on the other hand, was an entirely new character. If Capcom had tried to make him like Dante on a more surface level, having such a wide variety of abilities and weapons, there wouldn't be much distinguishing him from Dante. And given Dante's many years of development in previous games, his arsenal and movesets would have easily overshadowed Nero's, were they to have taken this route. Capcom knew this, so they decided to take an entirely new route with Nero's character. Instead of piling on dozens of weapons and abilities, Nero would get 2 weapons with plenty of utility of their own. He was more specialized, and his Devil Buster would act as his substitute of the style mechanic. And the Devil Buster really was the most interesting piece of Nero's arsenal, adding contextual attack animations to different enemy types that could be used in a variety of ways. To this day, this is still the best method I've ever seen implemented for allowing the player to engage in cinematic attack animations. No QuickTime events, just free use of a skill-based mechanic. A player could button mash for certain Devil Buster attacks to add to the combo, but it was never required, which is always a plus in my book. It was also cool to have the option to draw out the attack animation, and it's that kind of flexibility that's defined Devil May Cry's combat for so many years. I enjoy button mashing myself, it adds a bit of excitement to a fight, but rarely do I enjoy when it's required. On top of this, when using the Devil Trigger, the player would get different attack animations that dealt far more damage, and while using these attacks, the player could continuously throw out summoned swords for additional damage, although if I'm being perfectly honest, the damage they dealt was pretty underwhelming. It was basically just a cherry on top. On top of the contextual attack animations, the player could also use the Devil Buster to reach out and grab enemies, either pulling lesser ones to themselves or themselves to stronger enemies. I really can't overstate just how great this mechanic was. It's great for closing the distance without dealing damage, and without a risk of knocking the enemies away like you'd get with a Stinger or Streak. Weaker enemies pulled towards the player would also typically fall forward, thus allowing the player a window in which to attack. To balance this, certain enemies would actually counter an attempted grab, such as the Angelos when they have their shields up, who would bat the player away. If the player were using Devil Trigger, they could even grab 2 enemies at once, which was great when dealing with crowds. Players could also hold enemies with the Devil Buster, but if I'm being perfectly honest, this mechanic was pretty useless. Primarily due to how difficult it was to keep hold of an enemy while doing combos. If there were too few enemies to deal with, the player might as well just keep attacking all of them. If there were too many enemies, like in Legendary Dark Knight mode, it only made things more difficult to manage. The only real use it ever saw was once during a secret mission, but that's one hell of an outlier. There's also the Blue Rose, which was a pretty simple gun, but the damn thing packed one hell of a punch when used properly. The basic shots were kinda wank, but when charged, this thing became capable of dishing out some serious damage, and the final tier of the charge shot was a great combo extender on enemies like the Blitz, Faust, and Bianca Angelos. On top of this, when using Devil Trigger, the more charged the player's shots were, the more summon swords would be fired off at once, thus further extending combos and dealing more damage. And finally, there was the Red Queen. This weapon kicks ass. Nero's attacks with Red Queen generally have one of two styles: hard-hitting smash attacks like Combo B or Split, or wide-sweeping attacks like Streak or Caliber. Players had a lot of freedom to either focus and beat the absolute shit out of a single target, or brush multiple enemies with crowd control. Then there was the Exceed gauge, which is just fucking awesome. It has 3 charges, and depending on the level of charge, each attack will be buffed and extended in some way. Typically, 1 charge means an attack buff, adding flame-fueled animations to your attacks. 2 charges adds to that either a combo extension or just more damage. And finally, Max Exceed adds both combo extensions and massive damage buffs. Nero can either slowly charge his Exceed gauge with repeated pulls of the trigger, or instantly get charges between attacks with well-timed button presses. If the player times it especially well, they can instantly charge to Max Exceed, and at that point the combos they'll be capable of performing will be off the charts. Add to that how Nero's Devil Trigger will add even more animations to his attacks, and at that point he's just unstoppable. Devil May Cry 5 carries all of this over, while adding so much more to Nero's arsenal. For starters, there have been further additions to each of his weapons. Blue Rose now has loaded shots, which can be used from the very beginning of the game, and these are great for extending combos while also dealing pretty solid damage. They load much faster than charged shots and have a decent AoE, which is great when dealing with clusters of enemies. Later on, when the player does unlock the charged shot, the potential is endless, and they'll be taking significant chunks out of enemies' health bars even on the highest difficulties, especially if combined with the Overture Devil Breaker, but we'll get to that in a bit. Red Queen is mostly the same, but additions like Payline and Hardway are so damn impactful that it becomes really difficult to go back to DMC4 and play without them. The biggest change to Nero's pre-existing arsenal, however, is easily his Devil Trigger. This thing is fucking crazy. For starters, Nero has a triple jump now, in addition to an air taunt that gives him an additional boost, enemy step, and a Devil Breaker that allows for further boosts in the air. The player can quite literally fly with Nero in this game. It's fucking bonkers. His summon swords remain the same, but it does feel like they got a slight buff in damage and maybe even firing speed, which is nice. But by far the biggest change to Nero's Devil Trigger is the inclusion of the Knucklebringer mechanic. This one simple mechanic easily elevates Nero's ability to perform stylish combos into a league of its own. During specific frames of attack and even certain animations, with a properly timed button press, Nero will perform an attack using a Mirage Fist. The damage is pretty minuscule, but its primary utility is to cause minor stun to enemies. Want to prevent an enemy from flying away from a Streak or Caliber? Just use the Knucklebringer. Want to prevent an enemy from attacking while charging Showdown or pile some additional damage onto a Devil Buster attack? Just use the Knucklebringer. And finally, there's the Devil Breaker system. This is where the true depth of Nero's utility lies. Devil Breakers are a selection of gear that allow Nero to perform all kinds of different attacks, and some even perform specific technical functions like healing or hindering enemies. They can break, however, if Nero's attacked while using or charging the breakers, so the player needs to be smart in how they incorporate the Devil Breakers into their combos. When a Devil Breaker is broken, the player will then switch to the one placed next in their equipment set. There are 8 Devil Breakers in the base game and a total of 13 including DLC, all of which is available in the Special Edition. First there's Gerbera, which has a number of uses. While standing on the ground, if the player taps the Devil Breaker command without directional input, Nero will do this sort of push attack, which, if I'm being completely honest, I've never been able to make use of it. The damage is minuscule, if practically non-existent, but apparently it can be used to parry. I never had luck when trying this myself though, but I am told by my friends that it is great for parrying, so I don't know, maybe I'm just bad. But then there's the directional and mid-air commands which launch Nero wherever the player is pointing while also dealing a slight amount of damage. This is where Gerbera's primary utility lies, and the skill ceiling for performing combos with this attack are sky high. Literally. Just look at this footage where I go nuts launching this enemy around. Shit's fucking bonkers. This is also one of several mechanics that help Nero with aerial movement, and it becomes hilariously exploitable with proper experimentation. And finally, there's Gerbera's breakaway. Each Devil Breaker has its own breakaway that'll perform a powerful technique at the cost of shattering the Devil Breaker. In Gerbera's case, using the breakaway technique while standing on the ground will lead to Nero firing a powerful beam of energy, which the player can aim wherever they like. This does massive damage, and the beam is large enough to where the player will be able to decimate pretty sizable crowds of enemies. If the player uses Gerbera's breakaway in the air, however, Nero will fire a volley of lasers at a downward angle, and the beams themselves will bounce around very briefly. It's kinda like a shotgun blast, where the player's best bet is to fire it into a crowd of enemies in a relatively confined area. This attack can also cause enemies to bounce, leading to further combo potential. Next up is Overture. Overture is a pretty simple double arm. The basic attack is an electrical blast towards whatever direction the player is facing, or downwards if the player is positioned above an enemy. The range itself isn't particularly impressive, but the blast itself is relatively wide and it deals pretty hefty damage. The breakaway has the player sticking Overture to an enemy, which can be detonated with gunfire, dealing some pretty insane damage, oh my god. Combine this with a fully charged shot from Blue Rose, and yeah, I think you get the idea. This is especially effective on larger targets within crowds of enemies, as the blast can utterly decimate the pack while also staggering the heavier target. Then there's Punchline. Remember Venom Snake's Rocket Fist in the Phantom Pain? Yeah, this is basically that, but now the player can ride it around like a hoverboard and do cool tricks to juggle enemies. You're basically Valerie from Danny Phantom. I'll admit I'm not the best at it, but fuck all if this doesn't look awesome. It will, however, break if the player tries to ride it around for too long or an enemy lands a hit. But if you're looking for power, the breakaway technique is what you're going to want to use. Punchline's breakaway is a powerful uppercut punctuated by the punchline exploding mid-air, allowing the player to keep that enemy in the air for additional combo potential. If the player uses the breakaway while in the air, Nero will slam the opponent downward. It's basically Captain Falcon's side B. Combine its decently sized area of effect with the additional explosion, and this can be greatly effective for dealing with larger mobs of enemies or even bosses. You heard that right, Punchline's breakaway can actually launch and slam bosses. If that's not hype, I don't know what is. Helter Skelter is interesting because the basic attack really isn't much to write home about, similarly to Gerbera. It's fine, it deals additional damage to enemy armor, and the player can mix it into some combos, I guess, but it leaves the player pretty vulnerable, which is the last thing anyone wants when using a Devil Breaker. The breakaway, however, is where the true power of this thing lies. Nero believes in the player that believes in him and proceeds to pierce the heavens, bringing enemies within its effective range upwards and dealing some heavy damage. This isn't just a strong attack though, it's an excellent combo extender as it ends with both Nero and the enemy suspended briefly mid-air. Combine all of this with the Knucklebringer mechanic and the player can pull off some pretty wicked shit using the Helter Skelter. Tomboy, however, is probably my least favorite Devil Breaker if I'm being perfectly honest. Not that it's bad, I've just never been able to properly control it. Obviously if I practice more, I'm sure I'd figure it out, but after 600 plus hours in this game, I've just gotten so good with everything else that the motivation really isn't there. That's not to say that I didn't try and use it more for the sake of this video, just that I don't use it that much on my own. Tomboy grants what is essentially a new tier of the charge shot for Blue Rose and a new tier of Exceed for Red Queen. However, when the player wants to use Blue Rose, they're pulled into a much tighter over-the-shoulder camera while also inhibiting movement. That said, the blast that does come from Blue Rose is pretty powerful. For Red Queen, the player has access to some new flame-fueled attacks which are pretty awesome, but lock-on's disabled. This isn't inherently bad as far as trying to attack specific enemies. The real issue is that multi-directional inputs now become basically impossible, and it's clear from the minimal moveset of Tomboy that the developers knew this. Tomboy could practically serve as its own style, but the nerfs feel pretty extreme on a fundamental level, and with its limited moveset, I would easily consider it the weakest of the bunch. It just feels incomplete to me. Now sure, the player can still do pretty radical combos using Tomboys, there's no denying it, but the restrictions just seem so counterintuitive and out of place when compared to everything else this game has to offer. But even though I'm unimpressed with Tomboy in DMC5, I think the groundwork is definitely there for future games to expand upon. Then there's Rawhide, which was alongside Tomboy in my least used Devil Breakers for a pretty long time, but for different reasons. Rawhide is a crowd control type of weapon, and on difficulties like Legendary Dark Knight, where the arenas literally flood with enemies, this thing can absolutely tear shit up. The only issue is that Legendary Dark Knight wasn't available until recently with the release of Special Edition, so I rarely used Rawhide aside from the occasional whim when I'd find one lying on the ground. The basic attack is a circular AoE style move very similar to Dante's Ice Age move with King Cerberus, and with repeated presses there's actually a full combo to pull off. Unfortunately, if the player is attacked while using it, Rawhide will break, and this is pretty easy to have happen given the size of the hitbox. This also makes Rawhide mechanically impossible to parry with, which I think is a huge drawback given its potential. What makes King Cerberus' Ice Age so great is how effective it is for parrying enemy ranged attacks as well as rushdowns from enemies like the Fury or Chaos. Rawhide just doesn't have that, and it leaves the Devil Breaker with a pretty limited versatility. The Breakaway, however, is a completely different tale. Nero grabs an enemy and slings them around with an even larger area of effect, juggling any and all enemies caught within the hitbox. Even if this is used on a boss, which is impossible to pick up with Rawhide, the spinning animation itself will still play out and deal pretty solid damage. On top of this, the breaker's next to impossible for enemies to shatter whilst doing this, with the exception of enemies with larger weapons like bosses or Proto-Angelos. Like I said, I never much cared for Rawhide until the release of Special Edition, but holy hell, in Legendary Dark Knight mode, this thing is unbelievably strong. It definitely has its uses on other difficulties, don't get me wrong, but the utility of it's pretty limited. LDK is definitely Rawhide's home. Next up is Ragtime, which is probably the most powerful Devil Breaker. Oh, who am I kidding? This thing's fucking insane. The basic attack has the player spawning a bubble on top of enemies that'll slow them down for a few seconds. This alone is okay, but the Breakaway has the player basically unleashing a several second long witch time that affects all enemies, and the freedom it gives the player to absolutely wreck house is a joy to wield. Of course, if the player is attacked while either of Ragtime's effects are, well, in effect, the Buster will break and the effect will immediately be nullified. I don't feel as though I need to explain much for you to get just how powerful this thing is. Just check out this combo I pull off on Vergil. I'm not even trying to show off, I'm just amazed that because of this thing I was able to juggle the final boss. Nero's Buster Arm is the only Devil Breaker that I feel rivals Ragtime, but where Ragtime's strength was its utility, Buster Arm's strength is its sheer fucking power. Buster Arm is identical to Nero's Devil Buster attack from Devil May Cry 4 that the player can unlock in Devil May Cry 5 after having beaten the game for the first time. However, the difference there is that the damage dealt by the Buster Arm is absolutely fucking monstrous. This thing eats boss health bars and is vital when going for S ranks on missions with particularly hard bosses, especially when attempting no-hit runs for difficulties like Hell and Hell. There's really not much more I can say, the thing's just an absolute fucking beast of a weapon. Now we move on to the DLC breakers, which originally had to be purchased separately from the Standard Edition, or came with new copies of the Deluxe Edition. The exception being Monkey Business, which originally required you to pre-order from a specific retailer. Fucking gag me. But credit where it's due, they did make Monkey Business free for all players eventually, so I guess I can't complain too much. It's also important to note that the Special Edition comes with every DLC breaker included, which is pretty nice. The first and probably my favorite is the Mega Buster. Yes, Mega Man's freaking arm cannon. I love this thing. Its usefulness is adequate, but the aesthetic flavoring is what really sells me. The basic attack has Nero firing lemons, and if the player lets it charge passively, they can fire an even bigger lemon. The breakaway move has Nero firing a strong charged blast that has a surprisingly decent area of effect, but it's nothing to write home about. The real wonders of the Mega Buster lie in the unique animations that it gives Nero. When spawning into a level, Nero teleports in, identically to the way Mega Man would in Mega Man X. The standard sideways roll is now replaced with a sliding animation, and Nero's basic jump animation now has him hopping like an absolute dork. If the player dies with a Mega Buster equipped, they'll explode into little lemons, just like Mega Man. All these animations are ripped straight from Mega Man, and I fucking adore it. When it lacks in power, this buster makes up for in aesthetics and style, which is actually a pretty great way to go about DLC weaponry if you ask me. It's definitely usable, but mostly there for the aesthetics and fan service. I love it. Sweet Surrender, however, feels like a bit of a crutch. I will say that on an aesthetic level, it is hilarious. The whole joke behind this thing is that Nico made it for Nero and Kyrie to experiment with. But anyways, the basic use of it has Nero slowly, and I mean slowly, regenerating health over time. If the player is attacked while it's in use, it'll break. Honestly, this is just useless. The healing is just way too slow to even bother trying to use this way. I guess if you're using this on a brand new save file, it can be sort of okay at healing because of the lesser health bars, but the most use I could see one getting out of this particular technique would be just putting the controller down and leaving for like half an hour. I suppose that's doable since mission scores are no longer graded by time, but even then that just feels kinda dumb when the breakaway instantly heals the player for several bars of health. Just farm some red orbs, or rorbs for my fellow intellectuals, and purchase 99 sweet surrenders. Then when you reach a checkpoint, just equip a whole set of them and heal yourself completely. It's insanely exploitable. Gerbera GP01 is okay, I guess. It's just Gerbera, but instead of the neutral move shooting the player upward diagonally, it's strictly vertical. Then when used in the air, it'll fire Nero straight to the ground. I have seen more skilled players use this to pull off some pretty cool combos, and a lot of them do seem to prefer it over the standard Gerbera. After all, there are technically more options with using it, but it just feels like such a basic alteration that I can't help but wonder why they'd stop there. I mean, it's not bad, Gerbera wasn't, but it just feels like they could have done a little bit more. Pasta Breaker is a weird one because its basic function is identical to Helter Skelter, but its breakaway is like Overtures, except instead of exploding, it does a juggling combo. It's actually pretty cool. I don't use it too often myself, but given that it's literally an auto juggle, the potential for combos is definitely there. And last, but maybe least, is Monkey Business. It's basically just a reskinned Helter Skelter. At least Gerbera GP01 changed one move, albeit extremely minimally. Monkey Business is just a retexturing. That's it. It feels kinda lazy. Weirdly enough though, that's not the part that actually pisses me off. For some reason, Monkey Business is the only Devil Breaker that the player can't buy from Divinity Statues or Nico, and it's extremely rare to find within levels. So, why was this a pre-order bonus? If you're gonna promote something as additional content, then maybe actually let us play with it? As it stands, this additional content that was once a pre-order incentive is barely even accessible. Even if it is just a basic retexture, maybe I just want to goof around with the fucking banana arm. Gee, I don't know, leave me alone. Why does that have to be so needlessly difficult? In my 600 plus hours of playing this game, I have found a grand total of 4, count it, 4 Monkey Business. What the fuck, Itsuna? So, alright, that about covers Nero's arsenal. Overall, I think they absolutely knocked it out of the park with Nero, and it's clear that the team cared a great deal about making sure the character's potential was met. There are a couple of little annoyances here and there, primarily with the Devil Breaker system, however I feel as though those issues are pretty mechanic specific, which makes some sense as the Devil Breakers are an entirely new system for this series. And speaking of entirely new systems and mechanics,
I see. I know what you are. Don't worry. I'll be gentle.
let's talk about V. V is a pretty interesting character. This character has had a whole section dedicated to him in about every video of DMC5 that I've ever seen. Devil May Cry has always been about in-your-face melee combat where the player tries to look as stylish as possible. With V, however, the player is more of a conductor, putting on a show. The player directs their familiars to attack enemies while trying to maintain their own health and double trigger gauge, the latter of which is filled both by the attacks of the familiars and by the player reading various poetries by William Blake. This poetry can get a bit repetitive given how little of it there is for him to read, but it's not too much of a nuisance given just how goddamn spectacular the voice acting is.
Heaven in a wildflower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour.
I could listen to this boy all day and never get tired of it, but I admit that's my own subjective preference and the repetition of his lines is an objective issue. V has 3 familiars, Shadow, Griffin, and Nightmare. Shadow's moveset is an expanded iteration of what we saw in DMC1, and functionally he's V's primary source of melee attacks. Not only does Shadow just look cool as it twists and contorts into various shapes and sizes, but it's capable of just about any type of attack the player would like. Basic melee combos, flurries, AoEs, juggles, stingers, Shadow's got a lot going for it, and none of these attacks are particularly difficult to pull off. V can even interact with Shadow in a pretty cool contextual way by jumping onto its spike, and Shadow will hold it there just a bit longer so the player can read their poetry or taunt, which is just perfectly splendid. V's second familiar, Griffin, easily has the most character of the three. He's basically Iago, but black. I fucking love him. In battle, this dude talks more shit than anybody, and he's just a joy to listen to. This bird always has some hilarious snark to throw out. The majority of Griffin's attacks revolve around projectiles, so in that sense he acts as V's substitute for a firearm. Griffin does have one physical attack, his own version of the Stinger, but otherwise this moveset revolves around chargeable projectiles. He doesn't have too many attacks, but what he does have allows for a decent degree of crowd control and stagger, allowing Shadow to go in for stronger combos and juggles. The two work very well with one another, and when the player really starts to figure out their combos, they can pull off some pretty crazy shit with them. It's kinda like watching Ice Climber mains. I don't know how they do it, but that's some big brain shit. What's important to note is that Shadow and Griffin are actually incapable of finishing off enemies. As much damage as they're capable of dealing, enemies will stop receiving damage from them when their health gets so low, going into a staggered state and leaving it up to V to go in and finish them off himself. This is great not only as a way of keeping the player engaged, but it also ensures that there's always a sense of risk when playing as V. Is it worth risking your health by jumping into a crowd to finish off a single enemy, or would it be best to weaken the other nearby enemies first, allowing the enemy that was originally weakened a chance to recover? That's just one of a million possible scenarios when playing as V. And finally, there's Nightmare, our resident elemental hero Clayman. Nightmare is tied to V's Devil Trigger, and the amount of damage it's capable of dealing is pretty devastating, made all the more insane by the wide area his attacks cover. Nightmare moves slowly, but is also capable of a teleport as well as T-posing his way across the battlefield, which itself can deal some pretty immense damage. Unlike Shadow and Griffin, Nightmare is fully autonomous and basically just does whatever he wants. But the player can also ride Nightmare and control it manually. However, given how slow he moves, I personally only do so when I want to use a specific attack, like Domination, a massive energy blast that utterly annihilates whatever health bars lie in its path. Nightmare is also unique from V's other familiars in that it can actually land killing blows. The best thing about Nightmare by far, though, at least in my opinion, is the simple act of summoning it. This thing can burst from the ground, crash down like a meteor, belly flop from a portal, and even crash through walls depending on where the player is in the level. And God help anything that happens to be in the way when Nightmare is summoned. That's not all the player has to use their Devil Trigger on, though. V can also spend a bar of DT to allow one of his familiars a brief period in which they're given a buff and made fully autonomous, allowing the AI to take control and have them dish out some wicked combos. The player can of course pump as many bars of DT into Shadow and Griffin as they like, so with a fully upgraded and fully charged DT gauge, the player can have them wiping the floor with enemies for a pretty healthy period of time. During this time, the player can of course sit back and read their poetry or taunt, building that DT back up pretty quickly and allowing them to continue buffing their familiars at a pretty impressive rate. This does require a fair degree of DT management, however, so don't expect this to become some easily exploited lazy boy mode. The player still has to keep their wits about them. V isn't completely defenseless though. His most basic attack is a strike with his cane that is mostly used as a grab to eliminate enemies that are put into a weakened state by his familiars. There are lots of different animations that can play out based on the type of enemy that V's attacking, and bosses have their own animations, which is pretty kick-ass. V can also teleport a fair distance when using this cane while locked on, but the strike itself can actually be used to great effect with enough skill. I'm pretty sure the damage this thing deals is actually just a single hit point, but the player can use it to parry an enemy attack, which is incredibly satisfying to pull off. As an aside, I recently discovered that V can actually finish off enemies using his Bloody Palace taunt, which is an incredible attention to detail. And finally, there's V's most useful attack, the Royal Fork, which sees him casting a number of Mirage Canes at enemies within the AoE. The attack deals some damage, but the primary use is to eliminate any and all enemies in the area that are in a weakened state. It also costs DT gauge, which is important to note because this means that the player will have to use it selectively, rather than just jumping into the air and spamming Royal Fork so they never get hit. V does have a few maneuvers to help keep him safe, however. He can slide to the left or slide to the right, with Shadow for a quick dodge animation, or have Griffin flying backwards to create a decent gap between V and his foes. The amount of iframes in these animations is pretty generous, and it's not hard to draw aggro onto the familiars, thus allowing the player to read their poetry or taunt for some easy DT. It's also useful for pulling Shadow and Griffin away from enemies charging up more powerful attacks. Shadow and Griffin can actually be temporarily knocked out if they take enough damage, and this can make for a significant hindrance to the player when this happens. Not being able to use either of the two familiars leaves V incredibly vulnerable, so the player will need to either wait out the recovery time, which can feel like an eternity, or take a risk and make their way to where Shadow or Griffin were knocked out, reviving them faster. Nightmare is invincible, so the player doesn't have to worry about it being knocked out in the same sense as Shadow and Griffin, but the player DT gauge will drain faster depending on how much damage Nightmare is taking during promotion. I will say that this is really only noticeable against tougher enemies on the higher difficulties, but it's still something to consider. It's also worth noting that while Shadow or Griffin are knocked out, that also hinders V's ability to dodge reliably. Without Shadow, there's no sidestep. Without Griffin, there's no back away or double jump. V is an overall very well realized character, but I do have one very particular criticism of his design, and it's that controlling two familiars at once can make directional inputs difficult to pull off simultaneously. Don't get me wrong, it's clear that the developers had some understanding of this and did their best to mitigate some of the issues, like how all of the directional inputs are relative to V rather than the individual familiars, and with some skill, the player won't really need to worry too much about it, but it can be difficult to time a specific attack from Shadow while also trying to do a proper charge from Griffin. And then when considering the real-time behaviors of enemies, all of this can get a bit overwhelming. I don't want to seem as though I'm complaining that this skill-based game is insisting I play with relatively high skill, just that I think that the sheer amount of factors to begin to have to consider, process, and follow through on in any given scenario can be a bit overwhelming at times. Especially on Legendary Dark Knight, I mean, what the fuck? I compared V earlier to the Ice Climbers from Smash Bros, but the thing about the Ice Climbers is that they're operating on a two-dimensional plane with a fixed camera. V operates on a player-controlled camera overlooking a three-dimensional plane, essentially making him a fourth-person character. I think that if V were my own character to design, I would only allow one familiar out at a time, but make it to where the two can be swapped between very easily on the fly and in a way that doesn't necessarily disrupt the pace of player combos. For instance, the player could have Shadow launch an enemy into the air, then immediately have Griffin come in with his Stinger, bounce back to Shadow for further juggling, then once more to Griffin for a charged attack while the enemy is trying to recover, with the location of where the familiars spawn in being relative to the commands being inputted by the player. For instance, for Griffin's Stinger, he would spawn in relatively far away, but for Shadow's launch, he would spawn right on the enemy. Something like that would have been really cool, I think. The player could, however, be allowed to use dodge techniques with one familiar while the other is being used to attack. Of course, the immediate counter to my approach is that it's inherently more restrictive than having both familiars out at once, but if it were up to me, I think I'd take more precise controls over a perhaps too open-ended combo pool that's difficult to make precise inputs for. Plus, my approach would still allow for a great deal of flexibility given how there would be seamless switching between Shadow and Griffin. But hey, that really is just my own idea. I wholeheartedly acknowledge that V can be learned and mastered to be incredibly effective. I just personally find it kinda difficult to make more precise inputs when I'm controlling multiple characters in real time across a three-dimensional plane. It's rarely, if ever, caused me legitimate frustrations though, and overall V is a joy to play and quite the breath of fresh air in comparison to everything else we've seen from playable characters in this series.
Jackpot.
Dante.
Then there's our favorite Wacky Wahoo Pizza Man, the sexiest virgin on Earth, the gayest cowboy to ever play a lightning vampire guitar, Dante.
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 Dante in Devil May Cry 5 is an ocean of mechanical depth and combo potential. 4 styles, all of which open up entirely new movesets. 7 melee weapons, one of which has 2 completely distinct forms and movesets, and another of which has 3 forms the player can transition between seamlessly. 5 guns, 2 of which can be combined into a single super weapon, and another of which is a cowboy hat with a magical scarf. And the player can swap between any and all possible combinations of weapons and styles on the fly. He's a very simple character. Ever since Devil May Cry 3, the primary mechanic Dante has been known for is his styles, and although Devil May Cry 5 doesn't really do that much to expand on the styles from DMC4 gameplay-wise, their functionality and versatility is more polished than it's ever been. Swordmaster now offers more attacks than ever thanks to the addition of multi-input based style commands. When using the Devil Sword Dante specifically, the player has access to a small moveset of summoned swords when using Swordmaster, which can really help with extending combos. Royal Guard is still incredibly tight, but far more approachable for newcomers thanks to the way it consumes DT if the player holds the style command for an extended duration rather than going for the time tap of a button. So basically, it went from being a parry to, an actual guard. Neat. Trickster is borderline spammable when in Devil Trigger mode, which can actually be a real help when dealing with bosses that like to create gaps before charging up certain moves. And finally, Gunslinger has been given several passive abilities including Ebony and Ivory buffs and the inclusion of summoned swords when in Devil Trigger mode. These additions are pretty simple and straightforward for the most part, but they add to Dante's arsenal in a variety of meaningful ways. Review lingo and colorful word salad aside, the dude's just badass. Dante now has 3 standard sword weapons, 2 of which being classic DMC Devil Arms, and while they're functionally very similar, there's enough variety in their respective movesets that it actually makes some sense to carry all of them at once, and the way they're introduced throughout the story mode makes sense. Rebellion and the Double Sword Sparta are exactly what you would expect at this point, with Rebellion offering a standard enough moveset that the player can use it as a starting point to learn fundamental combos and techniques, and the Double Sword Sparta being what is essentially the next step up with a few unique moves of its own. As good as the 2 of these weapons are though, they absolutely pale in comparison to the Double Sword Dante. This thing kicks ass. Its moveset combines the best elements of the Rebellion and the Double Sword Sparta while adding summoned fucking swords to the mix when using Swordmaster. The player can juggle the absolute hell out of enemies with the Double Sword Dante alone, so combine that with the summoned swords from Swordmaster and all the other weapons the player can instantly cycle to and man, you can just forget about it. Remember how I praised Nero's Knucklebringer mechanic for allowing the player to close the distance with attacks like Streak and prevent enemies from flying away? Well, that goes equally for Dante's summoned swords. Time a Swordmaster input just right after a Stinger and nothing will be able to escape. This is just one example of how summoned swords add to the gameplay though. The next melee weapon in Dante's arsenal, and my personal second favorite, is the Balrog. This weapon actually originates in the prequel manga of DMC5 where Dante kills a demon named, yeah you guessed it, Balrog. Balrog serves as the next iteration of fist-based weaponry, however unlike Beowulf and Gilgamesh, Balrog goes out of its way to expand on the foundation laid down by the OG Ifrit. Right off the bat there are 2 distinct modes the player can switch between at any point, one being boxing and the other being Kopyra. Both have unique dodging animations and the latter can actually deal damage and potentially parry during said animation. There's an attack animation that plays out when the player switches to either mode of attack, so stringing together combos between the 2 is incredibly easy once the player gets the hang of it. The base damage output of Balrog is pretty unimpressive, but once the player starts stringing together combos with it, Balrog will ignite and the damage output will become much greater. On top of this, the player will be able to perform specific attacks with Swordmaster, most notably Real Impact, aka the offspring of the Falcon Punch and the Shoryuken, which can deal insanely high damage. I absolutely adore this because, to me, it feels great to string together some stylish combos for a while, then cap it off with one crazy powerful attack. Juggling with the Balrog boots is easy, and after I've had my fun, I can annihilate whatever enemies remain with a Real Impact using the gauntlets. That's just one way of playing in any situation though. Next up is Cavalier and its DLC counterpart, Cavalier R, but you can't guess what that R stands for. The differences between the 2 are interesting. The standard Cavalier has loads of super armor, but the Cavalier R has an aerial stinger and generally quicker attack animations. Typically, I try to be attacked as little as possible, so I personally prefer Cavalier R, being that I'm not reliant on super armor, and the aerial stinger is not only a great combo extender that deals solid damage, but it's a great way of creating or closing whatever distance I feel is necessary in a fight. Oh, and you may have also noticed this little obscure detail, the Cavaliers are fucking motorcycles. Not only that, but they split in half to create giant pizza cutters. This game's fucking amazing. The roots of this weapon's design actually go as far back as Devil May Cry 2, but unfortunately, due to the god-awful development cycle of DMC2, it, as well as many other concepts, were never fully realized. Devil May Cry 3 hinted at the potential for a motorcycle weapon during the cutscene where we saw Dante ascending the Tema Nigru, but ultimately the idea never made it into the final product. Devil May Cry 4 was half finished, so yeah. Naturally, the motorcycle weapon never made it into that either. So here we are, 15 plus years removed from Devil May Cry 2, and it's finally been realized. The motorcycle weapon in all of its glory. Cavalier is just fucking awesome. It's got fantastic crowd control while also being able to dish out very high DPS to single targets, and its ability to parry is surprisingly potent. Before you know it, you too will be giving your enemies deja vu as you rip and tear, putting the pedal to the metal as you spin to win and let it rip. Okay, I'll stop. Seriously though, this thing is fucking awesome. I mean, for God's sakes, it's a goddamn demon motorcycle weapon that splits into 2 massive buzzsaws. This is peak Devil May Cry. But that's not even my favorite weapon. Personally, my favorite weapon is the 3-pronged beatstick King Cerberus. This weapon has 3 forms that it transitions between seamlessly as the player performs different attacks. There's the Ice Nunchuck, which is the most balanced form of the three, dealing moderate damage at moderate speeds. Then there's the Fire Bow Staff, which isn't quite as fast, but deals heavy damage. And finally there's the Lightning Sansutsuken, which attacks ridiculously fast, but typically with lower damage per attack. All three forms deal elemental damage that grants additional damage based on the type of enemy being attacked, and the combo potential with this single weapon is off the charts. It's got everything. Heavy attacks, high DPS, juggling, a stinger, effective parrying, crowd control, projectiles, AoEs, charged attacks, launching, splitting, rolling. This weapon actually has it all. It's funny too, because when they first announced they would be bringing back the Cerberus nunchuck, I just kinda scratched my head thinking it would be weird to bring back a weapon from so long ago that I was certain Dante had canonically sold off. You know, to help get that toilet of his flushed. But then when I actually got the weapon and saw what it was capable of, I was ecstatic. I already loved Cerberus in DMC3, so to see it be made literally 3 times as badass just had me giddy, and you can bet that this has been one of my go-to weapons for every situation across my 600 plus hours of playtime. And unlike DMC3, you can actually air hike while wielding this thing now. So you know, that's nice. But Dante doesn't just have melee weapons, he's also got firearms. This is probably the best overall arsenal of firearms Dante has ever had. This time around, he's got the Ebony and Ivory pistols, the Coyote A shotgun, the Kalina Ann, as well as the Kalina Ann Mark II, which can be combined into their own super weapon, and finally Dr. Faust, the gay cowboy hat and scarf. Yeah, we'll get to that. So let's start with Ebony and Ivory. They're mostly unchanged from previous iterations, being very light damage dealing dual pistols that help for trying to string together your combos. They have had one interesting core change in that they have different firing rates, but this is more of a cool visual detail than a game changer. Functionally, it hasn't really done anything to change them, but that's perfectly fine. I mean, why fix what isn't broken? They actually gain a passive damage buff when using Gunslinger, which is kinda cool as well. Their best move is still Rainstorm, which is both sufficient for dealing damage as well as extending combos. What else is there to say, really? They're just a really solid pair of firearms. They're kinda like Dante's All Reliable. You can always go to them in any situation. Then there's the Coyote A, everybody's favorite sawed-off shotgun. And this thing has seen some interesting changes from its previous iterations. For starters, it actually deals some pretty solid damage, especially from a charge shot. Don't get me wrong, it's always dealt okay damage in previous games, but now it just feels like a powerhouse. If the player point blanks an enemy with a fully charged shot from Coyote A, then Dante won't be letting a single one of those suckers live. It won't devastate bosses or anything, but it's a great combo extender and can really knock more basic enemies on their asses. Plus it mixes very well with jump canceling thanks to its snappy animation and the boost it gives the player mid-air. Of course, this has been a thing since Devil May Cry 3. The best addition to the Coyote A, though, is easily the new Stinger attack it's been given, aptly named the Gun Stinger. God, I fucking adore that name. Dante slides a short distance forward and fires a shot. It's so simple, but being able to close the distance with a gun that deals more damage at closer ranges without having to switch to Trickster is a welcome addition, and it can be surprisingly effective. I especially like to use this on Shadow during Mission 18. I've always thought that Coyote A was a good gun, but it never really had too much going for it. But I feel like DMC5 has done a really good job at rounding out the weapon's moveset in a way that makes it feel more complete than ever. So alright, let's take a moment to talk about Kalina Ann, because this might be one of the more interesting changes to any weapon from previous games. I'm gonna be honest, I never thought I'd be seeing Dante using this weapon at least in a mainline entry again. Not only is it back and packing as big a punch as it did in DMC3, but thanks to the addition of the Kalina Ann Mark II, this thing has gone from being a powerhouse to being a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. The Mark I and II both can be used separately for those looking to experiment with more hyper-specific combos, and while they do have their own moves that distinguish themselves from one another, the player would be better off using the two of them in conjunction. The dual Kalina Ann is utterly insane. Not only will the player be literally doubling their DPS by using them, but they'll also have access to one of the most powerful moves in the game, the Mega Cascade. It takes a second to charge up and leaves Dante pretty vulnerable, meaning one has to be careful when using it, but there are few things in hell more satisfying than firing a Mega Cascade into a legendary Dark Knight crowd of enemies. Pull that devil trigger and the blast itself will become so powerful that the planet itself will begin to shake in fear. I will say that despite how awesome the dual Kalina Anns can be, the moveset does feel a bit bare bones, especially in comparison to Lady's moveset in DMC4 SE. I get that Lady's entire moveset revolving around that one weapon would make that a bit inevitable, but it's really bizarre to see moves like the grappling hook omitted from this iteration. I get that you can only fit so many moves in, but imagine DMC5 Dante with a grappling hook on the Kalina Ann. Hell, imagine a maximum blast charge system for Mega Cascade. That one wouldn't even require additional input combinations. But hey, what we ultimately got was one hell of a weapon, so I won't complain too much about it. And last, but most certainly not least in Dante's arsenal, is the one, the only, Dr. Faust. Holy shit, this thing is boofy-gusted. This might just be the most powerful weapon in the game. The drawback, of course, is that all but a select few of this thing's attacks will consume red orbs. Lots of them. So off the bat, it's important to note that this weapon will hardly be seeing use in a first playthrough, and if I'm being perfectly honest, players would probably be better off farming a level or two for some red orbs before proceeding in a mission or Bloody Palace where they plan to use Dr. Faust actively. This might seem inherently negative, and in some ways it is, but there are a few design choices that I believe balance this out pretty well. For starters, eventually, the player will unlock everything. In fact, it really doesn't take too long to do so if you farm for a little bit in Mission 13. Once everything has been unlocked, there's basically only two things to spend some red orbs on: Devil Breakers for Nero and Dr. Faust. I suppose there's also gold orbs, but frankly, players won't really need to purchase too many of them anyways, especially if they've already beaten the game, given just how many gold orbs this game is willing to supply the player with. Regardless, eventually, the player is going to be stocked with Devil Breakers as well, at which point Dr. Faust will be the only source of red orb consumption unless you just feel like blowing a couple 100,000 on revives or gold orbs. Dr. Faust is unbelievably powerful. Red Shot, its standard attack, will absolutely melt the health bars of enemies even on the highest difficulties. Dr. Faust's most well-known abilities would probably be Set Hat and Mad Hatter, the latter of which being a gunslinger technique. These abilities place doppelgangers of Dr. Faust on the heads of other enemies, causing red orbs to drop from every attack the player lands on them. However, if the player is hit by an enemy wearing Dr. Faust, the player will drop a chunk of their own red orbs, the amount of which depending on how much damage the attack deals to the player. Man in the Red is probably my favorite ability, covering Dante in a veil of red orbs that will constantly deal damage to enemies in its effective range. While powerful, this won't stun enemies, and if the player is hit while using the Man in the Red, the orbs will scatter, meaning the ability must be activated again, which itself costs red orbs to do. The veil of red orbs can also be fired outwards, dealing damage to whatever they happen to hit. It's also worth noting that Man in the Red will absolutely destroy Urizen's defense crystal. I mean, seriously, like, holy shit, just watch this. There's also Magic Hat, which has Dante toss Dr. Faust and spawn a ghost, not unlike the ones we saw in Devil May Cry 4. This thing can be used to fire, while Dante is free to do whatever else he likes, kinda like a turret, so long as the firing button is being held down. It's not too powerful, its damage doesn't multiply like Red Shot, but it deals pretty solid DPS, especially when using Devil Trigger. It's also just really goddamn adorable. I mean, come on, look at this little guy. They should make plushies of this thing. And finally, there's Red Hot Knight, and this is this is the most powerful attack in the game. Hell, in any Devil May Cry game. Dante begins charging an attack, and for every tier of charge, it'll deal more damage when released. The charge time is incredibly long, and each tier will cost another 50,000 red orbs. Red orbs, by the way, that are drained rather than cut all at once, meaning that if Dante's hit while charging, the player can potentially lose a lot of their hard-earned red orbs. If the player does manage to pull it off though, that boss's health bar will be nothing but a memory. Dr. Faust is one of my favorite weapons, but it's also the only weapon in the game that can be unusable depending on where the player is in terms of progression. I suppose that's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, there have been loads of amazing and iconic weapons throughout the history of gaming that have had a rather sparing implementation, such as the Fierce Deity Mask in Majora's Mask or the BFG in Doom. I suppose the effect this will have on one's experience will vary depending on how the player prioritizes the use of their currency as well as how much they're earning, but I can say for sure that less skilled players won't be getting much use out of it, which is a bit of a shame. Unlike the Fierce Deity Mask, this isn't some super secret unlockable item. It's given to Dante in a cutscene during the main story, probably one of the game's most famous cutscenes by the way, and from that point forward the player will always have it. Let me know in the comments how you feel about this, because I haven't really seen much discourse regarding Dr. Faust, so I can only assume that most people at least got some enjoyment out of it, or at the very least saw very little in the ways of negatives thanks to it. But yeah, that about wraps up Dante's arsenal. Now let's talk about Dante's Devil Trigger. Dante's Devil Trigger is more or less what you would expect at this point. Damage buffs, health regen, improved speed, hyper armor, that Devil Trigger stinger that just, oh my god. All of that's there, but there are also a few neat additions that I really think help spice up the gameplay. The styles themselves also have their own unique buffs thanks to the Devil Trigger that the player can really use to overwhelm their enemies. When using Trickster, Dante can pull off a series of faster dodges and teleports that grant him far superior mobility than in his non-DT Trickster. Oh, and by the way, he has a quadruple jump. Royal Guard Release generates much faster, which is pretty much all that Royal Guard had needed from a DT buff, aside from the obvious buff in damage to Royal Guard Release. Gunslinger gets a pretty impressive buff in that Dante will summon swords that automatically target nearby enemies, and can even be used to counter incoming projectiles. Remember what I said about Red Hot Knight and Mega Cascade leaving the player wide open for damage? Well, now there's a means of defense. It's not outstanding by any stretch. If a larger or faster enemy approaches the player, they aren't likely to be stunned unless they've already received a fair amount of damage, but it's still incredibly useful nonetheless. You can actually use this to kill Vergil in a matter of seconds, provided he's kind enough to just sit back and spam his summon swords and not teleport out of the way when you finally unleash the attack, but hey, it's possible. And finally, there's Swordmaster. On top of buffing Dante's already impressive moveset, summon swords will now generate based on what attack the player is using. My favorite example of this is Balrog's Real Impact, where a cycle of swords will pull an enemy towards the player. Locking them in place as the player prepares to unleash one hell of an uppercut. The player might even get lucky and hit another enemy attempting to cut them off. Oh, and Dante can fly now. Not like Nero, who the player can keep in the air indefinitely using various techniques. I mean, Dante has wings that he can use to fly. What was once a technique locked off to specific weaponry in Devil Trigger form is now just a base mechanic for the Devil Trigger. The moveset isn't particularly impressive. In fact, I literally don't remember the last time I used this before recording it specifically for this part of the video, and it does feel like a really neutered version of what we got in DMC3, but it's still pretty cool. I mean, come on, he's flying. Like, he's fucking flying. But as awesome as Dante's Devil Trigger is, it pales in comparison to the new Sin Devil Trigger. Does anyone remember the Majin form from Devil May Cry 2? You know, that really obscure transformation seen by approximately a quarter of the 12 people that actually played DMC2 past completion? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, Sin Devil Trigger, unlike the regular Devil Trigger, doesn't automatically regenerate health, which is kinda weird, but fuck it. This thing makes Asura look like some chump trying to arm wrestle for money in Liberty City. What the fuck is that? Why did I write that? The Sin Devil Trigger isn't so much an enhancement of Dante's pre-existing moveset as it is a Lego bucket of overpowered attacks. Remember the Stinger? Yeah, fuck that. Believe in Dante that believes in you and pierce the hells that stand before you. Guns? Who needs them? Just throw out fucking meteors or fire a barrage of deadlights. Judgment cut end? Yeah, whatever, Virgin. Make room for some real king shit. Judgment is what real kings use. So yeah, I like the Sin Devil Trigger, but it isn't completely overpowered. Instead of using the traditional DT gauge, the SDT gauge is charged by manually draining your DT gauge, so the player is going to really need to work for it if they want to unleash the power of SDT. I really only have one complaint as to how this works. Draining a maxed out DT gauge won't fully replenish the SDT gauge. Why? It's a tease. There's no reason for it to do this, just... Fucking what the hell, Itsuno? So yeah, I've been going on about Dante for about half an hour now. Overall, I think this is the best Dante we've ever had. He just has everything from power moves to extensive combos, and the gap between his skill floor and skill ceiling is genuinely unfathomable. There are a few things about his design that don't exactly sit well with me, but they feel like pretty minor gripes in comparison to the overall package.
I need power. More power.
I know. We are one and the same, you and I. But you've lost me, and I've lost you. Yet we are connected by that one feeling. While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join. What is this? Vergil.
We now have a fourth playable character, Vergil. Vergil is probably the most overpowered character of them all. Probably. The original trio of characters all started off with the majority of their moves locked off, requiring the player to progress and earn red orbs to unlock them. Even some of their most basic mechanics weren't available off the bat, such as Nero's Devil Trigger and Exceed 2 and 3 gauges, Dante's Sin Double Trigger, V's Royal Fork, and even universal skills like air hikes and enemy steps. Vergil has plenty of abilities to unlock, but right off the bat the dude's got his Doppelganger, Sin Double Trigger, and all three of his weapons. So he's gonna feel pretty overpowered right out the gate for anyone who's played the base game. When I first started playing SC, I went straight into Legendary Dark Knight mode with Vergil, and I was finding it difficult not to S-rank missions. Though, in fairness, that's mostly due to the sheer quantity of enemies in this mode. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Honestly, Vergil's starting limitations, like the lack of enemy step and the pathetic range of his trick dodge, just feel more like a nuisance than anything. And the same goes for other characters when I first started playing SE. I completed Bloody Palace and S-ranked every mission on every difficulty with every possible character in the original version of the game, so playing Dante with only Rebellion, Balrog, and the most basic of style mechanics just felt crippling. I think this is honestly more of a fundamental issue with Devil May Cry's approach to progression, though. Don't get me wrong, it's been fine up to this point, but if we get a Devil May Cry 6 or a Devil May Cry remake anytime soon, I think it's imperative that we stop locking off basic mechanics, like enemy step, get more orbs, and range limiters. Devil May Cry 5 was a smash hit. Millions of people have played these games at this point, and I don't think it would be much of a stretch to say that the vast majority of its players are familiar enough with the mechanics that starting the game off without the most universally understood mechanics like enemy step is just redundant. To further cement my point, allow me to point out that in the original Devil May Cry, all the way back in 2001, the game never required the player to unlock enemy step. The moment the player starts the first mission, it's accessible. So, why was this taken from us? And going back to Vergil, Vergil doesn't even have a double jump. Like, at all. You can't even unlock one. Why? I honestly just can't compute this shit. The literal avatar of his humanity had a double jump. And no, before you say it, using trick dodge does not count as a double jump, for multiple reasons. For starters, it always pushes the player forward, very minimally I might add, from where they're facing, rather than where the player is moving. Second, the player cannot do this if they're locked onto an enemy, making it completely impractical to attempt mid-combat. And finally, it actually slows the player down, locking Vergil in a very stiff animation where he's completely vulnerable. If we're gonna look at this as Vergil's equivalent to a double jump, then this is incredibly subpar. I mean, for fuck's sake, just give him an air hike. Like, he's had 3 games and he's never had... Fuck me. Honestly, I'm just not much of a fan of Vergil's trick dodge anyways. Unbalanced doesn't even begin to describe this thing. On one hand, the player can just spam the style button and they'll basically have infinite iframes, all the while sticking to enemies like some Sparta brand devil glue. Seriously, you can even trick dodge through King Cerberus's explosive wave. That doesn't even make any sense. On the other hand, the only way the player can dodge to the side is if they're not locked on, and if they want to go backwards, they've got to hit multiple directional input... What? How the fuck does that make any sense? Just let me do it while I'm locked on. Why can't I just teleport backwards while moving the stick backward? Who the fuck programmed this shit, frogs? But hey, alright, fine. Once the player learns how to use it, they'll eventually get the hang of it, so... fine. Vergil does have one more tertiary mechanic, and that's his guard, which is really useful against Dante, and that's about it. At least in my experience. The way it works is that Vergil will block while locked on and not attacking, provided he's at least level 1 concentration, at which point any attacks to the player will be unable to deal damage at the cost of concentration meter relative to the attack blocked. It's a neat mechanic to explore when looking to do no damage runs, but given the fact that the player can't be doing anything and must be locked on, which isn't possible if you're looking to air trick to the side, it does feel a bit out of the way as far as necessary inputs, and this can lead to it being pretty forgettable, especially given the sheer rapidity of Vergil's attacks. It's fine, it's reliable when needed, just a bit undercooked if you ask me. Okay, but now let's talk about Vergil's weapons. First off is everyone's favorite dimensional pizza slicer, the Yamato. On top of it dealing just insane damage, the Yamato is wicked fast, and the range of its attacks is just it's perfect. Not only is this thing unbelievably good at crowd control, but its ability to absolutely shred single targets is all but unmatched. Moves like Rapid Slash and the standing combo equivalent will turn crowds of enemies into satanic confetti. I especially like the standing Rapid Slash combo because enemies will actually remain at 1 HP until the player delivers the final hit of the combo or attacks them with something else. Vergil actually has several attacks that'll only bring the enemy's health as low as a single hit point, and they can make for some great combo extenders while allowing the player to deliver their own stylish finishes. The standing Rapid Slash combo is also really fun because the player can extend the duration of it by mashing the attack button, which can be incredibly fun. Remember what I said ages ago about how Nero and DMC4 had busters where the player could mash and it felt so good because there was no on-screen prompts to fuck with your immersion? That goes doubly for Vergil here because this isn't even a contextual attack animation. It's just a basic combo, and mashing triangle while ripping and tearing through a cluster of enemies is just... oh my god, it's so satisfying. But what about single target focus? My friend, look no further than the iconic Judgment Cut. Holy shit, this move is so good and never has it been better than in Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition. When looking to focus a target, obviously one can resort to any number of stylish combos, but between those attacks, or even at the end of the combo, unleashing a series of Judgment Cuts will devour the enemy's remaining health. Judgment Cut can of course hit multiple enemies within its effective radius, but unless the game is set to Legendary Dark Knight, this won't be particularly applicable, at least not very consistently. The thing about Judgment Cut chains is that in order to pull them off, the player has to time the press of the attack button with a blue shimmer on the Yamato following each Judgment Cut. The visual is really only something paid attention to when first learning to do this though. Once the player figures out the timing via muscle memory and acclimation to rhythm, they won't really be looking for it. Pulling off a quadruple Judgment Cut chain is incredibly rewarding and equally as satisfying. Even on the highest difficulties, enemies don't stand a chance against it without some form of defense like the Behemoth's armor. But even those defenses won't last that long. So, alright, Yamato is capable of some pretty crazy shit, but what about Beowulf? How does it stack up to other CQC-based weaponry? Well, it's basically exactly what it has been since Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. Beowulf is a hard-hitting weapon that primarily focuses on single-target offense. The only thing Beowulf has going for it in terms of crowd control is maybe the Rising Dragon or Dragon Breaker, or even Kick 13, but with a relatively long charge time on the Rising Dragon, it's pretty impractical to go for it without some other means of crowd control like heavy rain swords or round trip. More on those later. That being said, what Beowulf lacks in crowd control, it more than makes up for with its single target focus. With attacks like the previously mentioned Dragon Breaker as well as Lunar Phase and Kick 13, the moment Vergil's hop starts glowing, you can bet that enemies will be shitting themselves. Oh, and yeah, when Beowulf's equipped, Vergil's jump deals damage throughout the entire animation, which, oh my god, this can be so useful for parrying attacks with longer frames of damage. Man, if only there was a double jump to go along with that. But yeah, Beowulf is probably my favorite Vergil weapon, though I'm admittedly biased because of DMC3. The player can also charge up several of the standing attacks, the most notable of course being the Beast Uppercut, which becomes the absurdly powerful Dragon Breaker when fully charged. Even the basic attack inputs can be charged. Learning how to time these charges in the middle of your combos can lead to some incredible damage output in the long run. Next up is Mirage Edge, which is a substitute for the Force Edge, which is of course in Dante's possession as the Devil Sword Sparta turned Devil Sword Dante. Anime. The moveset is pretty much what the player would expect from using the Force Edge or the Devil Sword Sparta in prior games or even this one. Wide swinging and ranged attacks focused primarily on crowd control, making for stellar mix-ups when switching between weapons. Round Trip, Drive, and Overdrive are great for literally throwing out additional damage and stagger in between combos, and moves like Million Stabs and Combo B are great for keeping enemies at a single hit point during extended combos. In addition to all of that, there's Stinger and Helmbreaker for when the player wants to finish off an enemy with a satisfyingly heavy blow. Mirage Edge is just fantastic. Its moveset is pretty standard, but given how effective it is and just how good it looks while playing, the quality of the weapon exceeds the sum of its parts. And finally, there's the Summon Swords, and oh my god, these things are ridiculous. The standard Summon Swords are Vergil's equivalent to a firearm. However, what makes them so good is that they function independent of what the player's doing, meaning they can be used during any attack animation. So the mix-up potential is pretty insane. What's better is that this applies to all of his Summon Sword techniques. As well, Summon Swords will utterly decimate enemy armor, and the advanced techniques only cost a single DT bar, which the player will typically get right back, assuming the follow-up attack is pulled off adequately enough. Blistering Swords summons a barrage of summoned swords that the player can actually hold in place around Vergil as long as they like. As soon as the player is ready to unleash them, they just release the button and watch the enemy transform into the world's most gloriously incandescent pincushion. Then there's Storm Swords, which sees Vergil summoning a set of swords around whatever enemy the player has targeted at the time. Like Blistering Swords, the player can hold the swords in place for as long as they want, and as soon as the player is ready, they can launch them with a release of the button. This will also hit any enemies surrounding the focused targets, meaning this can really devastate a crowd of enemies when used properly. And finally, there's the Heavy Rain Swords, quite possibly Vergil's most broken attack. Vergil fires a single sword at his target, and once it sticks, a barrage of swords will pierce from the heavens. Not only is the damage great, but it will temporarily slow the enemy down. This slowdown effect will go away the moment the player attacks them, so the next attack needs to be executed with relative proficiency. And by that, of course, I mean use Dragon Breaker and disintegrate their very existence. What's even more hilarious is that a single Dragon Breaker will more than make up for the DT the player spent using the Heavy Rain Swords, so this can basically be done ad infinitum. So, you've probably been wondering what this bar above Vergil's health is for. This is the concentration meter, and it's more than a little broken. The concentration meter will fill as the player lands attacks, pulls off dodges, and remains unharmed. The meter will deplete if the player is attacked, misses an attack, or runs around in combat without an enemy being locked onto. I don't really know why that last one is a thing, considering the player cannot be locked onto enemies if they're trying to trick dodge to the side, but hey, whatever, game design. Anyways, this thing's more than a little weird at first, but once the player gets the hang of it, they'll find it pretty easy to fill up, and when they do, oh my god. Alright, so before we get to the really broken shit, let's take another look at Beowulf. Beowulf actually gains a third tier of attack charge when at level 2 concentration. Tier 3 Dragon Breaker. Need I say more? So, yeah, that's cool. But let's talk about the most broken shit in this game. Vergil's 4, count it, 4 super attacks. First is Judgment Cut End. We've seen it already in the Vergil boss fight. Vergil charges up for a moment before unleashing an enormous Judgment Cut, annihilating anything that happens to be in the way. Hell on Earth sees Vergil charging his Beowulf gauntlet for a brief moment before slamming it into the ground, releasing an atomic blast of screen-wiping energy. Only the most powerful and heavily armored of foes will be capable of surviving either of these attacks, and even then, there's not going to be much of them left after the attack's done. And those that do will be launched high into the air, providing the player ample time for a follow-up. Oh, and this applies to bosses as well. Yes, Vergil can launch bosses. Yeah, I think you got all the power you need there, buddy. Then there's the Deep Stinger, where Vergil will turn into a goddamn spiral using the Force Edge. That thing Dante can do with his Sin Devil trigger? Yeah, this is that, only way more powerful. Dante uses Deep Stinger. Vergil uses the legendary Deep Stinger. And finally, there's World of V. Vergil cleaves himself apart once again, summoning V, who conducts a symphony for the devil using Griffin, Shadow, and Nightmare. Oh, and to further emphasize Capcom's amazing attention to detail with this game, when V disappears back into Vergil and he pulls the Yamato from his chest, it actually has a hitbox. Reviews done, 10 out of 10. So you might be thinking, what are the drawbacks to these super powerful attacks? Well, there's a couple, but also none at all. For starters, barring World of V, if the player goes for these attacks outside of Sin Devil trigger, it'll consume way more SDT than it would whilst in SDT form, which, doesn't really make sense. But if the player runs out of the SDT gauge as they're starting one of these attacks, the animation won't stop without direct enemy interference. What these attacks don't consume, however, is concentration meter, meaning that as long as the player is not attacked, they can just keep using these ultra-powerful screen-clearing devastators as long as they're in SDT form. This means that a total of 4 of these attacks, what the fuck is with this game and the number 4, can be used in succession. Now you see why I think he's so broken. The only thing that can prevent the player from making a full combo out of these super attacks is if an enemy attacks the player while the attack is charging. However, this isn't always the case. These attacks have rather long charge animations, and it seems as though they also have iframes. However, the windows of vulnerability appear incredibly inconsistent. Sometimes I'll get attacked as soon as the animation starts and it will connect, draining my concentration meter and thus preventing me from using another super attack immediately afterwards. Other times I'm just intangible, and my concentration meter is completely safe. It's not game-breakingly bad, but it is kind of irritating how inconsistent these windows of invincibility can be, especially when playing on Hell in Hell where the player dies in a single hit. But ultimately, these are some incredibly broken attacks that turn even Dante Must Die difficulty into a complete joke. I just wish they were balanced in a way that was consistent and easy to pick up on through experience, rather than just kind of hoping Vergil remains intangible during the charge-up animation. It might also be prudent to only allow one of these super attacks to be used per use of the Sin Devil trigger in future titles. So, alright, I've gone on for quite a while without really talking about Vergil's Devil Trigger and Sin Devil Trigger, so let's go ahead and discuss the former. Vergil no longer has a standard Devil Trigger transformation, instead opting to use the Doppelganger. Oh wow, they took something straight out of the DMC reboot. You mean that thing the reboot took straight out of DMC 3? Anyways, Vergil now summons a Doppelganger which the player can either have behave on its own or follow the player's own inputs, kinda like how V can use Shadow and Griffin, or the Ice Climbers. The Doppelganger can only use the Yamato, but that's alright considering the amount of additional damage this thing can dish out. Remember how Judgment Cut was already powerful enough to melt even the strongest enemy's health bars on the highest difficulties? Well, now we've literally got two Vergils casting Judgment Cuts on a single target simultaneously. So all that damage that was happening before has automatically been doubled. Or maybe the Doppelganger is focused on another nearby enemy, in which case there are now two enemies being turned into Swiss cheese. Oh, and crowd control? Just double Rapid Slash. I will say that, like V, it can be difficult to pull off input-specific combos when controlling multiple characters at once, but it's not so much there for neat combos as it is for the player to just go nuts on clusters of enemies, so make of that what you will. I will say though that highly skilled players have made some pretty damn cool combos out of the Doppelganger, so hey, further proof that I'm just not that good at this game. One could use Air Trick in order to reset the positions of both Vergil and the Doppelganger, thus synchronizing their inputs to an extent, which is pretty cool. Something else interesting to note about the Doppelganger is that, unlike standard Devil Trigger transformations, its use doesn't heal Vergil. Conversely, it's Vergil's Sin Devil Trigger that heals him, which is consistent with how his boss fight functions, so I appreciate the detail. And let's talk about Vergil's Sin Devil Trigger. Unlike Dante's Sin Devil Trigger, Vergil's enhances his pre-existing moveset by amplifying his attacks. The standard Yamato combo now deals insane damage and covers a much wider effective range with 2 additional hits on top of it. Beowulf's Lunar Phase now spins so much that the player could part the Red Sea with it, and Force Edge's Stinger is amplified similarly to how Dante's is when using Devil Trigger. Everything is just cranked to 11, and the Dragon Breaker, oh my Christ, the Dragon Breaker. Let me tell you something, brother. Tier 3 Dragon Breaker with Sin Devil Trigger is just, it's unpleasantly overpowered. Oh, and did I mention the player can use SDT while Doppelganger is out? This is just unfair. Nothing can fight this. Even Dante and King Cerberus, who I would argue are the most difficult bosses in the game, they can't do anything. And Rapid Slash, Jesus fuck, man. Oh, and Judgment Cut, now it targets 3 enemies, 4 if the Doppelganger is targeting another. It's also worth noting that while in Sin Devil Trigger form, the Doppelganger will inherit the buffs of SDT, making its attacks much more powerful as well. And unlike Dante's SDT, the player can revert to Vergil's normal form whenever they want, rather than having to use this inconsistent quadruple S bullshit. I thought Vergil was broken in Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, but this might just be the most overpowered character I've ever seen in a hack and slash game.
Hey, Vergil. Your portal opening days are over. Give me the Yamato.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
How many times have we fought?
Hard to say. It's the only memory I have of us since we were kids. Time to finish this, Vergil. Once and for all.
So alright, we've gone through all of the characters, now let's talk about something universal to all of them: taunting. Taunting has always been an effective way of allowing the player to toot their own horn while maintaining their style meter. Provoking enemies with snarky little one-liners and animations only to punish them for taking the bait is incredibly satisfying. DMC5 just takes taunting to a whole new level with the addition of provocations, aerial taunts, and extended taunt animations for higher tier style rankings. I still remember the first time I got V to play that imaginary violin, or when I got him to conduct an imaginary symphony playing Flight of the Goddamn Valkyries. I still remember playing the DMC5 demo way back when and seeing Nero being the best mamma jamma ever stood behind the camera. Or how about Vergil's taunt where he drops a summoned sword down onto whatever enemy he's targeting, or that one where he spins a sword on his finger, actually dealing damage to whatever it hits. There's just so much character and energy in these animations, and the voice actors sell the absolute hell out of them. Bravo to whoever put these together. And not only that, but now we have aerial taunts, and this might just be this game's greatest innovation. I'm not kidding, the aerial taunts are on a whole other level. Nero's aerial taunt has him performing a jump boost where he rides the Red Queen at an upward slope. The application of this taunt doesn't just extend to maneuverability though. On top of giving a decent amount of iframes, the player can also charge Exceed off of it, making it all the more practical to use mid-combat. If the player uses the aerial taunt between jumps, then they can gain some serious height. Then there's Dante's aerial taunt, which sees him tossing a rose, which deals approximately 1/1,000,000th of a single point of damage, but it launches enemies upwards, making it great for extending combos and staying in the air just a moment longer. He can also use this taunt on the ground, but the player has to have a high style combo in order for him to do so, and even then you never know if he's actually going to do that or another taunt, so it's best to just use it in the air to maintain consistency. V actually has two aerial taunts, one where he does some Freddie Mercury looking pose, giving him an additional boost in the air. Gee Vergil, if only you could do that. And the other sees him spinning towards the ground before saying some dorky shit like, "I envy your optimism." What a fucking goober. And then there's Vergil, who also has two aerial taunts. The first sees him tossing out a trio of summoned swords, which deals a respectable amount of damage and launches whatever it hits. The second can only be achieved when at an S rank in combat. This one has Vergil performing a wide but quick swipe with the Yamato. The damage is not that great, but the potential for an aerial parry for those particularly skilled players is worth exploring. That or the player could just use it to further extend aerial combos. So not only are all of the aerial taunts in this game just damn cool to pull off, but they have their own practical uses when it comes to combat as well. This simple mechanic does so much to make not only combat more complex, but aerial combat more accessible. The aerial taunts are sort of an all-reliable for more fundamental aerial mechanics that the player can use as a foundation for approaching higher level play. Dante's Rose Toss might seem simple at first, but just about every Dante-style video out there includes it in some way. It's just that good at what it does. Hell, try and find a clip of mine where I play as Nero and I don't use his aerial taunt, even when it's completely unnecessary. Look, I don't like the ground, okay? Then there are the EX provocations and special provocations, the former of which cost 3 million red orbs, and the latter of which will unlock for characters as the player beats Bloody Palace with each of them respectively. EX provocations are basically dance taunts with very long animations. These is of course the easiest to pull off since the player can control Shadow and Griffin independent of V while using it. Should the player reach the end of the EX provocation whilst in combat, the player will be rewarded with a generous amount of red orbs, as well as a basically guaranteed triple S style ranking. They're all very silly, and if I had to pick a favorite, it would easily be V's. Seeing him dance to that Mary Poppins Clockwork Orange sounding ass music is what I live for. The special provocations taunts, at least those used by the original trio, actually take after one of Nero's taunts where he pulls his hood up and it remains on his head until either he takes damage, activates Devil Trigger, or a boss enemy does a big AoE gust effect that momentarily stuns Nero. So if the player wants to pull that hood up, they no longer have to hope to get that specific taunt animation at a convenient time. Dante's special provocation sees him sweeping his hair back the same way Vergil's always been known to do. There's also this heart. I don't know what to say about that. V's special provocation has him turning his cane into a goddamn lightsaber, fully embracing the fact that the guy's been memed on for looking like Kylo Ren, and like I said earlier, it can actually kill enemies, which is just fucking awesome. Vergil's special provocation is different though. Vergil sees him performing a powerful slash with the Yamato, which will freeze an enemy it connects with until the Yamato is sheathed, at which point the affected enemy will suffer a great deal of damage. This is peak Vergil. Don't get me wrong, this is not a practical method of attack, but god damn, Don't even bother trying to convince me that this isn't the single sexiest thing a Devil May Cry player has ever done. Nero also has a couple more unique taunting related abilities. He has a special taunt called Recovery Provocation where he'll chew some bubblegum, healing 2 bars of health, which is neat. And if the player presses the taunt button while sprinting, Nero will do a dropkick. It's impractical when dealing with more than a single enemy since the player needs to not be locked on in order to sprint in the first place. It leaves Nero pretty vulnerable, does piss weak damage on even the weakest of enemies, and the player will most likely forget they can even do this, or at least I did, but hey, it still looks cool. Besides, fans like myself would be rioting if they dared to omit this one. Kinda like how I still haven't forgiven them for taking away Dante's ability to ride enemies across the room while popping off with ebony and ivory. So okay, it took nearly an hour and a half, but I've finally covered the characters. Now let's talk about the campaign. I'm going to be talking about the story events as they occur, however I will be referencing later events in the story that pertain to whatever it is I'm discussing. There will be some hopping around, but I'll be sure to make it clear when I'm citing something from another point in the story or from another game.
We've known each other a long time. You never had this much trouble. You gonna make it through this, Dante?
And it grew both day and night, till it bore an apple bright. The Poison Tree is a poem commonly interpreted as being about the dangers of allowing one's emotions to fester, thus creating a poisonous tree that bears deadly fruit. Both Dante and Vergil have repressed, to varying extents, parts of their heritage. Vergil specifically bore 2 poisonous fruits from the repression of his humanity, Urizen and V, the former being responsible for the awakening of the Qliphotht and the beginning of the story. The first character we're introduced to is Morrison, and he looks a bit different. He's rocking the trilby. Morrison seems to doubt if Dante can handle the job, which is a first for the series. Dante has been a borderline invincible character for years now, only ever really struggling against Vergil and Mundus, both of which he fought when he was much younger. In Devil May Cry's 2 and 4, Dante basically couldn't give less of a fuck. He casually destroys the Chaos Demon Argisax, turned into the Despair embodied, and acts like a fucking Looney Tunes character when dealing with the demons of DMC4. So to start the story off with a character questioning Dante's ability to get the job done, a character that's known Dante for years, is a great way to present the stakes of the story. Nero is the only character that seems to think Dante will be fine, however Nero is very inexperienced as a devil hunter, so it makes sense that he wouldn't truly understand what's at stake. Plus, the only time he's seen Dante in action was during the events of Devil May Cry 4, where Dante was acting very silly. V scolds Nero, telling him that he should not underestimate this demon, as it was he that stole Nero's arm, establishing V as a very intelligent, albeit shady character in a matter of a handful of lines. Oh, and yeah, Nero's missing an arm, we'll get to that in a moment. So within a minute we have a basic grasp of Dante and Nero's motivations, and the antagonist has been effectively established as the most powerful demon ever. The loading screen that follows even summarizes everything that's been established so far, describing Dante as a legend and this new demon as one that can match him blow for blow. Does that sound familiar? I think Devil May Cry 3 still holds the crown for the best starting mission of the series, but Devil May Cry 5 is definitely a close second. The player starts off fighting pretty basic enemies as they make their way through the Qliphotht. The Impuses are basically insectoid punching bags, with green Impuses allowing the player to experiment with aerial combat so as to mix things up. Since they heal other enemies, it also incentivizes prioritization of targets. There are only a handful of encounters, but they do a great job at facilitating a pretty basic tutorial that allows the player to figure the combat out for themselves in a relatively organic fashion. The player might even be feeling pretty confident the further along they get. However, that confidence will be utterly shattered upon reaching Urizen, who is borderline impossible to kill on a first playthrough. Okay, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but he's pretty tough. Like, this dude doesn't fuck around. To call this a spike in difficulty would be a bit of an understatement. Upon reaching Urizen, Nero finds Dante, Lady, and Trish completely wiped out, meaning that it's up to Nero to save the day. Nero makes a yo mama joke.
Did your mother ever teach you it's not nice to steal?
And Urizen's just kinda like... Nero's swatted like a fly, and V shows up with a look on his face that pretty much says it all. Just as Urizen is about to finish off Nero, Dante gets back up for round 2 using his devil trigger to hold off Urizen while he tells Nero and V to leave. Nero, of course, objects, but then Dante hits him with that mentor bomb.
Go! You're just dead weight!
Nero's pissed off, but V scolds him, saying,
Stop hitting yourself and think of ways to get stronger and actually help.
Urizen then hits Dante with a single punch, blowing him away and shattering the rebellion. Allow me to repeat that. He shattered the fucking rebellion. The sword that Dante has had since childhood. The sword we've seen Dante using on the cover art of damn near every title. Well, not really, but still, you see it on DMC3, so it kind of matters. Holy shit. We then cut to Nero and V jumping from the Qlipoth, with V riding Nightmare, which is a pretty cool little detail. Morrison's just kind of like, what the fuck? And the team is forced to retreat as the Qlipoth roots begin to kill more and more people. What a fucking opening. Dante is out, Urizen has been established as the most powerful character in this franchise's history up to this point, Nero and V have no options but to retreat, and the entire world is in danger. The stakes could not be higher. And not only that, but this demon Urizen just kicked your ass. You gonna just take that? Not only are there narrative reasons to be invested in taking down Urizen, but there are even purely mechanical reasons. Devil May Cry 3 excelled at this type of design, with the narrative and mechanical facets being interwoven in a way that allows the player to feel properly invested, so to see DMC5 doing the same thing straight out the gate is just excellent. The prologue is also worth going back to because of how fun it can be to try and defeat Urizen. If Urizen's defeated, a secret ending will play out proclaiming, "Indeed, this was the perfect ending all had hoped for," and the next difficulty setting will be unlocked. The player will also get a massive score for the mission with a generous amount of red orbs to boot. This is just classic video game design. Being rewarded for breaking the script via exceptional skill is something I really wish more games would take to doing. It's kind of like how in Souls games, the players will be generously rewarded, most of the time, for beating bosses they're meant to die to.
Holy shit!
What's that?
Everybody knows that you can't compare stuff
Oh,
to
you're
Dark
not
Souls
supposed to
because it's
Dark.
Dark
You're not supposed to
Souls,
compare
you
games to Dark
dumb
Souls.
fuck.
Oh.
It's the only
Wow.
game ever. It's all that
Anyways, the
matters.
Demon Vanguard and Urizen may be pretty simple fights in retrospect, but they're made so much more memorable with simple design choices like these. It's also a very effective way of showing the player just how powerful this boss is in a way that makes them sympathize more with the protagonist. Those playing Vergil's campaign will be playing through the same levels, however there will be next to nothing in terms of story content, which, this is honestly a shame, but at least the levels themselves are still fantastic. Wow, no Vergil's storyline. Even the DMC reboot gave him that much.
You've done it. How does it feel? Power. I need more power. You have something that belongs to me. This is mine. Then I'll take it.
Yeah. Anyways, when starting Vergil's campaign, the cutscene of Vergil stealing Nero's arm will play, but this time from the perspective of Vergil. When Vergil walks through the portal, the cutscene will then cut to him arriving at the Sparta estate, killing a couple riots before cutting to that downright magnificent shot of him being restored towards the end of the game. This is pretty weak. It's pure fan service that adds nothing new to the story. Even in isolation, it does next to nothing in terms of introducing Vergil as a character. Even Devil May Cry 3 and 4 Special Editions showed a little bit of backstory on Vergil pertaining to why he was there and what he was doing during the events of DMC3. This is just lazy. And why does he kill these riots? I mean, okay, I get why he killed the riots, but why were they there? Why did Capcom set this scene up? What's the point of this? At the very least, the mission itself is just as effective with introducing how Vergil plays as it is with Nero. Playing Vergil for the first time is a blast given just how much is available to him from the start. I actually almost managed to defeat Urizen my first time ever playing as Vergil, which is probably quite the testament to just how powerful he is, but hey, I'm not complaining. It's also worth noting that if Urizen is defeated as Vergil, the text that appears for the secret ending is different than Nero's. It's entirely non-canonical, but it's fun to see as a reward for those skilled enough to unlock it.
Same crap, different day.
But where the prologue seeks to humble the player and make its stakes clear, Mission 1 seeks to empower the player. Right out the gate, it's revealed that this mission is taking place a full month after the events of the prologue. Red Grave is an apocalyptic war zone. This is also where the player is introduced to Nicoletta Goldstein, daughter of DMC4's residential Chad, Agnes. Their dialogue at the start of the mission doesn't say it outright, but it's clear that whoever her father was, he was killed by Dante, and apparently he did lots of research that the Devil May Cry gang was able to make use of. In the flashback at the end of the mission, Nero points out to Nico that she owed him for the documents he gave her pertaining to the Order, the villains of DMC4, so at that point it should be pretty clear who her father is to anyone relatively familiar with the prior game. Their dialogue at the beginning of Mission 1 also reveals that Dante is still in Redgrave and that the current plan, or at least part of it, is to save him. What follows is one of the most memorable parts of the game, hell of the franchise, with Nero killing demons stylishly and in slow motion to the tune of Casey Edwards' phenomenal Devil Trigger.
DMC is back!
And what a glorious comeback this has been. And of course it's capped off with the obligatory "this game does not promote smoking or the use of cigarettes." It's so goddamn corny, I love it. Nero and Nico's dialogue is also kind of adorable. They have a little brother big sister dynamic where she's constantly poking fun at him for taking himself so seriously, but you can tell they do care about one another to some extent. Nero tells her that smoking is nasty and that the van smells like ass, but he's kind enough to give her a light. What a bro. It's also established that Nico is, behind that ridiculous southern accent and carefree silliness, pretty damn smart. She makes Nero's devil breakers for him, and when Crew Cut tries to tell Nero that he's gonna get himself killed, Nico's like, "Nah, Bo, he's got this." Mission 1 plays out very similarly to the prologue. The player fights through a small map of demons, and at the end they face a boss. However, this time around they're equipped with the new Devil Breaker, and the boss itself is a complete pushover. The presentation and design of the boss are still fantastic though, so it doesn't feel as though the game is intentionally babying the player, but rather it's reminding them that just because they got knocked down, that doesn't mean they can't get back up and kick some demon ass. This mission also introduces the Clyphoth tentacles, which can be destroyed for some health via the green orbs they drop. There are also some red explosive barrels littered across the bridge, showing the player that sometimes there will be environmental interactions worth experimenting with. All of this of course applies to those playing as Vergil as well. This mission concludes with a flashback of Nero losing his arm 1 month prior to the events of the prologue. Vergil is draped in ragged clothing, his breathing isn't steady, and he walks with something of a limp. Nero, being the kind-hearted good boy he is, assumes that the man is just lost or hungry. But it doesn't take long for him to pick up that the hooded man isn't your average vagrant. Nero's arm, which contains the Yamato, begins to glow, at which point Kyrie hollers for Nero, who yells for her to get back inside, and it's at this point that Vergil disarms Nero. Good thing Nero's a lefty.
Somebody call a doctor?
Mission 2 is where things really start to pick up. This was the level used in the demo, and it's where the player will see a number of firsts, including optional encounters, hidden items, a secret mission, and the first truly dynamic boss battle. But let's start off with the story. Nico proceeds to drop off Nero, but before he leaves, Nico hands him a manifesto from Morrison, explaining that Dante used to go by the name Tony Redgrave when he was younger, an alias undoubtedly linked to Redgrave City. Morrison doesn't know the reason he went by this alias, but he speculates that it might have something to do with the city itself. This is also a bit of a nod to the original Devil May Cry. No, not the first Devil May Cry game, I mean the original Devil May Cry. I'm sure all of you are aware of DMC's origins as a Resident Evil 4 prototype, but what you might not know is that the protagonist of that game was going to be named, you guessed it, Tony Redgrave. So that's a neat little tidbit. Onto the mission itself. Jumping ahead in the level, this level's secret mission is especially interesting, as this is the first time I can remember a Devil May Cry game presenting one so straightforwardly. It's unmissable, so literally every player will know about the existence of these secret missions, and with the only challenge in this one being to eliminate all of the enemies, every player who chose to do this secret mission will feel incentivized to look out for more upon completion, as they reward the player with the ever so precious blue orb fragments, 4 of which will come together to form a complete blorb, thus increasing the player's overall maximum health. One could argue that the straightforward presentation of secret missions is a bit counterintuitive, however I would disagree with the notion that the very first one being presented so directly is a bad thing, as some of these things are really well hidden. This will also be the first mission where the player will encounter the Hell Kaina and Hell Antenora, the former of which is really just another jobber enemy similar to the Impuses. They can be a bit more dangerous if the player's too reckless, that sweeping scythe they have is notably lethal, at least on the higher difficulties, but overall they're not so bad. The Antenora, on the other hand, let's talk about these fuckers. The Hell Antenora are a unique enemy as they're generally rather lumbering and unintimidating, however upon being knocked down they'll go into an enraged state where they'll charge at the player and attack much faster, all the while being next to impossible to stagger. The player needs to be careful with how they attack these guys, especially in groups where a single attack might accidentally knock down multiple of them. They can be avoided pretty easily with simple air tricks, but otherwise less advanced players are going to want to be careful in how they approach these things. Vergil has something of an advantage against the Antenora with various attacks, most notably Beowulf's attack jump, that can parry the Antenora quite easily. Parrying is a skill that can be incredibly valuable for any player to become proficient at, however it's not at all easy, so the Antenora, with their slower and more telegraphed attacks, make for good practice. This mission also introduces the player to the phone booth, a checkpoint of sorts where Nico can be called so as to restock on Devil Breakers, or otherwise spend those hard-earned red orbs. What makes these checkpoints so memorable, however, is how, whenever Nico's contacted, she'll find some outrageously comical way of getting there. The one here isn't particularly crazy, she just drives off a ledge and lands nearby, but as we'll see later on, these cutscenes can get pretty insane. You can tell the team had a lot of fun putting these together, but I suppose I could say that about every aspect of this game at this point. This mission is capped off with one of my favorite bosses in the game, the Goliath, a large demon with a belly mouth capable of all kinds of demonic shenanigans. Nero's dialogue with the Goliath in the pre-fight cutscene is also classic Devil May Cry. Big monstrous demon talks a big game taking itself very seriously, only for the funny anime boy to act snarky pissing it off. The fight starts on top of a building, but once the player deals a fixed amount of damage, the Goliath will smash through the ceiling, taking the fight inside the church where he'll attack the player using various pillars holding the building up. After dealing another fixed amount of damage, the Goliath will use one of his more powerful attacks where he creates a fiery vortex that draws anything in its path into the beast's belly mouth. It's at this point that the player is going to want to bail through the opening in the side of the church, leading to the plaza where the final phase of the fight takes place. At this point, the Goliath will have full access to all of its moves, and players who take too long to kill him will learn this all too well, as he'll begin to use some pretty powerful attacks as his health gets so low. The Goliath is just an all-around knockout of a boss fight, and he really feels like the first truly great boss of the game. Don't get me wrong, Throne Room Urizen and the Clyfoth plant are pretty awesome for their own reasons, but this is the first boss fight in the game that will really put the player's skills to the test, and the amount of experimenting that can be done with it on replay is truly something. Killing the Goliath before he can even get to the next phase of the fight is incredibly satisfying to pull off also. There's not too much to say about Vergil exclusively when it comes to this level, but I will say that fighting the Goliath as Vergil was a pretty fresh experience. I played the base game for hundreds of hours, so you can probably guess I fought this boss a good 1,000 times at this point, so to be able to engage with this already dynamic boss fight in new ways was genuinely exciting. Using air trick to close the distance and following up with enemy step to avoid being attacked while also dishing out judgment cuts and lunar phases was a ton of fun. Throw in Doppelganger and send Devil Trigger and this poor thing didn't even stand a chance. After Nero defeats the Goliath, a mysterious black chicken appears, and while it distracts the weakened Goliath, in comes V, reading a verse from William Blake's lyrical poem, When Early Morn Walks Forth in Sober Grey. Upon finishing the lyric, V summons Shadow to take down the Goliath, at which point V finishes it off, quoting the last line from William Blake's poem, A Dream. This dude really knows his stuff. V suggests to Nero that before they seek out Dante, they need to exterminate some Qlipoth roots, which is what missions 3 and 4 will have the player doing. The Qlipoth is essentially a vampiric flora that uses the blood of humans to grow Qlipoth fruit, which is eventually revealed to be a powerful relic that Mundus used to become the ruler of the underworld. So, this shit's fucking evil, and it kinda needs to be stopped. Nico then arrives and tells Nero to toss her a piece of Goliath's horn, which she'll use to create a new Devil Breaker, at which point we get this famous piece of dialogue.
Did you just sniff that? Do you have any idea where that's been?
Up your butt?
Mission 3. V proposes the team split up to cover more ground, but before him and Nero leave, we get some great banter with Nico. The bickering she does with Nero is honestly just adorable. She's definitely the big sister teasing the little bro, but nothing she says really comes off as mean-spirited. When she tells Nero not to get smacked around by demons so much, it's more of a, you can do better than that, than a, you fucking suck, bitch! Her banter with Griffin is also something I greatly appreciate. I love seeing more minor characters interacting with one another, not just in DMC, but any media. Dialogue that doesn't include a protagonist is inherently interesting to me, as it doesn't have to be particularly serious or relative to the plot. It's just a couple of characters being themselves in a fresher light that can offer a new perspective. Also, Nico begins to space out. Are we sure that's a cigarette? There's also an allusion to the identity of Nico's grandmother, the .45 caliber virtuoso. This is none other than Nell Goldstein, a character from the Devil May Cry novel who crafted Dante, who then was going by Tony Redgrave, his legendary ebony and ivory pistols. Not only is it a nice callback to older DMC works, but it further explains how Nico came to be such a competent weapon artisan. Good stuff. Mission 3, like its predecessor, introduces the player to a number of mechanics primarily to do with the environment. You get these things, which I only recently was reminded are called Grim Grips, but I call them Chandelures. I already had this joke written in the previous drafts of the script, and I'm too lazy to Control F all of the Chandelures to Grim Grips, so you're just gonna have to deal with the Gen 5 reference. Don't at me. The Chandelures can be used to zip from one part of the level to the other using Nero's hookshot or Vergil's air trick. Typically, they can only be used after firing at them or by standing on a platform. The level is littered with these things, so the way they're used will become ingrained in the player's head pretty quickly. They're not a nuisance though, and there's a bit of exploration to be done using them, which can be rewarding on its own. There's also the Qlipoth blood sacks, which, when destroyed, will open up new areas in the level. However, the player will typically have to face a group of enemies upon destroying them, which is always worth considering. There are also a couple of new enemies introduced here, including the Pyrobats, which act as the first true test of the player's ability to engage in aerial combat, and the Death Scissors will perform a very similar task with their own set of quirks. The Pyrobats are pretty straightforward. They fly around and shoot fireballs. Pretty simple stuff. Attack whenever possible, dodge their projectiles, hook them over to you if you want. Nero and Vergil actually play quite similarly against them. Close the distance using a hookshot or air trick and do that combo where you attack twice and spin upwards. Then there's the Death Scissors, an enemy we haven't seen since the first Devil May Cry. Not only is it just kick-ass to see such a beloved enemy brought to life on modern hardware, but their overall design still holds up. Hell, I'd argue they're some of the best enemies in this game. They're definitely one of my favorites. Players can learn so much from fighting the Death Scissors. Parrying, dodging, aerial combat, enemy step, the Death Scissors just lend themselves so well to the more advanced features in DMC5's combat, and players of any skill level can learn a lot just from fighting them. On top of that, the Death Scissors have a really cool gimmick where once their blades are broken, there will be a brief window in which the player can insta-kill them, regardless of their health. The player can also instantly break their blades with a perfectly timed attack as the blades shimmer. They can also be quite punishing, like with this follow-up attack, where they spin their blades while moving forward. Secret Mission 2 can also be found towards the end of the level. The player will eventually reach a stairwell where they have to move upwards into a new area, but if they go all the way up and through a hole in the roof, they'll actually be able to snag a blue orb. If they go all the way down to the bottom of the stairwell, they'll find the secret mission. This one might actually be pretty challenging for some players as it's essentially a DPS race. The player must eliminate all of the red impuses. Can't let a single one of those suckers live. These things will scatter and are more difficult to stun once they begin to dig, so it's imperative that the player make use of heavier attacks and even the blue rose so as to ensure victory. The player will need a decent understanding of Nero's attacks in order to win this mission. For Vergil, the go-to is Beowulf, as its heavier attacks that specialize in single target focus will make quick work of the red impuses even on the higher difficulties. It can be pretty fun, and not to mention pretty challenging depending on what skills the player's unlocked at this point, as well of course as their own personal skill level. The player might also notice this phone booth just outside the boss room, and just like in Mission 2, this can be used to get a hold of Nico. Doing so will lead to Nico dropping through the ceiling. This right here is just a tip of the iceberg. And finally there's this level's boss, Artemis. Those who've played DMC3 will recognize this as one of Dante's old devil arms. It's already been established that Dante sells his devil arms on the black market when business at Devil May Cry is slow. So from this, we can deduce that the Artemis managed to make it to Redgrave City at some point before the Qlipoth was unleashed. Reading into Nico's files will further elaborate on this for anyone who's potentially confused as to how the hell the demon Artemis has returned. Artemis is a great boss for this level because now that the player has spent so much time engaging in aerial combat with the Pyrobats and Death Scissors, their skills can now be put to the test. Artemis has pretty simple attack patterns, but there's enough variety in the attacks and Artemis is mobile enough that the player might find themselves getting pretty overwhelmed. There are laser beams that can be fired from multiple directions, a flying attack, an AoE shriek if the player is just kicking this thing's ass, and there are even these annoying shiny chandeliers that have a few attacks of their own. But, players who took note of the chandeliers from before will know to shoot them, which will result in them being immobilized. Following the logical through line, the player can use the hookshot on them, and it'll bring Nero right up to Artemis, making for an easy method for closing the distance, something very handy against such a mobile boss. The boss itself isn't too particularly difficult, but players who've been slacking on aerial combat will have a really hard time here, especially those who haven't gotten enemy step or air hike yet. This is also an interesting fight for Vergil since he's a beta male without a double jump. Air trick definitely helps, but since Vergil dishes out so much damage, either Artemis is going to spend a lot of its time trying to get the fuck away from this edgelord, or doing that AoE shriek, meaning that the player will need to know how to respond accordingly. The shriek actually makes things relatively interesting, acting as a sort of warning to the player that while ruthless aggression can be rewarding, reckless play can be detrimental. I'm gonna admit something embarrassing. Artemis actually killed me because I was being so reckless my first time fighting it. I was also on Legendary Dark Knight and my health wasn't maxed out, so the damage Artemis was dealing was pretty high, relatively speaking. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought to myself, damn, this dude may be crazy powerful, but I can't just be a reckless idiot mashing buttons. The fight itself became pretty damn fun once I learned the proper timing for air trick and judgment cuts. Once Artemis is defeated, Nero will cut it open with the Red Queen, with Lady spilling out from inside the demon. This will undoubtedly leave the player a bit confused, but later on in a flashback it's revealed that Urizen took Lady and Trish captive. Lady was used to create the demon Artemis, and Trish was used to create Cavalier Angelo. The weapon Artemis was a demonic firearm, and Cavalier Angelo is a demon that uses electrical attacks, so it makes sense that Lady, who is arguably the most skilled character when it comes to firearms, and Trish, who has lightning powers, would be used for the creation of these specific demons. But since we're so early on in the story, it makes sense that the Qlipoth and this demonic uprising would be kept relatively mysterious for the time being. Nero brings the unconscious Lady to the Devil May Cry van, and we get some more banter between him and Nico before the mission concludes. Like with Goliath, Nico picks up a remain of the Artemis and proceeds to make another Devil Breaker out of it. For Vergil, Mission 3 can be seen as something of a tutorial regarding his air trick, as it's one of his most useful techniques for dealing with airborne enemies. I have mixed feelings about air trick as I've sort of already gone over, but its ability to keep Vergil in the air and glued to enemies is insanely fun to make use of. Poor Artemis hardly stands a chance against this, even with those shiny chandeliers. But the Death Scissors are a lot of fun, as Vergil's ability to parry is all but unmatched. It's also worth noting that his interactions with the chandeliers are noticeably polished. In Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, one of the most frustrating things in the entire game was trying to navigate those Grim Grips with Vergil. The animation is much more consistent and polished here, alleviating any potential frustration to be had with the chandeliers, which is always a plus.
Oh, geniuses, be careful. Yeah, no shit, Shirley. Ain't that right, V? I mean, you are fragile at the moment. Wouldn't take much to wipe you out in a sticky situation. I'm just saying that running away is okay. It's always okay to run away if you're not up for it.
He who desires but act not breeds pestilence. So it is written.
Mission 4 takes us to where V split off to. At the start of the first combat encounter, Griffin recommends running away, establishing that physically, V is actually very weak, lacking the demonic DNA that makes characters like Dante and Nero so physically capable. V's retort,
He who desires but act not breeds pestilence. So it is written.
Is his own eccentric way of saying that he wants to be a stylish demon killer, which makes sense given that he's the human avatar of Vergil, a character who's been shown to enjoy stylish demon slaying. Griffin then responds with his own little poem telling V it's important that they don't get themselves killed. Griffin may be a wacky talking chicken, but he's not stupid. Mission 4 marks the first time ever playing as V, who up to this point has been a pretty mysterious boy. I love the pacing of this level because it doesn't spend too much time really trying to tutorialize V. This level is mostly very straightforward encounters against weaker mobs of enemies, not only allowing the player further opportunity to learn, but also acting as an effective enough test of skill to make sure the player is where they need to be before this level's boss fight. This level flies by, but I remember when I first played it I felt like I had learned all of the basics when it came to V by the time I'd reached the boss, and that's pretty impressive considering that not only is this a new character in this game, but it's an entirely new character archetype for this genre. This mission also has V's first secret mission, which can be stumbled across pretty easily with adequate enough exploration on the player's part. The goal here is simple: collect all the red orbs. Shadow's quick playability makes this secret mission much easier, but it's still possible to complete even without it. It's also worth noting that the blue orb fragments the player collects from secret missions are universally applied to the characters. This includes Vergil. So at this point the player will only need one more fragment to complete a blue orb, thus increasing their overall health. Doing this secret mission with Vergil is pretty straightforward, however it would be nice if the dude had a double jump, just saying. Like Nero, V can use set phone booths to contact Nico. Maybe it's just me, but there's something low-key hilarious about V using a phone booth. It's like watching someone at a Comic-Con with this really amazing cosplay ordering food at a nearby McDonald's. Maybe I'm just weird, I don't know. Even the way he interacts with a phone booth is eccentric. I just love him. Nico will then come driving off a freaking roof, prompting V to dodge and use Shadow to ensure Nico lands safely. See, underneath all that edge is a caring young man. The level is capped off with the boss Nidhogg, which will be more or less difficult depending on how well the player is getting the hang of V. The boss arena is pretty small and there are multiple enemies to engage with, so not only will the player need to keep track of Shadow and Griffin, but they'll also need to make sure that they do what they can to avoid Nidhogg's attacks. This might sound a bit overwhelming for V's very first boss, but it feels pretty good to play once you're in the thick of it. When Nidhogg's serpents have been dispatched, Nidhogg will enter a vulnerable state in which the player can focus on him. Of course, if the player really wants, they can just attack Nidhogg while the serpents are out. However, this proves to be quite difficult even on the easier difficulties, as aerial combat isn't V's strong suit, especially when already trying to dodge the attacks of the serpents. During the latter portion of the fight, sometimes Nidhogg will do away with the serpents and bring out several clones of himself. Of course, these can be attacked, but it's honestly best to just try and dodge their attacks, as they won't be around for very long anyways. I will say, something that does bother me about this fight is the lack of depth perception. Nidhogg is a static boss, being set to one side of the stage, but keeping the camera over here just makes it really hard to tell how far away your enemies are. Normally in Devil May Cry 5, the boss fight camera is meant to focus purely on the boss, keeping them at the center of the fight most of the time. I get with Nidhogg being kind of static that this would make it kind of awkward, so I don't know why they didn't opt to just change the camera or keep it purely focused on V and allow him to turn it. As he does with any boss, V will recite some good old William Blake as he finishes off Nidhogg, quoting a line from the Proverbs of Hell that describes a worm recognizing the plow as a tool that just happened to be doing what it was meant to do with no regard for the life of the worm. He then says, "What'd he say?" Which is just... he's so fucking adorable. Fighting Nidhogg as Vergil, on the other hand, is all but a complete joke. Remember how I said V wasn't particularly effective when it came to aerial combat, so the option to attack Nidhogg exclusively rather than just the serpents wasn't particularly viable? Yeah, well, that completely goes out the window when playing as Vergil thanks to Air Trick. Just air trick onto Nidhogg and air combo him to death. The player can of course kill the serpents quite easily, especially with Judgment Cut, at which point Vergil can bring despair onto poor Nidhogg. Even on the highest difficulties, even on Hell in Hell, Nidhogg just doesn't stand a chance against Vergil, especially if the player uses Judgment Cut End. Judgment Cut End completely decimates both Nidhogg and the serpents, effectively making it the anti-Nidhogg. Poor thing. The mission concludes with Nidhogg disappearing, and in some ways behind it is the giant demon Gilgamesh. V concedes that that's a little more than he can handle, so he flees, eventually falling into the sewers beneath Redgrave. V notices that the roots are running rampant beneath the city, and proceeds through the sewers to clean up what he can.
Malthus. Of course. More trouble. Not sure about that one, though. Never seen it before. Not in the underworld, anyway.
Mission 5 introduces the Impusa Queens. The Impusa Queens will probably be the first of the lesser demons that give players any real trouble. They have weird hitboxes given the curvature of their bodies, and they can hit pretty hard, especially on higher difficulties. They start off as aggressive as any other enemy, but upon feasting on blood pools, or the player if they pull off a grab attack, they'll enter an enraged state where they're just relentless. They're not easy to stagger either, and they have pretty big health pools even on the lower difficulties. They can even jump pretty damn far to close the distance. Players really can't screw around too much with these things, and they're often accompanied by green impuces, which should be dispatched of as quickly as possible so they don't heal the queen. I think it was really smart of the designers to introduce this enemy in one of V's missions. After all, V has pretty good crowd control, but also needs to maintain a safe distance of his own. As for Vergil, players will want to use Air Trick to remove the green impuces from the equation as quickly as possible. At this point, they can either take a CQC approach, ideally with Beowulf or Force Edge, where the goal is heavy stagger into aerial mix-ups, or maintain a distance using attacks like Drive and Judgment Cut to cut through the queen's health. However, doing this will require the player to keep an eye on the queen, as she will of course leap at Vergil. Encounters in Mission 5 also see occasional interference from Gilgamesh, or more specifically its legs crashing from the surface above. Of course, one can attack them to prevent them from attacking, but they don't really do much anyways. The disappointment that is Gilgamesh will continue into the next mission, but for now it's at least pretty out of the way, and does little to break up the pacing. This mission is also host to another secret mission, and this one might prove the most difficult to come across for any new player, as it's located at the top of a set of stairs found in an optional area that can only be accessed by summoning Nightmare to smash through a wall. The mission itself requires the player to eliminate all enemies without taking a single hit. The Antinorras can make this pretty difficult, but if the player has a relatively large enough DT gauge, and the promotion ability which lets the player ride Nightmare, thus becoming invulnerable, this secret mission can be a bit of a cakewalk. I of course did not have promotion, so this one took me a few tries, but eventually I got the hang of it. Vergil doesn't have any particularly effective abilities that assist with this secret mission, but in fairness I don't think he really needs them. Mission 5 is capped off with one of my favorite bosses in the game, and that's the Elder Garian Knight. They brought back the fucking Garian. Okay, I know it's fan service, but I could not care less. This thing is fucking wicked. A time-manipulating horse that can teleport and is ridden by a lightning-summoning demon. The cutscene just prior to the fight sees V and Griffin eavesdropping on the knight being spoken to by the Malphas. The Malphas tells the knight to seek out the Devil Sword Sparta, as its existence could itself be a threat to Urizen's plans. Griffin also comments to V that he's never seen that knight in the underworld before, implying it's a creation of Urizen's, which we eventually discover it is. When Malphas is gone, V approaches the Garian Knight, claiming to know what it is, and then saying,
Don't worry. I'll be gentle.
Oh my god, I just want to bend you over. The fight itself is really fast-paced, and there will be points where the player is running for their life trying to dodge this thing's attacks. The Garian will occasionally create these bubbles that slow the player down should they be caught in them, and while this can leave the player quite vulnerable, one could use it to their advantage. Check out this clip from my first Hell in Hell playthrough where I'm completely vulnerable, but at the last second I summon Nightmare. The extended animation means extended invincibility frames, which means I'm completely safe. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but this was some major galaxy brain shit. So now when I fight this thing, I use Shadow to go into a sidestep through the bubbles, at which point I can't even be touched. So not only is this fight exhilarating, but it rewards player intuition. I'll say it again, this boss kicks ass. And it's a pretty uniquely challenging boss for V, given how aggressive and mobile it is. And of course, when finishing the Garian off, V will recite another quote from the Proverbs of Hell, basically calling the Garian Knight a fucking idiot. However, the Garian Knight escapes despite the death of his steed, so perhaps we'll be encountering him again later. Playing as Vergil in this fight is just insanely fun due to how fast-paced both the Knight and Vergil generally are. As Vergil, the player will constantly be on this thing's tail as it scrambles to defend itself. Time bubbles extend the invincibility frames of Air Trick, but they also give the Knight a momentary reprieve. The player also needs to watch out for AoE attacks, so like with Artemis, constantly sticking with Air Trick needs some mediation. Following the death of the Garian, the Knight Cavalier Angelo escapes. V opts to chase it, concluding that the Devil Sword Sparta may be their only hope at defeating Urizen. Griffin asks what he plans to do with the Sparta, since it requires immense physical and mental fortitude to wield, neither of which V has. This is an interesting line because it briefly alludes to the fact that V has a lot of inner turmoil, not much of which is seen by the other characters. V then wonders if Nero could be capable of wielding the Devil Sword Sparta before taking a piece of the Garian back to Nico so she can build a new Devil Breaker for Nero. So, on to mission 6. This mission is... it's fucking lame. I'll admit I thought it was kinda cool when I first played it, but on repeat playthroughs it's just not fun. It's just a set piece, and the appeal is completely gone the second time around. This boss is Gilgamesh, another callback to one of Dante's old devil arms. The player will have to jump onto its back so they can attack a weak spot, dodging attacks along the way. It's simple, easy, and really doesn't test the player's skill in any significant way. Honestly, there's just not much to say about it. Eventually it crashes through the ground, allowing the player a window in which they can lay into it, but that's about the extent of it. It's a shame, really. It looks really cool, but the fight itself just lacks any creativity. With Vergil, it's even worse, due to the lack of a freaking double jump. Enemy stepping up this thing is really damn frustrating, so Vergil's only real option is to lock onto one of the tentacle things, air trick over to it, and then air trick over to the weak spot on its back. This probably doesn't sound too infuriating, but remember that air trick teleports Vergil to whatever the summoned sword hits, meaning that until this fucking tentacle thing decides to get out of the way, Vergil's just gonna be stuck in one place. And if the player stops repeatedly air tricking for even a moment, Vergil will drop straight to the ground. The fight isn't so irritating as Nero, thanks to how easily he can reach higher spots, but with Vergil it becomes a chore that requires the player to exploit just how overpowered air trick actually is in order to succeed. Once Vergil is on Gilgamesh's back, all the player needs to do to stay on is spam air trick on the weak spot so as to avoid being knocked off whenever attacks are incoming. This includes the spike attack, by the way. Vapid doesn't even begin to describe how this feels. The only real upside is that this boss can be beaten with relative ease and doesn't take too long. But when it does come up, it's kind of a chore. There's not much to say about the story either. After defeating Gilgamesh, Nico uses a piece of it to make another Devil Breaker. So this mission is probably the least necessary in the entire game. Mission 7's great though.
Nice. Getting the band back together, huh?
What evil lurks? I must destroy.
I thought that was the plan all along.
Mission 7 starts off with Lady telling Nero that Trish has been captured, but she doesn't know what happened with Dante. V comes by and gives Nico the piece from Garion, allowing her to make another Devil Breaker. Before Nero and V head out, there's this really great interaction where V tells Lady that he's glad to see her safe. Lady doesn't think much of it, but anyone familiar enough with Devil May Cry 3 knows that Vergil and Lady have something of a history. Lady wanted Vergil dead because she believed that he'd corrupted and killed Arkham, but as it turned out, Arkham was alive and had manipulated Vergil from the very beginning. Vergil never seemed to really hold any degree of animosity towards Lady, but he was still involved in a plot with her father that had traumatized her. This line from V seems to indicate that maybe, just maybe, Vergil might have felt some degree of remorse for the pain he'd helped inflict on her. This is of course just my own reading of this moment, so do interpret it however you will. It is worth noting that one of the reasons V is so effectively interesting is how every scene with him alludes to his identity while being open-ended enough for players to discuss what the true meaning of it all is. He isn't just some weirdo saying vague nonsense. Every line he says carries some weight to it both in a first-time playthrough and in following retrospect. Before the mission starts, there's a very short scene setting up a Nico gag later on in the mission, though I'm sure most people had forgotten that's what this scene was even doing due to, what was I talking about? Mission 7. This is an interesting one because it's one of two missions in the game where the player can choose one of multiple playable characters. In this case, the options being Nero and V. Depending on which character they choose, the first half or so of the level will actually take place in a separate area. For Vergil, he starts off where Nero does. Papa's gotta show him how it's done. The differences between the two paths are relatively minimal, but it's always cool to see levels having multiple ways of playing out. Mission 7 starts off in a subway station, and it's here that the game will introduce the riots, which immediately run away. Alright then. Anyways, jumping ahead, riots are these giant lizard enemies that jump around very sporadically and can overwhelm the player when in a pack. So it's especially imperative as V to make sure that not only are the riots being attacked, but V is maintaining a safe distance. As Nero, it's best to try and isolate a riot either with air juggles or continuous use of gap makers like Streak or Caliber. However, they do have some aerial combat capabilities, so the player needs to be sure not to get too greedy when it comes to their attacks. Since Vergil has such excellent crowd control, it's very easy for him to just use attacks like Round Trip, Judgment Cut, Drive, etc. in order to overwhelm a pack of riots. The point of convergence for Nero and V's respective levels occurs in an open area at the end of the subway station at the base of a set of escalators. Following this encounter, the player will have to navigate the escalators while dealing with electric mushrooms that fire slow-tracking energy attacks. There are also other enemies that spawn on the escalators. I don't enjoy this encounter personally due to the nature of escalators always moving backwards, but I can see where some players might enjoy it, and it is skippable, so it's not as if I'm being forced to engage with an encounter I don't personally enjoy, which is always a plus. Nero can handle this area with relative ease thanks to aerial attacks like Caliber and Payline, but V will be more difficult to fight with here, due to the varying elevations that can cause tisms with Shadow and the constant movement of the escalators. After one more combat encounter, the player will descend to a large theater where this level's boss fight plays out. It's not a boss so much as a mob of buffed enemies, however these are some kick-ass enemies and it makes for one hell of an introduction to them. The pre-fight cutscene also shows V becoming enraged at the sight of the Angelos. Being that he's the avatar for Vergil's humanity, it makes sense that something resembling Nello Angelo would cause him to become upset in some way. And this isn't revealed until later, but they're also very close to where Vergil first awakened to his demonic power, meaning that the sight of demons at this place is something that might be causing a personal stir within him. God, he's such a good character. Anyways, these are the Angelos, an enemy some players might recognize from Devil May Cry 4. The Scudo Angelos are the weaker knights in white, and the player will need to be careful when attacking them from the front, as the Scudo Angelos are capable of parrying and even charging right through the majority of player attacks. Getting behind them is key, however once the player does, other Angelos will move in to attack, so it's best to either bring a single target into the air, where they'll be helpless, or maintain crowd control while avoiding their attacks. Nero specializes in the former, while V specializes in the latter, meaning the player will never be disadvantaged for picking one or the other. The shields can be broken though with enough attacks and even some well-timed parries, rendering the Angelo into a jobber tier dummy, further encouraging parrying and high risk versus reward gameplay. However, the Proto-Angelos are not so easy. The Proto-Angelos act as knight captains to the Scudo-Angelos and are some of the most dangerous enemies in the game. Their massive swords not only act as solid defenses against the player's straightforward attacks, but they deal some massive damage. On top of this, they're extremely difficult to stun. Players would be wise to either steer clear of them when fighting lesser mobs or try to isolate them so as to eliminate the greater potential threat. With this particular encounter acting as a boss fight of sorts, the Angelos will have increased health and damage output, a design choice that goes a long way in reinforcing the idea that these enemies are to be taken seriously. It may not be a traditional boss fight, but it's an excellently put together encounter nonetheless. For Vergil, this fight will be a test of the player's ability to mix crowd control with single target focus. Multi-judgment cuts, drive, kick 13, round trip, rapid slash, all of these attacks are great against the groups of Scudo Angelos, but for the Proto-Angelo, the player will want to hit as hard as possible with single target maneuvers like Rising Dragon and Lunar Phase. Summon sword attacks are also insanely useful here, especially for focusing the Proto-Angelo. Following the fight with the Angelos, Nero and V find themselves in a peculiar location. V remembers Redgrave City being attacked as he was playing in this very spot. Convenient spot? Maybe, but this is one of the more interesting moments with V. Knowing that he's Vergil, one can then infer that this was the place that he awakened to his demonic power. V even points out the old home of Dante and Vergil off in the distance.
Weak mortal. Demon power does not course through your veins, yet you try. How dare you strike me? You will regret being born useless and human. I will show you your worst nightmares.
Crazy as it may sound, so far the game has been pretty tame. Sure, it's a blast with plenty of great story beats, but a lot of what these levels have been doing is acclimating the player to the game's overall design philosophy of looking cool while kicking ass, as well as introducing the player to all of the baser mechanics such as aerial combat, crowd control, environmental interactions, etc., as well as introducing the player to the various characters while building up the events to come. But at this point, the player has completed 7 missions, 8 counting the prologue, so now those skills are really going to be put to the test, and the story is about to take one hell of a turn. Mission 8 has everything. Combat encounters with nice mixes of enemies, traversal, exploration that can either be rewarding or potentially punishing, secrets, you name it. This is also where Nero's second encounter with Urizen takes place, so it's natural that this mission should feel like a real escalation of everything that's come before. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Mission 8 kicks off with Nico arriving to pick up Nero. Did she and Lady The game then cuts to Nero arriving at the entrance of the Qlipoth, and it kind of feels like we missed something between this and the last scene. But hey, we already know they were close to the entrance anyways, so I suppose I can let it slide. Before we get into Mission 8 itself, let's talk real quick about its secret mission. Mission 8's secret mission is accessed by using the chandeliers that run off to the side of one of the elevators. In this mission, the player will have to use chandeliers in order to go from one side of the level to another without touching the ground. Some of the chandeliers even move around, meaning the player will really have to time their shots and hooks in order to make it all the way. Air Hike, the Air Taunt, and Gerbera are also a big help here. This is also the first secret mission that really feels different to play as Vergil. Vergil uses his trick dodge to fire a summoned sword at a chandelier, teleporting himself towards it. The animation feels really smooth, but the movement itself feels very different from Nero's hookshot, so the player will need to get a very different feel from how they did it as Nero in order to claim that precious Blorb fragment, or Gorb if this is the second time completing the secret mission. Mission 8 also introduces these platform arenas that, should the player not eliminate their enemies quickly enough, will collapse into a new area, forcing the player to fight a new group of enemies. This is very reminiscent of one of the secret missions in Devil May Cry 3, where the player had to ride an elevator up while keeping enemies off of it. If the player's itching for a good fight, they can just let the platform drop. It's a great way of providing a test of skill whilst allowing those skilled enough to play it how they like. One of these platforms can actually be completely avoided by using some more advanced aerial tricks. Mission 8 also introduces the Baphomet. Baphomets are a very interesting enemy to me because they're reimaginings of the goat demons from Devil May Cry 2. Yeah, this game took an enemy from that game and turned it into this kick-ass ice mage. Don't get me wrong, these are overall pretty easy enemies, but design-wise they're excellently realized and they do have some pretty cool attacks and behaviors. They initially have these ice barriers that make them immune to gunfire, summon swords, etc., meaning Nero will have to close the distance with an attack like Caliber and do an attack or two before being able to affect it with gunfire. Baphomets are also an interesting enemy for Vergil to fight because he can't air trick to them, as air trick requires a summoned sword to connect, and Baphomets are immune to the firearm attacks until rendered defenseless through melee. This mission also has one of my favorite Nico gags. Apparently payphones work even in the thick of the Qlipoth. It'll actually matter later on in the story, too. No, seriously, I'm not fucking around. It's really weird. Nero waits around for a while, reading some kind of magazine, before falling off the side of the ledge he was sleeping on as Nico arrives. I suppose it's important to get a good nap in before going into a big fight. But let's talk about the real reason we're here. Urizen. Once the player finally reaches his throne, it's time for round 2. He's still sitting on his throne like a smug prick, and like last time, the player will need to destroy this annoying-ass crystal first. Nero and Urizen have a brief exchange before the fight starts, with Nero showing that he's still salty about being called deadweight. Oh, you adorable man. Never change. Urizen tends to be more aggressive here, attacking at a higher rate than in the prologue, but given what the player has learned up to this point, it shouldn't be too difficult of a fight. Especially since he's now using what the player will recognize as variations of signature attacks used by previous bosses, such as Artemis lasers, Goliath's fireballs, and Garion's time bubbles. When the crystal is finally broken and that barrier collapses, the player will land a single blow before a cutscene is triggered. The cutscene itself shows Nero as being quite exhausted just from trying to land that one blow, and it's at this point that Urizen, feeling insulted by being attacked by a human, will stand up, and this is where the real Devil May Cry 5 begins. Urizen is an absolute powerhouse here. Just look at Nero's reaction to him standing up.
Fuck!
You plumb dum gone did it now, son.
What the what?
Urizen is far more powerful in this fight than he was before. Now, I've already gone over this fight pretty extensively in my previous video where I talked about beating him without taking any damage on every difficulty. Boy, that was fun. So this breakdown isn't going to be quite as technical as that one, however I'll be sure to go over the more important footnotes of the fight. Urizen now has melee attacks, and these cover a massive area of effect. Plus, there's almost always something else going on while he's trying to attack the player, like Artemis lasers, Clifoth tentacles, or time bubbles. What's cool about these melee attacks is that they actually have very tight hitboxes, so if you know exactly where they're going to be, you can potentially jump through them, dodge around them, or just straight up run through them. This fight is absolutely brutal, and it will overwhelm any first-time player. Nero is meant to lose here, just like in the prologue. However, just like in the prologue, Urizen can be defeated, thus triggering that secret ending, as well as providing generous rewards for the player. Don't bank on winning here though. Even if the player has gotten nothing but S ranks at this point, it's very unlikely they'll be capable of defeating Urizen. It's a terrific way of once again just showing how powerful this villain is, and making him super intimidating in a way that the player can relate to the protagonist with. But just when it appears all has been lost, in comes a mysterious demon. Whoa! It's Dante. Playing as Vergil here, on the other hand, is a completely different experience since the playing field it's almost even, with Vergil still being the broken character. While Vergil can absolutely rip and tear through this bitch-ass crystal, it's still imperative to make sure that Urizen's attacks are being avoided. Air tricks and even starfalls, aka dive kicks, are incredibly useful for getting out of the way of Urizen's attacks. A rapid slash ascension can help with closing the distance and gaining aerial advantage, as Vergil's aerial combos are pretty insane. Air trick is also really useful for dodging that goddamn homing tentacle attack. When I see that thing, I mash the the air trick button. You know, it's not Darkslayer, it's no longer a style, like I've never mashed before. It feels really good to give that obnoxious attack a giant fuck you as I prepare to split this thing's skull open. Seriously, fuck that tentacle. Fighting Urizen as Vergil is just a damn fun time. The fight is fast-paced, and with enough skill, Vergil can counter literally everything in Urizen's arsenal.
You can call me V.
Okay, V. Why don't you tell me everything about this job?
A powerful demon is about to resurrect, and we need your help, Dante.
Now that's a familiar tune. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that exact same line?
This is special.
Special? Okay. So what's so special about this one?
This demon is your reason. Your reason for fighting.
This demon got a name?
So, Mission 9. Before the mission begins, the game cuts back a few weeks, showing us how Devil May Cry came to be involved prior to the first encounter with Urizen. Dante's building his lights out because he can't pay the bills, and Morrison arrives with a job, as well as an invitation. Morrison gets the power back on and offers Dante cash up front for taking on the job. Dante's only other option is to go to Patty's birthday party, to which Dante respectfully declines. After Dante accepts the job, Morrison sets out to recruit Lady and Trish, and presumably Nero, claiming this won't be something Dante can do alone. Dante is then introduced to V, and literally the first thing he says to him is a quote from William Blake's Infant Joy, because of course it is.
So, what's your name?
I have no name. I am but 2 days old. Just kidding. You can call me V.
When Dante inquires about the job, V tells him this demon is Urizen. Yeah, William Blake reference, we get it.
Your reason for fighting.
Oh. Clever. When Dante asks if this demon has a name, we get that close-up silent shot of V, which has become a source of countless memes. In all seriousness, though, it is a great shot, and it's one hell of a way to tease the storm that's approaching. Mission 9 itself takes place during the events of Mission 8, with V seeking out the Devil Sword Sparta, and eventually coming across Dante, who's been comatose since the events of the prologue. You heard that right. That one single punch from Urizen was enough to knock Dante into a coma for an entire month. This is a pretty standard mission, but unlike other video game narratives where flashbacks are made blatantly intrusive and kill the pacing, this mission feels necessary as the one before it ended on something of a what the fuck moment where a pause in the action felt necessary. Plus, we have no idea what V's been up to at this point, so it's about time we got some more of our favorite emo boy. V is seeking out the Double Sword Sparta as it radiates an energy not unlike a Lovecraftian relic that'll lead him to it, and in turn, hopefully Dante. This mission introduces the Behemoth, a powerful chained beast that hits hard and typically goes for rushdown attacks. They'll sometimes even dig underground, following the player until either they have a chance at coming up for an attack, or they just get bored. They can actually damage other enemies, which is worth considering given their unusual rushing attack patterns. What's most interesting about the Behemoths, though, is how they start off covered in this chain armor. At first, player attacks will deal minuscule, if not entirely non-existent damage, but once the armor is broken, the damage dealt will go up, both from and to them. Once the armor is broken, the Behemoth will become much more aggressive, and its attacks will have much wider areas of effects thanks to their tongues? Are those tongues? We'll call them tongues. V doesn't have much in the ways of armor breaking aside from Nightmare, so Behemoths might prove quite tricky to deal with as they thrash their way towards him across the battlefield. Vergil, on the other hand, can shatter their armor in a matter of seconds with the summoned swords and Beowulf. After that, it's just a matter of the player being able to attack effectively with an out in case the Behemoth goes for an attack. There's also a secret mission in this level, and it requires the player to defeat every enemy in 20 seconds or less. Since V has to go in to finish off his opponents, this can prove to be a little tough for less experienced players, but it's not completely undoable, and it's always good to encourage the player to not only be stylish, but as effectively lethal as possible when in combat. I also really like how the mission's accessed. The player will have to summon Nightmare at this blocked off gate so that it destroys the Qlipoth roots from the inside. It's a pretty well hidden little secret. I like it. For Vergil though, this area is not blocked off at all, and honestly the mission itself is pretty easy. Kill a few weak enemies with Vergil in 20 seconds or less? It'd take more than a miracle for those things to survive more than 5. There are actually multiple points in the level that require V to summon Nightmare in order to access them. For instance, earlier on in the mission, V can summon Nightmare to break through this wall. There's even a trophy for it. That's pretty neat. It feels a bit unnecessary since the area you have to go through otherwise is pretty skippable and even has a red orb tree along the way, but hey, a shortcut's a shortcut. It's also funny to see Turbo Mode Nightmare smashing through the wall faster than the wall smashing animation itself is. I love you, Nightmare. Another breakable wall later on leads to this really cool room where every sarcophagus will release a demon, or demons, upon being broken. I'm not really sure what the point of it is, but I mean, it's a cool little secret encounter. Why not? Like Mission 7, Mission 9 doesn't end with a typical boss fight so much as a fight against a buffed mob of lesser demons that'll become more common in future missions. Meet the Nobody, another enemy from the first Devil May Cry, but unlike the Death Scissors, this thing has seen a number of updates from its original design. For starters, they don't explode when killed, which, I kind of appreciate it, not gonna lie. In the original Devil May Cry, the Nobodies were often fought in packs, with the larger and tougher Nobody acting as something of an alpha. This wolf pack mentality is absent from Devil May Cry 5, primarily due to the absence of Nobodies of various size, but to compensate, the enemies themselves now behave far more interestingly. The Nobody wear these masks that allow them to change up their fighting styles, one of which being specifically designed to counter the more agile play of Dante's Trickster. This makes them far less predictable, meaning that more improvisational tactics need to be implemented on the fly in order to maintain the upper hand. There are times when fighting the Nobody that I'll utterly decimate it, but there are also times where it'll take me for a ride, and I just like seeing that sort of unpredictability in select enemies. It never really goes into the realm of being unfair or cheap either. The player just needs to be cautious and keep an eye on the fuckers. If the player manages to break the mask of a Nobody, then that Nobody will go into something of a frenzied state where they behave more relentlessly and hit much harder. They're also quite difficult to stagger and have pretty high health. The Nobody are a potentially very dangerous enemy to have on the battlefield for too long a period of time, much like the Impusa Queens and other higher tier demons. Luce Belmont also showed me recently that the Nobody can actually be rendered completely docile by smashing all of their masks with well-timed attacks as they go to equip them, which is a pretty great way of rewarding exceptionally skilled play. Even Vergil has some trouble against these things. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's fucking broken, but, there's a little challenge at least. As I said, these things have a mode in which they hard counter Trickster, which is more or less what Vergil's air trick basically is, so Vergil players might find themselves getting punished for using the air trick too much. That being said, summon sword abilities will absolutely shred the Nobody. Diving attacks and ranged attacks are also really useful, with diving attacks opening up the combo potential as the impact might momentarily stun the Nobody. That or you could just nuke the damn things. 4 times. After defeating the Nobody, V destroys another Qliphoth plant that's rooted in the structure the Sparta is lodged into. Once the roots have dissipated and the structure collapses, V attempts to pick up the Sparta, but he's just way too weak to do so. V reiterates that he believes Nero could wield it, but Shadow suddenly speaks. V goes to it and sees Dante lying in a pit, still alive. He concludes that the aura of the Sparta must have protected him by attracting the demons to it rather than him. Even when he's not around, Sparta's being the world's best dad. What a guy. Boy, it must be great to be Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Wait, V, what are you doing? For some reason, V loses his temper at the sight of Dante, and for a moment, he seems ready to kill him. This, of course, is there to be a pretty strong hint to who V is, and it makes sense given how he might be feeling up to this point in the story. It's also important to note that V slips from his typically calm and cunning demeanor into this more impulsive and angry mindset when it comes to Dante, much like how Vergil tends to be really immature in regards to his brother despite being completely level-headed otherwise. There's so much you can interpret from this in regards to both V and Vergil as characters, and it's fun to try and decipher the meaning and details behind it all.
Oh, it stinks in here.
I know. Smells like hot garbage.
This is far worse than I thought.
There's no crime in turning tail, V. These things might be a little too much for you.
You're right. I'll leave the rest to you.
What? Whoa, my, V. All the way down here and turning tail, really?
One must always have an insurance policy.
Who was that guy? Can't believe he just ran.
No one special? Come on. Let's go clean up this garbage.
First come, first serve on the targets, right?
Music to my ears. Hurry up, Dante!
Guess I get to see it with my own eyes. If it really is you.
So alright, let's talk about Mission 10 now. This mission actually takes place just prior to the prologue, showing us what happened with Dante, Lady, and Trish when they fought Urizen. With both the previous missions concluding with cliffhangers pertaining to Dante, and so much of the game having referenced but not shown him, it's high time we got our fill of the Wacky Wahoo Pizza Ranger. But before we do anything, let's talk about the curse of Mission 10. The mission itself isn't particularly hard. Dante admittedly feels a bit weird with his limited arsenal on a first playthrough, but overall the mission itself is pretty well constructed, with Dante trying to catch up to Lady and Trish while fighting through hordes of demons. What makes this mission so cursed, however, is that godforsaken S rank. When it comes to Son of Sparta and Dante Must Die difficulty, this mission is unfathomably difficult to achieve an S rank on. I don't know what it is, but something in the scorings of these encounters is just whack. Even with the no continues bonus, that S rank just does not want to pop. I actually ended up doing no damage runs, not only because it felt necessary, but because I played the damn mission so much I could practically do it wearing a blindfold with a Guitar Hero guitar. It's bonkers. And it's not just me, apparently this mission is just infamous for being hard to achieve an S rank in. And let me be clear, I'm not complaining just because getting the S rank here is hard, obviously that's how it should be to an extent. When a challenge is presented clearly and effectively, I'm more than enthusiastic to take it on. The problem is that this mission's encounters are relatively small, and without an incredibly in-depth understanding of the mathematics of the scoring system, it felt like I was just repeating the mission until either I managed a no damage run, or I just got lucky and the score system decided that I was good enough.
How the hell am I supposed to get a fucking score of over 5,500 against a single goddamn Fury? Fucking shit.
Even in this encounter with the Angelos at the very end, I absolutely annihilated them, but my score was almost identical to what I got against the single Fury, where all I did was charge Balrog with basic punches and use a real impact. What the fuck? I'm telling you, the mission's cursed. Anyways, Mission 10 starts off with a flashback to Dante as a child where, for the first time in franchise history, we actually see a bit of Eva. It's brief, but it shows us that Dante and his mother were close and that Eva was actually seeking out Vergil before she was murdered. The destruction of the Sparta Manor has always been a pretty elusive subject despite its significance, and the knowledge that Eva was actually trying to find Vergil, who we know was at a nearby park thanks to the dialogue with V at the end of Mission 7, is a tragic piece of irony. If Eva had survived and found Vergil, he might not have found himself on the ultimately destructive path he's been on throughout the course of these games. We then cut back to V and Dante, where it's revealed to Dante that he's been out for over a month, and Nero is making a beeline for Urizen. Dante tells V he should have never gotten Nero involved, subtly showing us Dante's more protective side. V retorts that had Dante been capable of doing this alone, he wouldn't have had to. While true, it's also low-key smack talk on Vergil's part, telling his little bro that he doesn't stand a chance against Urizen, the very embodiment of his power. I think the character work between Dante and V is just really solid overall. This is also the first mission where the player fights the Chaos, a more powerful variant of the Riots, and the evolved forms of Shadow the Hedgehog. These things are a fucking blast to fight. Their spiky exteriors will typically deflect melee attacks while they're rolling, with a few exceptions of course, so it's imperative the player make use of more than just the Swordmaster style here. Gunslinger can help break the Chaos's spikes while it's rolling, Trickster can be used to effectively dodge, and Royal Guard with enough skill can be used against the Chaos to easily charge the Royal Guard meter, eventually countering with a release. After a first playthrough, Dual Kalina and King Cerberus, Cavalier, and of course Dr. Faust are great weapons to use against the Chaos as Dante, with attacks like Mega Cascade ripping clean through them, and Cavalier's extended armor shattering attacks locking Chaos down on contact. When they're not spinning, however, they can be a lot of fun to juggle and just pulverize the absolute hell out of. I don't know what it is, but these things just animate so damn beautifully that kicking their asses is an art form in and of itself. And the way they're introduced with Dante is just brilliant. I mean, come on, look at this guy. But where Dante seems to work around the Chaos, Vergil seems to just completely blitz through them. Vergil just has so many options for dealing with the Chaos that it's borderline unfair. Summon Swords especially just brutalize the poor damn things. Hell, they can even be countered with Beowulf's attack jump. Sometimes I do it by sheer accident. Drive is pretty great, but admittedly a bit less reliable on higher difficulties where there are more of these things attacking with greater ferocity. Mission 10 also marks the first time the player will encounter the Hellbats, a much more powerful evolution of the Pyrobats which can fire projectiles that not only cover a wide area, but hit pretty damn hard to boot. On top of this, when they're reduced to a single hit point, they'll begin to explode, which can only be prevented by dealing a very high amount of damage in a short period of time. However, this explosion animation can only happen once the Hellbat touches the ground with a single hit point remaining, meaning that any player capable of maintaining a consistent aerial combo will have a much easier time dealing with these things. One could of course opt to just leave the immediate area so as not to be hurt by the explosion, but that's also just nowhere near as stylish as ripping and tearing through these things at lightning fast speeds. You gotta hold yourself to a standard. That, of course, is not a problem at all for Vergil, who thanks to his Summon Swords can wipe a Hellbat out in a matter of seconds. Even if the thing gets as far as its exploding animation, Vergil can just slow it down with Heavy Rain Swords, simultaneously dealing massive damage, and ruin the thing with a Rising Dragon. Hell, use one of Vergil's super attacks and these things won't even realize their flames have been snuffed out by the time they've died. And finally, there's the secret mission of this level, which can only be discovered by clearing a specific area of enemies fast enough that the path leading to it isn't blocked off, which is pretty cool, I think. It's like being rewarded for performing not only very stylishly, but also very effectively. There are similar entrances littered throughout the level that lead to other goodies as well, such as Blorbs, Rorbs, Warbs, and Gorbs. The mission itself is a throwback to the first ever secret mission in the first Devil May Cry, where the player has to kill a Death Scissors with a single perfectly timed attack, shattering the blades and leaving the demon vulnerable to a one-shot kill. Not only is this just a cool challenge to have for a secret mission, but it's a great way of tutorializing a more obscure mechanic that can be applied to future encounters. Overall, an excellent secret mission. Upon reaching Urizen, Trish and Lady have already been completely wiped out, so it's Dante versus Urizen, and man oh man, Dante gets his ass kicked. We saw it in the prologue, but it really is a series first to see this seemingly unbeatable demigod just get knocked completely on his ass. There's another secret in this level, and it's something I actually didn't know about until just recently. On the left side of the Urizen boss arena is the Kalina Ann Mark I, Lady's signature bazooka. This weapon is really useful to have later on due to how powerful the Kalina Anns are, and even earlier on in newer save files just for the additional combo potential. Don't get me wrong, it won't be breaking the game, but it definitely has its uses, primarily that charged high explosive shot, which can deal some crazy damage on the standard difficulty. I will say that the final part of this mission gameplay-wise feels pretty out of place, as the fight with Urizen only goes so far as shattering his shield. Sometimes. Sometimes you don't even have to actually do that, it's really weird. There's no way to beat him and unlock a secret ending for Dante, but the player is also expected to survive this one, unlike what occurs in the Prologue and Mission 8. It's not bad or anything, I've just always thought it was kinda weird that this fight was more or less just a test of the ability to survive, rather than to actually go toe-to-toe with Urizen. I don't know. What's weirder is that if the player goes a while without fighting, the fight will end as soon as they deal damage, so I guess the fight is on a timer as well? I honestly have no idea. Mission 10 of course ends with Dante getting flattened by Urizen, at which point Nero arrives, and we all know what happens from there. So yeah, Mission 10 is great, and I fucking hate it because of that pain in the ass S-rank. Moving on.
Alright, enough's enough. Can't let a boy do a man's job.
Hey, wait. I'm not done talking yet.
Okay, you get some rest. By the way, I guess I owe you one.
Mission 11 is a standout mission for several reasons, and when discussing it with others, I found that it's frequently cited as one of the best missions in the game, and honestly, it's hard to argue that it isn't. This mission has everything. Secret missions, great combat encounters, a new enemy type, and a kick-ass boss fight. But let's start with the story. Mission 11 picks up right where Mission 10's present-day timeline left off, with V explaining to Dante that Nero has failed. Cut once again to a flashback of what happened after Nero and V escaped Urizen's throne room. Just as it seems Urizen is about to kill Dante, Trish throws him the Devil Sword Sparta, which actually explains how it came to be so close to him later on in the timeline during Mission 9, at which point Dante activates his Devil Trigger and attempts a final attack on Urizen. But Urizen is simply far too powerful and sends Dante flying out of the throne room. Urizen smack talks the Sparta and takes Lady and Trish to be turned into the Artemis and Cavalier Angelo. Upon realizing that Nero is making a beeline to Urizen, Dante proceeds to move out, but V attempts to speak further before tripping over himself. Dante shrugs this off and tells V to get some rest, probably because the guy's been fighting for a while and Dante knows this, but when the camera cuts back to V, it's revealed that he's fading away. Does that remind you of anyone? As for what V wanted to tell him exactly, it's hard to say. Anyways, on to the mission. Let's talk about the secrets, because there's a couple. Firstly, the player can find the Kalina Ann Mark I in this mission as well. This is where I've always found it, hence my not knowing about its existence in Mission 10 up until, at the time of writing the script a couple weeks ago, at the time of actually recording this, a few months ago, by the time you've seen this video, probably a couple years ago. Then there's the secret mission, and this one might just be one of the hardest. This secret mission requires the player to maintain an S-rank combo for a whole 50 seconds, making this a real test of the player's skills with either Dante or Vergil. Taking a hit means failure, not being aggressive means failure, repetitive attacks means failure. The player has no room for error here, and it can be pretty intense at times. Though it's not without its cheese strats, for Dante and Vergil both. Sin Devil Trigger offers extended attack animations that'll shave off several seconds of this mission very easily. Vergil, on the other hand, can just spam the legendary Deep Stinger 4 times and take the W. Now let's cut away real quick to the enemy this level introduces, the Hell Judeca. I fucking love this thing. The Hell Judeca looks like something straight out of Prototype, and it can prove to be one deadly adversary. It attacks using the blades at the end of its tendrils, meaning that it can cover a large range. On top of this, it teleports around, so the player will need to keep their eyes on it while dealing with the lesser demons. As well, if left alive for so long, it can summon Akaina and Gonora to assist it. And it can actually parry the player, surprisingly well at times. In order to pull off a successful combo on the Judeca, the player will need to be able to maintain an aerial combo, as it will teleport away if comboed on the ground for more than a couple of seconds. If the player manages to overwhelm the Judeca, it'll actually go into a prone state, allowing the player a chance to try for a proper combo, or even charge up a power attack like Real Impact or Mega Cascade. For Vergil, these things can be pretty tricky as well, given their ability to initiate iframes via teleporting, making them pretty tough to consistently judgment cut. And given their ability to parry, straightforward melee won't always be as effective as one might hope. I find that the best way of dealing with the Judeca with Vergil typically involves either Summon Swords or the Sin Devil Trigger. So between the legitimate challenge it brings to fights and the just kick-ass design, this is easily one of my favorite enemies in the game. And speaking of really kick-ass enemies, let me introduce Cavalier Angelo. Remember the Eldergarian Knight that escaped V in Mission 5? Well, he's back, and he's not fucking around. There's a reason this thing is such a fan favorite. Not only is the design absolutely kick-ass, but it's just exhilarating to duke it out with. Cavalier has a lot of very telegraphed, wide-swinging attacks, almost like something you'd see out of a Dark Souls boss. This allows the player the opportunity to choose to play as riskily as they like. While it might be easier to dodge its attacks, parrying Cavalier's attacks repeatedly and stunning it before it's able to pull off a charge is insanely satisfying, and it's rewarding because taking down its electricity means making it more vulnerable. It's also a great practice dummy for Royal Guard, Dante's most difficult style to master. Vergil, on the other hand, specializes in parrying, which makes Cavalier an absolute thrill to fight. Lunar Phase, Rapid Slash, Stinger, Beowulf's attack jump, there are so many ways to repel this thing, and when it tries to run away for a recharge, just air trick right over to it and unleash hell. It's a boss that's approachable for any playstyle and overall just makes for a kick-ass fight. And that music, holy shit that music! I've held off on talking about the soundtrack for a while now, primarily because YouTube won't let me play any of the music, so everything I say is just gonna feel kinda weird without the music actually playing to back it up. But holy fuck! Voltaic Black Knight is a banger! Since I'm not keen on having to deal with YouTube's bullshit copyright claims again, I'm just gonna advise that you check out the boss music for yourself, either on Spotify or wherever else you listen to. The mission concludes with Dante acquiring the Cavalier and riding all the way to Mission 12. Similarly to Lady being trapped inside the Artemis demon, Trish was trapped within Cavalier Angelo, and while V is too exhausted to catch up with Dante, he sticks around with Trish to tell of his origins. And this is where the real Devil May Cry 5 begins.
Suffering defeat after defeat, that man's body was reaching its limit, breaking down. But he couldn't die yet. The man had a job that must be done. To defeat his twin brother.
Dante.
Every chain that does freeze my...
In order to defeat his younger brother, he could only do one thing with the crumbling flesh and feelings. He needed to separate man from devil with the strength of the Yamato. And eventually, the man became a true devil.
Oh my fucking god, this story's so good. So at the end of Mission 11, Trish has caught on that V wasn't giving them the full story on not only Urizen, but himself. So it's at this point that V reveals the story of his birth. V then confesses that he regrets having made the decisions he did as Vergil, and claims that he wants to see if Dante can help him now. He asks Trish if he's right, but she tells him that he needs to see this through for himself. Now, the more observant viewer might be thinking to yourselves, why didn't V just confess all of this to Dante to begin with? Don't worry, we'll get to that. For now, let's talk about Mission 12.
Dante.
Mission 12 is fantastic. It's something of a series of fight tunnels where each one leads to a Qlipoth blood sac, all of which need to be destroyed in order to reach the end of the mission. The fights are a blast with plenty of variety in enemy demons, and there are even a couple of secrets to check out, but before we cover those, let's talk about the enemy this level introduces. The most infamous enemy in this game, the Fury. So, alright, let me take a brief step back here.
In Devil May Cry 4, there was this enemy called the Blitz that was infamous for being a pain in the ass to fight. It was covered in electricity, so the player couldn't even melee the thing before breaking its electrical barrier with gunfire. The design itself was fucking stellar, but nobody liked fighting it because it stalled way too damn much. You know the Marauder from Doom Eternal? Yeah, the Blitz was that. Well, unfortunately, the Fury is quite similar in that regard. The Fury is an awesome-looking enemy that'll spend a great deal of its time teleporting around the battlefield, aiming for precision strikes against the player. This means that this enemy spends a lot of its time in states of complete invulnerability. In order to even fight this enemy, the player is going to need to be able to pull off very well-timed attacks and dodges, striking whenever the Fury is vulnerable, which typically only occurs while it's attacking. Here's the problem. Enemies like Cavalier Angelo, the Gonora, the Angelos, and even the Chaos are fun to fight because landing well-timed strikes feels like rewarding payoff for highly skilled play. The Fury requires well-timed strikes in order to fight at a core level. Now every player is required not only to match a very specific skill level, but play according to it. This goes completely against what has worked so well for Devil May Cry all these years. Don't misunderstand, this isn't a complaint that these enemies are too hard. The issue with the Fury is that it stifles player creativity by completely locking them down to a specific playstyle, while also noticeably taking more time to dispatch of than most enemies. The player can either parry or dodge, then perform brief attacks and rinse repeat until the Fury's dead. Even when the player lands a parry, pulling off a combo on these things is borderline impossible due to just how little time there is to even attack them before they go completely invincible again. That's just not fun. It wastes time in an unnecessarily restrictive way. Don't get me wrong, pulling off parries against these things can make the player feel like God, but that should be a reward for skilled gameplay, not the limit of gameplay. Not only that, but when it comes to the Fury, every encounter is the same. As soon as one spawns, the player will want to eliminate every other enemy so as to focus the Fury completely unobstructed. After that, just wait and properly time your attacks. Rinse, repeat. I wouldn't say they're outright badly designed enemies as, again, pulling off those well-timed attacks can be incredibly satisfying and rewarding, however it just isn't worth the price of admission. Why are these things not vulnerable when they're visible, with clear indicators for what make them invulnerable? Problem solved. Faster attacks with enough stun would be rewarded, allowing the player to pull off a combo before the Fury starts warping around again. Then the Fury could do sort of a kip-up where it jumps in and out of space-time so as to avoid further attacks, effectively punishing the player for dropping combos. I don't want to be that guy that says my version of this enemy is way better,
but my version of this enemy is way better.
Royal Guard is also kind of weird to take into account here because on the lower difficulties, Royal Guard can make very quick work of these things, but on higher difficulties, it'll take much more charge for a lethal release, meaning the player basically has to just sit there for even longer before doing one. So Royal Guard is absolutely effective, but I don't like the idea of stopping completely in place for extended periods of time. Subjective take incoming, that is not what Devil May Cry combat should be. The Fury can also be dispatched immediately after they spawn by using well-timed power moves like Real Impact, Buster Arm, or one of Vergil's super moves like Hell on Earth. However, killing them right out the gate doesn't really highlight the good in their design. It's just a way of not having to fight them in the first place. That's not very good. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Fury. I wouldn't say they're bad or even particularly frustrating after a while, they just feel way too restrictive. Up to this point, I've been naming off all kinds of attacks that are highly effective against the various enemies, but those are just attacks I found to be most effective according to my playstyle. The game doesn't require you to use them if you don't want to. With the Fury, however, the only effective options are your only options, and I'm just not a fan of that. But at least they're the most uncommon enemy even on the higher difficulties. Admittedly, this does help to make these encounters feel almost like mini-bosses rather than that annoying motherfucker. And at least the game has the restraint not to force the player to fight multiple Fury at once, barring Legendary Dark Knight difficulty, which, hey, the whole point of it is that you fight a bajillion enemies, and Bloody Palace, but we'll get to that one later. Anyways, there is something about this level that I absolutely adore, and it's the fact that the player can actually skip the majority of the fights in the level by using Cavalier R's high side ability to access the higher platforms, taking the player just outside where the Clivoth blood sacks are. This is a fantastic option for anyone looking to speedrun or make those S ranks easier to achieve. I wish more levels did things like this, not to make things easier, but just because it's fun to try and sequence break and see how things can play out. The player can't use it to skip every fight, but it certainly makes things easier for anyone looking to get those S ranks on higher difficulties without having to replay so many fights over and over again. Trying to S rank this mission on Hell in Hell while playing through every single fight required is an absolute nightmare. Ain't nobody got time for that. But Vergil is capable of sequence breaking this level also, it just requires a bit more of an understanding of his moveset. Originally, I didn't even know this was possible, so I'd like to give a shout out to the YouTuber Dante K. Lai, link to their channel will be in the description below, for showing how to do this trick with Vergil. Then there's this secret mission. This mission is accessed pretty easily because the player just has to turn around and jump to a spot behind where the steps lead up to on the way to Dante's house. High enough brightness settings will make the markings on the wall easier to pick up on also. This secret mission is a throwback to one of Devil May Cry 3's secret missions requiring the player to remain in the air for 15 seconds total. This can be done pretty easily using Enemy Step and Trickster, but weapons with drawn-out attack animations are also of great help, particularly Cavalier. Vergil basically just has to spam air trick, it's kinda laughable. As the mission begins to reach its climax, Dante approaches his childhood home. Players who follow Dante's adventures since the first game are likely to feel a sense of gravitas as they approach the ruins of the manor. Upon reaching the manor, Dante admits to always having wondered why his father gave him the rebellion, and most likely also why Vergil bestowed the Yamato. He then concludes that where the Yamato separated man from devil, the rebellion could unite man and devil. In this case, the devil being the sword Sparta. Vergil and Dante have always been foils to one another. Vergil cast aside his humanity while Dante embraced his own. Vergil embraced his demonic heritage while Dante, although not totally casting it aside, never really cared to understand his own. Dante's never really shown much in the ways of love for Sparta or demons in general, so there's always been this subtext that he never thought to embrace everything he is, not too much unlike his brother. Dante wields the Devil Sword Sparta, the legacy of his father and the heritage he's gone so long without fully embracing. And it's at that moment that he finally comes to terms with his heritage, impaling himself with the rebellion, the sword bestowed upon him by his father, and absorbing the power of it as well as the Devil Sword Sparta, which itself is the united power of Sparta's weapon Force Edge, a powerful demonic weapon, and the amulets of Eva, representations of a human mother's love for her children. Also, unlike Vergil, who when separating himself faced away from the family portrait, Dante faces the portrait of his family as he awakens with the Devil Sword Dante, and his ultimate demonic power, the Sin Devil Trigger. Mission 12 ends with Dante taking on Urizen with the Sin Devil Trigger form, and this fight just kicks ass. The first time playing this is going to be memorable for any player because of how utterly powerful the Sin Devil Trigger feels. For hours now, Urizen has been this seemingly unbeatable villain. Then in comes Dante with this new transformation, and he completely crushes Urizen. But, just as it seems like Urizen is about to be defeated, the Qliphoth awakens and Urizen shrugs off everything that's been thrown at him, referencing this whole fight as a meaningless inconvenience, and descending into the Qliphoth so he can acquire the fruit. The Qliphoth grows in reverse because, I don't know, demons or something. So the roots have ascended to the Earth's atmosphere with the fruit itself manifesting in the underworld. Redgrave City is being split apart as hell itself opens up, and this party's getting crazy. This is where the real Devil May Cry 5 begins.
Hey, where'd that garbage god go? What is Urizen after?
He's at the top of the Qliphoth.
It's the other way around, Dante. This is the lowest level of the Qliphod's upper echelon. Human blood is the source of demons' power. The fruit born through the Qliphod is even more dense than the blood that created it. Its power is unparalleled. Even the almighty Mundus used it to become king of the underworld. Avid told me everything.
Yeah, well, that's a lovely story and all, but as long as we know where to find him.
Mission 13 is probably the shortest mission in the game, but I'd actually argue that it's one of the best, or at least the most replayable. This mission is just, straight up, a Bloody Palace demo. The player fights through 3-ish combat arenas against a variety of enemies, and the player can pick any of the 3 playable characters, which marks the second and unfortunately last time that a mission will have multiple playable characters. If a player just wants to jump in and play some Devil May Cry 5 without having to commit to the length of Bloody Palace, just pop open Mission 13 and have some fun. It's also a great mission for farming orbs, especially on Legendary Dark Knight. This mission also introduces the last non-boss enemy, the Lusasha. As you can probably tell, this is a stronger variant of the Baphomet demon, which means there are now 2 enemies in this game that have origins in Devil May Cry 2. It's a really cool enemy too. On top of having the ice powers of the Baphomet, it has some electrical blasts and some dark magic shit. The Lusasha is not a hard enemy to kill, but it's very capable of dealing massive amounts of damage, and when encountered in groups, it can be a pretty cunning son of a bitch. This is also the mission where we get one of the most recognized cutscenes in this game, the acquisition of Dr. Faust. Gay cowboy Dante is real, no matter what your therapist tells you. This mission concludes with the protagonist splitting up, not by choice. There's not really anything in the ways of story in this mission, but what we do get is ultimately serviceable. Nico confirms that her grandmother was in fact Nell Goldstein, and Nero starts to sweat Dante over being called a deadweight. Because of course he does. I also really like seeing V and Trish in the background of the scene. I imagine that Trish is waiting for V to speak up to Dante, but he never does. I'm sure he'll get around to it.
Are you alright, V? You might want to take a break here.
Next up is V's final mission, and one of my favorites. Mission 14 is really interesting because the only combat in this mission takes the form of a boss rush. Fuck yes. The Malfast separates V from his familiars, bringing all of them to a dark dimension of sorts. 3 gates are presented to the player, with the sculpture of the now Miragio Angelo, Mirage Artemis, and Mirage Goliath over each of them respectively. Upon entering one of the gates, the player will get to select one of the familiars to add to their party to face the chosen boss. And this continues until all 3 bosses have been defeated. This allows for a great deal of player experimentation, really letting them find out through first-hand experience the strengths and weaknesses of any combination of familiars, as well as how any of them might fare on their own. I typically start by choosing Shadow to fight Miragio Angelo, allowing me to read my wonderful Hannibal-inspiring poetry while I supercharge Shadow with DT and basically have him fight for me. When I see Miragio going for an AoE, I do a dodge to pull Shadow out of danger. Then I go for Griffin and take on Mirage Goliath, as Griffin and Shadow are both more than adequate for taking it on. Typically I'll DT charge Shadow while using Griffin to avoid the Goliath's attacks. And finally I pick up Nightmare before taking on Artemis, who's pretty easy to handle with all 3 familiars, even on higher difficulties. But remember, V has unique animations for finishing off bosses, and these 3 are no exceptions. If the player has Nightmare in their party when facing Goliath, V will summon Nightmare in a massive form to uppercut Goliath, then perform a freaking cross counter where V will stab the Goliath with his cane on Nightmare's fist. Why the fuck can't I make Nightmare this big during other parts of the game? Fuck it, this is kick-ass. For Artemis, V rips the whole demon a new asshole. When proceeding to finish off Miragio Angelo, Miragio will actually parry V, impaling him with that huge electric sword, but little does Miragio know that V is a master of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, quoting William Blake's The Voice of the Devil, and he nothing personnels the Angelo. For V, I think it's the perfect final level, putting each of his familiars as well as the skills of the players to the test against bosses that V otherwise never got the chance to fight outside of Bloody Palace, which if you don't remember wasn't available at launch, is just a really kick-ass way of sending him off. I suppose it's worth noting that for Vergil, this is a pretty straightforward boss rush. Don't get me wrong, I'll never complain about getting to fight these bosses as Vergil, but without the familiars and having to select them, there's really nothing to set this level apart from the others in the same way it does when playing as V. But Mission 14 isn't quite over yet, because we got another Seeker mission to talk about. Fuck this Seeker mission. It's not bad, it just annoys me. It's similar to the one where Nero had to make his way across Mission 8 without hitting the ground, except this time the player is using V and has to make a near pinpoint accurate leap downwards so as to acquire the precious Blorb fragment. The player will need several of V's more fundamental abilities unlocked in order for this to even be possible. And honestly, I kinda love it. It's that sort of archaic design I remember seeing in the PS2 era Devil May Cry games, and even though it can be annoying at times, part of me can't help but feel some nostalgic love for it. Like I said, it's not bad, but it's one that's going to take several attempts for most players in order to pull off. Mission 14 concludes with V being found by the demon Malphas, only to be saved last minute by Nero, acting as something of a cliffhanger for the following mission.
Damn it. Running a little low. Not gonna last much longer without a refill.
Hey, honey. Need assistance?
What the hell's your problem? You trying to kill me?
If you want a bitch, blame it on Lady. She's behind the wheel.
Mission 15 is one of the more memorable missions due to just how experimental it feels. This level is huge, and there's lots in the ways of educating the player in terms of environmental navigation. This is a certified platforming level with multiple routes to take, all of which encourage their own methods of traversal, such as this part where the player can use Punchline to literally Tony Hawk their way over to a blue orb. Or how about this part where the player can utilize enemy step against these pyrobats in order to make their way across these pits. Should the player fall, they'll be forced to fight a group of enemies. This level is just really fun in a way that's completely unique from every other level. I could actually see a player just coming to this level to have fun playing around the environment. That doesn't appeal to me personally, but it's there for anyone who's into that kind of thing. Even the secret mission is essentially a platformer, requiring the player to navigate a section of Mission 10 in time to reach the precious blue orb fragment. This area towards the beginning with these jutting spikes is cool because the spikes can actually be stopped momentarily, or at least paused, by using ragtime. I actually only just figured this out recently. This level also has one of the more unique encounters in the game. At a certain point in the mission, the player will come across something of a the road. Should the player choose to go downward, the environment will become much more cramped, and Scudo-Angelos will block the various doorways. They're completely non-hostile until the player either attacks them, or attempts to get past them. There's even a secret doorway where the player can sneak attack a couple of them. However, once the player approaches them, that means combat has technically been initiated, meaning EX provocations can be used for free style points and red orbs. Cheeky. You can tell the designers just had a blast putting this level together. I honestly wish some of the design choices in Mission 15 had been implemented in other sections of the game. I admit that a player looking to straight shot the game may have some trouble with this level, as the layout can be pretty damn confusing at times, but it's just a joy to play through for players in the mood to explore and experiment with less conventional environmental designs. This is also Nero's last full level, so it's nice to see there being plenty for him to do that takes advantage of the Devil Breakers in unique and interesting ways. I just wish they had maybe thought to do this a little earlier on in the game. Vergil can also interact with this level in some pretty unique ways himself. Unfortunately, there's no real way for him to take advantage of the Tony Hawk Underground area, but trying to use Air Trick to get past the spikes or enemies stepping across the labyrinths is still fun and rewarding on their own. The fight with the Angelos is a highlight even when playing as Vergil because of how goofy the AI is. Just walk up and use Rising Dragon. Hell, why don't you just try out that special provocation? This mission is also capped off with a pretty kick-ass boss fight, the Malphas. However, I'm obligated to refer to this boss as Brownie. Brownie is my friend's very vicious chihuahua, and when we played the game together at launch, we ended up laughing our asses off at the Malphas running around because it reminded us of his crazy-ass dog. So there's that. Brownie is an incredibly aggressive boss that will take the player to town if they're not prepared. She has a wide variety of ranged attacks and can teleport when in peril. And like I said before, at a certain point she'll become enraged and begin to charge the player down. And when she hits like a fucking dump truck driving into a nitroglycerin plant. Like many parts of Mission 15, skilled aerial combat will take the player a long way in this fight, and her limbs can actually be parried as they try to attack through the portals. After a set amount of time, V will even be so kind as to toss out a Devil Breaker for the player. Most of the time, at least for me, he throws out Ragtime. After a while, Brownie will begin to rise from the arena floor, and this is where the player's really going to want to lay into her, preferably with an attack like Showdown. This animation takes a while to play out, but if it does, then she will unleash a very large and very powerful explosive wave. It's basically an even slower version of a Lance Blast from Demon Souls. It's also worth noting that Malphas will heal as this plays out, so it's imperative that the player try to knock her out of it as quickly as possible. Overall, this boss fight is fucking terrific. I give it 10 brownie points out of 10. After defeating Brownie, V asks Nero to take him to Urizen. Nero tells V that he needs to rest, but V begs him for help, making a final request to Nero to help take him there. Nero remarks that Dante is definitely going to reach Urizen first, at which point the camera cuts to V with the most devilish of devilish smirks I have ever seen.
Oh shit!
once. Only kings of the underworld may enter these gates. You shall not pass!
Oh, easy there, fella. Hey, I remember a stinky little pooch just like you.
You insult me, foul-scented creature!
Looks like your master's got you on a pretty short leash. Come on, little puppy. I'll take you out for a walk. Come on, let's go.
You have fought our king in the past. I am king of the Cerberus tribe! They were weak, but we will feast on your flesh and gnaw on your bones!
You're the strongest in the litter. Looks like we're gonna need a bigger leash. Come.
And then there's Mission 16, and like Mission 15, this level is fucking enormous. But, unlike Mission 15, which gave Nero a set of environmental puzzles of sorts to navigate, Mission 16 opts for a theme of descent, where between each of Dante's combat encounters are massive caves that just go further and further downward. This makes sense story-wise, as Dante is the first to reach Urizen. This type of level structure also provides additional replay value for players that want to check out what else the level has to offer. The environments here are honestly gorgeous, and I love the shift to the icy cavern as the player approaches the lair of King Cerberus. Before we get there, I want to cover the final secret mission, hidden quite well in an indentation in the wall of one of the caves leading towards the last fight prior to the icy cavern. This secret mission is neat, but it's honestly kind of a letdown. The goal here is to acquire a set amount of red orbs, and honestly the only way I've found to do this is by using Dr. Faust. It's just, this isn't particularly puzzling, and there's a distinct absence of a genuine challenge. This is the final secret mission, and we've had some pretty tricky ones up to this point. Shouldn't this be incredibly complicated and require a relatively high level of skill? I mean, it feels good to get all of them out of the way, there's just little in the ways of triumph in beating this. Hell, the real challenge was getting there in the first place. But okay, the last secret mission was a bit of a letdown. How does the rest of the level stack up? Well, aside from the beautiful environments and the descent motif, the combat encounters are pretty damn solid. A lot of the game's toughest enemies are littered throughout this level, even on the standard difficulties, which is great because any player this far into the game needs to be able to show their mettle.
I don't know, man. I mean, these enemies aren't that tough.
What the fuck is that thing?
My favorite and one of the hardest bosses in the game. King motherfucking Cerberus. Everything about this boss is just goddamn excellent. The initial introduction with Dante teasing him the same way he teased the Lesser Cerberus in Devil May Cry 3, the utterly magnificent design of King Cerberus himself, the way each of the boss's three forms fight differently, and the music, oh my god! I won't play the song on its own because copyright claims are bullshit, but just check out this gameplay. It's like the folks of Devil May Cry decided to take a Pokemon battle theme and turn it into a fucking Devil May Cry track. This shit is hype. If I had one, and I do only mean one singular complaint about the boss, it's that its damage resistance seems to get inconsistently buffed when it's going from one phase to another. Sometimes I'll deal normal damage, and others I'll be dealing next to none. I guess this is a weird complaint since when the boss is doing this, the player should try to get far away so as not to get hit by the explosive wave, but when King Cerberus is ridiculously low on health, I'm just gonna want to lay into him as soon as I see that he's vulnerable. Don't use this mechanic to punish me for taking a risk just because I took the risk. If I failed to kill him by not dealing enough damage, that would be one thing, but the transformation animation just has these bizarre windows of damage resistance that rarely seem to line up from what I've experienced. I've fought this boss countless times and I've never been able to make sense of this. But hey, alright, that's one very specific and contextual complaint about an otherwise outstanding boss fight. Seriously, bra fucking vo to whoever helped put this fight together, because I adore it. It also helps that Dante styling with the King Cerberus nunchuck after the fight is just kick-ass as well. And of course this leads to him reaching Urizen, because of course it does. So here we are, Nero and V are on their way to the base of the Qliphotha, and Dante and Urizen stand in isolation before the fruit once consumed by the all-powerful Demon King Mundus. On their way down, V tells Nero that he only wanted to be protected and loved. That sounds kinda weird coming from Vergil, so what exactly does he mean? V then says he'll tell Nero everything, revealing to him that Urizen is Dante's brother Vergil. What's interesting though is that he doesn't bother to mention to Nero that, like Urizen, V is a part of Vergil as well. He's not telling Nero everything he told Trish. Dante tries to appeal to Vergil, explaining that their mother never abandoned them, but that she was killed before she could get to him. Urizen, being the completely demonic being that he is, shrugs this off, claiming not to know what Dante's talking about, and that all that matters now is that he eat the fruit of the Qliphotha. And it's at this point that the final battle ensues. This is where the real Devil May Cry 5 begins.
Its power, you see, is all I ever wanted. And with this, I will have everything!
No, brother. You don't have everything. That last shred of humanity that you still had, you just lost it.
That is nothing but the pitiful cries of those without strength. Come to me, brother. I shall enlighten you. Dante!
Mission 17 is a pure boss fight. It's Dante versus Urizen. Both of them are max power and fully bloodlusted, and the planet is going to explode in 5 minutes, probably. Dante speaks to Urizen as he would Vergil, trying to explain to him that their mother never abandoned him. Dante seems to stop for a moment in thought when he says the day she left you behind, perhaps implying that he regrets not having figured it out sooner. It's finally clicked with him, and he understands what Vergil was feeling. But Urizen couldn't care less, and upon eating the Qliphotha fruit, the very dimension they're in begins to collapse around them. Remember the fight with Urizen in missions 8 and 12? This is like that, except Urizen no longer has the Qliphotha roots attached to him. However, he is much faster, and he hits much harder than before. Not only does he have a whole new set of melee moves, but he equipped the Darkwood Grain Ring. This dude has been fucking prepping for this PvP. There are also multiple phases of the fight. Phase 2 isn't too different, it's really just Urizen behaving far more aggressively, whereas in Phase 1 he's a bit more defensive. Phase 3, however, is where the fight really begins to ramp up. Urizen is relentless in his attacks and is constantly throwing out Artemis lasers, Malphas crystals, time bubbles, you name it. He's also got this attack where he'll spawn spikes around a very large area, and should the player be caught in this attack, he'll rush towards Dante with a wicked powerful uppercut. On top of all of that, the dude can teleport. This fight is pretty brutal, and honestly it took me a few tries on my first playthrough. But eventually, the player is bound to prevail, and Dante will defeat Urizen once and for all. Game over, roll credits, this is truly the outcome everyone had wished for. Boy, I sure do love being Dante after having just defeated the most powerful Demon King of all time. Hey, wait a second, V, what are you doing?
Let me. I want to end this battle with my own hands. Do not struggle, for if you can't even defeat me, then you've already lost.
I will not lose. Not to Dante. I need power. More power.
I know. We are one and the same, you and I. But you've lost me, and I've lost you. Yet we are connected by that one feeling. While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join.
What is this?
Vergil.
So yeah, Vergil's back. V had us all fooled. Alright, let me take a moment to talk about a few things here real quick. Remember earlier when Trish began to pick up on V's ulterior motives? She almost had this guy pegged, but he took a gamble. He could have either lied to her, thus running the risk of her telling Dante not to trust him, or he could tell her the truth and hope that she would respect him enough to let him work things out with Dante on his own. V banked on the latter, and Trish did exactly what he needed her to do. Remember earlier when V left out that very important detail of him also being Vergil when talking to Nero? V was dying and they were getting closer and closer to Urizen. He could not afford to take any risks. He had to make Nero feel as though he could trust him, whilst also keeping the most important information to himself. Since V was with Trish all the way up to the events of Mission 13, he knows that she hasn't told Nero anything either, since they've all been split up. V played everyone like a damn fiddle. He fooled Trish, he fooled Nero, and last but not least, he fooled Dante. And because of V's manipulation, Vergil is back. Dante doesn't even skip a beat before trying to fight him too, but Vergil basically tells him to fuck off. I'm oversimplifying for the moment, but we'll talk about it later. Following what might be the single hypest moment of any video game ever created, we get this scene.
Go home, Nero. This doesn't concern you.
Like hell. I lost my right arm because of him!
This is not your fight. I need to stop him, and that's all that matters.
I'm not gonna let you have all the fun, Dante!
You don't get it.
Let me guess. I'm dead weight? Well, you can
That's
shove
not
it!
it, Nero.
What is it then?
He's your father!
What?
I had the feeling the first time I saw you, but I just wasn't sure. And then I saw how the Yamato reacted. And I was certain. He's your father. Now he needs an ass kicking. But I can't have you go kill your old man.
My father.
Mother of fucking God, this story is good. Dante's been trying for this entire game to protect Nero. He saved Nero from Urizen twice, and for so long he has tried to keep Nero from learning the truth about his heritage. But now Vergil's back, and Nero refuses to go home. Dante has no other choice, and 1 moment later, Nero's world is completely flipped on its head. Dante explains that he's known ever since the events in Fortuna during DMC4, and that although Vergil may need an ass-kicking, Dante can't let Nero go and kill him. This line, understandably, goes through one ear and right out the other for Nero, but we'll get to that later.
That day, if our positions were switched, would our fates be different? Would I have your life, and you mine? Let's settle this Dante.
I love this mission, but like Mission 10, it's fucking cursed. Seriously, unless the player gets the no damage bonus, it is borderline impossible to S-rank this fucker on Son of Sparta and Dante Must Die difficulty. What the hell, man? I won't take too much of your time bitching about this, I just wanted to make it clear that Mission 10 and Mission 18, they're fucking cursed. So anyways, Vergil's back, but what about V?
He returned to himself.
Okay. So what about V's familiars? Well, they're still around, and before he gets to fight Vergil, Dante must defeat them. Mission 18 is a bit of an oddity because there really aren't too many combat encounters not counting the familiars, and most of what's there is actually optional. The player can actually skip literally every fight that doesn't involve the familiars. It's kinda cool, actually. Though admittedly, it does make the mission feel a bit slapdash. At the start of Mission 18, the player will have to fight the lone Griffin, however Griffin will retreat after taking so much damage. The fight itself is pretty easy, although I would say that Griffin doesn't really have any telegraphing to his basic firing, and that's kinda bullshit, but it's a pretty weak attack, so who am I to complain? It's not like I go for no damage or anything. Just use Trickster and stay on him with combos until he reverts into the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere form, at which point the player is free to attack him for a short period before he respawns. Griffin can do anything as an enemy that he could do when playing as V. He'll fly around shooting little electric balls at Dante, and when he pops back up from his sphere, he'll actually use the defense bubble. He can't be staggered out of this, so the player needs to make sure that either they use Trickster to escape or use Royal Guard to block. There's even a fantastic remix of the original Griffin boss music that plays during this encounter, which is a huge plus for a classic fan like myself. The next familiar fight is Shadow. Remember how hard Shadows in the first Devil May Cry were? This fight is more or less the same, but Dante isn't as stiff and awkward to control like he used to be. Like with Griffin, Shadow has access to all of his abilities when used by V, and there's a great remix of the original Shadow OST Silent Siren from the first Devil May Cry. Like Griffin, Shadow will retreat once a set amount of damage has been dealt. Also like Griffin, when coming out of his sphere form, Shadow will immediately use an AoE attack that he can't be staggered out of. Their patterns can admittedly feel a bit samey, but their attacks are different enough that they feel distinct from one another. Like with V, Griffin mostly sticks to basic ranged attacks that are meant for the player to dodge around. Shadow, on the other hand, is all over the place with his shape-shifting abilities that, when combined with his agility, can be quite lethal. Not long after this is a fight with both Griffin and Shadow simultaneously. It starts off just with Shadow, but Griffin will intervene after so long, and the fight becomes much more difficult once this happens. Players looking to do no damage runs at this level are going to be taken for one hell of a ride with this and the following fight. The optimal strategy is to focus rush Shadow, as both it and Griffin will retreat once its health gets so low. Beating down Griffin will only cause him to retreat, leaving the player alone with Shadow until its health is reduced just the same. Shadow and Griffin are very aggressive and can cover a decent area of effect with their combined attacks, so speed is imperative here. That being said, it's important not to get too carried away because they can punish quite effectively, and it's best to have some Devil Trigger and even send Devil Trigger in the bank for the final fight. The final fight is of course against all of Vergil's nightmares, Griffin, Shadow, and Nightmare. This fight is not easy, especially for those of us who suffer the challenge of no damage runs. Keeping track of all three familiars is not always easy, and they will pounce players who aren't watching their backs. However, like when playing as V, Nightmare can only spend so long on the battlefield, meaning the player will have ample opportunity to take down Shadow and Griffin on their own. If either of their health hits 0 while in sphere form, they'll remain incapacitated until Nightmare comes to their aid. Nightmare can and will revive the familiars upon returning, however this will come at a steep cost of its own health, which is what the player should primarily be concerned with since technically Nightmare is the boss. Nightmare itself can perform maneuvers exclusive to this boss fight, which I think is pretty cool. See, there are these energy geysers to the right that can be destroyed via Qliphothr roots earlier on in the level, but if they aren't, Nightmare will use them to heal. I like this because destroying the roots that maintain these energy geysers doesn't feel essential for defeating the boss, at least not on the standard difficulty, but it does provide a nice tactical edge for anyone looking for it. It's a great way of subtly widening the gap between the skill floor and skill ceiling, thus making things more accessible without inherently sacrificing difficulty. Sometimes when Griffin and Shadow are the only two familiars in the room, Nightmare will just pop up out of the floor with an uppercut and fire a laser or two. He won't stay around for too long, but this is still something to keep a sharp eye out for. Sometimes Nightmare will turn to putty and reappear somewhere else in the arena. The way Nightmare can go in and out of the fight makes up for its lack of speed and can make for some really interesting experiences for players that get surprised by this. Overall, this fight kicks ass, and it's followed up by a pretty great scene that upon rewatching really tugs at the heartstrings.
Should have known better. You got a good heart, but you're about as sharp as a marble.
Perhaps. But if you had even a little bit of trouble defeating us, imagine what Vergil can do to you. Go see for yourself. Us. This is our final fight. And the end of Vergil's nightmares. Godspeed, Dante. You'll need it.
Rest in peace, little chicken. It's been a bash.
This is where it all comes to an end. Dante and Vergil have done nothing but fight since they were children, and now it's time to decide which of them is truly the greatest son of Sparta. Mission 19 and 20 are like Mission 17. They're just boss fights. But this time, it's against Vergil himself, and he definitely deserves it because holy shit, what a fight it turned out to be. Mission 19 is Dante's fight with Vergil, but Mission 20 goes to Nero. One might think that having two missions, the last two no less, being the same boss fight is lazy, and I could see where someone might be coming from with that criticism. However, the fights themselves are structured to play quite distinctly, and Mission 20 also has the credit fights, which have been a staple of the series since DMC3. The credit fights are timed with some unique dialogue that plays out depending on how many enemies the player eliminates. It's a fun-filled last hurrah to cap off an absolutely phenomenal adventure, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Before we begin to dissect the finale of this game, let's talk about Vergil. Vergil is a complicated character. In Devil May Cry 3, we learn that Vergil, following the loss of his mother, sought the power of his father Sparta. The first Devil May Cry game established that Dante and Vergil's mother Eva was murdered by demons when they were children. So naturally, this informs Vergil's motivation, and more importantly, why Vergil sees humanity as weak. Vergil only values his demonic heritage as, to him, demonic power is absolute and will always allow him to protect himself. He looked up to his father and knew Sparta had fought off the entirety of the demon world on his own. So to Vergil, that is the part of his heritage that means the most to him. Devil May Cry 5 further elaborates on what happened with Eva, showing us that she actually wasn't able to make it to Vergil before being killed, leaving the poor boy alone to face the demons by himself, and it was at this moment that his demonic power awakened, thus saving his life. This further explains why Vergil was so willing to cast aside his humanity in his pursuit of power. And given that it was the awakening of his demonic power that allowed him to slay the demons that had come for him, it now makes even more sense as to why he holds demonic power in such high regard. Without his demonic power, he would have died. Vergil has carried this belief that humanity is weak with him for his entire life, and it's clear that he's never been able to move past the trauma of feeling abandoned by his mother at such a dark hour. And it's this forsaking of his humanity that makes him weaker than Dante in the final battle of Devil May Cry 3, and their subsequent clashes in Devil May Cry. Following the events of the first Devil May Cry, Vergil, now free from the corruption of Mundus, discovers that he's dying. His body is beginning to crumble and fade due to the sheer exhaustion of all of his battling as well as the corruption of Mundus, or at least that's what we can infer based on what V says.
Suffering defeat after defeat, that man's body was reaching its limit, breaking down. But he couldn't die yet. The man had a job that must be done.
He tracks down the Yamato, which is sealed by some form of magic within Nero's devil arm, as was established in DMC4. He tears Nero's arm off, retrieves the Yamato, and returns to his and Dante's childhood home where he uses the Yamato's magic on himself to separate his humanity from his demonhood. What's interesting to note about this scene is that his humanity is cast right out of him as the avatar known as V, while Urizen, the avatar of his demonhood, slowly grows from the body of Vergil. Vergil is more aware than anyone that it's his demonic side that he's nurtured over the years, and of course it's his belief that his humanity held him back. So it makes sense that this is how splitting himself with the Yamato would play out on a visual level. Also note that Vergil is facing away from the family portrait as he literally leaves his humanity and half of what made him who he is behind. The reason Vergil did this was so that his demonic avatar, now fully realized and unshackled from humanity, could awaken the Qliphotht and eat its fruit. The Qlifoth fruit is an item of legend that Mundus consumed, which is how he became so powerful that he could threaten both the demonic and human worlds. On top of adding to the lore of the very first game, it makes sense that Vergil would know of the Qlifoth given the time he spent researching Sparta, as well as the time he spent under Mundus' influence. V, however, being the avatar of Vergil's humanity, is very weak and dying much the same way Vergil was. The Qlifoth fruit would make Urizen an all-powerful demonic god, so even if V never managed to reunite with Urizen, thus rebirthing Vergil, Vergil's life goal would, in a way, still be realized. This endless pursuit of power is what Vergil has spent his entire life working to realize, and now that he's dying, he will do anything to see it through, no matter how drastic. Eventually, V did find his way back to Urizen, and the two reunited, thus rebirthing Vergil more powerful than ever. Vergil returning has to be one of the most hype moments I have ever seen in a video game. So many years of storytelling in this franchise has led to this one moment, and we have no idea what to expect from Vergil. One of the biggest questions at this very moment, undoubtedly, is if he actually remembers everything that V and Urizen experienced. Dante tries to fight him immediately, but Vergil tells him to fuck off. Vergil claims that defeating him in that moment has no meaning, but honestly, I think he was just talking shit to his brother because, well, that's what they do. We're talking about characters that heal and recover so fast that if you were to cleave either of them in half, they would have completely recovered by the time the blade left their body. Now sure, their healing factor can diminish from sheer exhaustion, but it's not like it would take long for Dante to catch his breath. In fact, Dante pretty much goes straight from here to ascending the Qlifoth into the stratosphere, fighting through hordes of demons to fight Vergil. So, why did Vergil tell Dante to fuck off, knowing that if they stood there for even a few seconds, Dante would be ready to duke it out again? In the following scene with Vergil, we see him talking to himself atop the Qlifoth, having just seen his childhood home of Redgrave for the first time probably since childhood. He can't help but ponder the day he awakened to his demonic power. It's brief, but it's a nice personal moment where Vergil is at his most human. It was at this point that it hit me. Vergil wasn't telling Dante to fuck off because Dante was tired. Vergil was doing this because after all that he's been through, he's contemplating if perhaps there could have been a time in which he and Dante had switched places. Some reality where it was set up for him to have embraced his humanity, as well as his demonic heritage. He's questioning his own existence, the path he's walked, and he needs time to think.
I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not. My wrath did grow, and I watered it in fears, night and morn, with my tears. And I sunned it with smiles, and with the soft deceitful wiles. And it grew, both day and night, till it bore an apple bright. And my foe beheld it shine, and he knew that it was mine. And into my garden stole, when the night had veiled the pole. In the morning glad I see my foe outstretched beneath the tree.
V is the avatar of Vergil's humanity, and he provides a genuinely fascinating look into a side of Vergil we've literally never seen before. We can learn so much about Vergil through V. The first that many of you are probably thinking is that of Vergil's love of Old English poetry. This is more than just edgy emo boy reading edgy emo poetry, however. William Blake is considered by many literary scholars to be one of, if not the, most influential poets of the Romantic Age. Many of his works focused on aspects of human existence and what makes us who we are. Since it's established that Vergil has had this book since he was a child, being gifted it from a kind old man, this would seem to indicate that Vergil's confusions regarding his heritage started as early as childhood. While V is finding his way back to Urizen, he clings to one of the few things that Vergil had connecting him to his humanity, the poetry of William Blake. He's constantly quoting works that prompt existential questions such as the Proverbs of Hell and Infant Joy. Reading this poetry also charges V's devil trigger, implying that had Vergil's childhood not been taken from him, his human and devil halves could have been properly cultivated. When V and Urizen finally unite and restore Vergil, Vergil does retain the memories of both of them, meaning that all of the poetry V was reading throughout Devil May Cry 5 has found its way into Vergil's conscience. The very first thing Vergil does upon returning is glance down at his poetry book. This visual indicates to the audience that the very first thing that Vergil thought about upon returning was his very existence, both the human and demonic natures, or at least that's what I infer from this moment. Originally, I had this reading of V as just an avatar of Vergil's humanity, but honestly, I don't think that's giving this character enough credit. Vergil rejected his humanity, literally casting it behind him. However, like any human, V is tenacious and unwilling to let himself perish forgotten. Vergil can deny his humanity all he wants, but it will find its way back to him. It makes sense that V as a character would seek to preserve himself, and it works spectacularly on a thematic level. Vergil doesn't get a full character arc in Devil May Cry 5. It's not his game, and it would require a substantial amount of additional content in order to make such an arc what it needs to be. Again, Vergil game, please, for the love of Sparta. But what we do get here is quite substantial if you're willing to look past the surface level, and there are many parallels to be drawn between Vergil and Nero's respective journeys of self-discovery. Dante's character has been developed and gone through arcs of his own in different games, and the story of this game primarily revolves around Nero and, to some extent, Vergil. That's not to say Dante doesn't get his own stuff to work with though, it's just that the main focus isn't him. Similarly to how the story of Devil May Cry 4 was structured around Nero and not Dante. At the start of the game, Dante is told by V that Vergil has returned as the new Demon King Urizen, and it's Dante's unresolved conflict with his brother that drives him through the plot. By the end, Dante has fully embraced the legacy of his demonic heritage, and Vergil has finally realized, thanks to V, that his humanity is worth embracing. Vergil's arc might not necessarily be complete, he still has quite a bit to work through emotionally, but our boy's getting there. I'm telling ya, Vergil game. When the two finally meet, they proceed to fight one another. Like V said just a short while earlier,
to see one's justice through, a man must fight for it, even if the one who stands before him is his kin.
That's ridiculous.
The Brothers of Blood disagree on the very reason of their existence. They must fight.
However, these two have both finally come to understand and more or less embrace who they are. They no longer disagree on why they exist, or at least not at such a fundamental level. When Dante and Vergil finally meet, Dante wants the Yamato so he can destroy the Qliphoth, but Vergil tells him that if he wants it, then he'll have to take it. He's not bickering over their heritage like he did in Devil May Cry 3, he's just saying fuck you, come at me bro. The two then briefly reminisce, talking about how the only thing they've ever done since they were kids is fight. The two smile for a moment, and from there, they fight. Unlike their previous encounters in past games, they're no longer fighting to prove they're right about their ideology behind their heritage. At this point, they're just fighting because it's all they've ever done, and it's become something of a sport for them to see who's the better of the two. They're like brothers wrestling in the backyard to see who gets to play Xbox first, or something. I don't know. The Sons of Sparta arc has finally concluded, and all they're doing is having a little fun. It's recreation to them. However, the story is not quite done yet. Alright, it's time to talk about Nero. Nero is a spectacular protagonist in Devil May Cry 5, and I never thought I would be saying that following DMC4. In DMC4, Nero was not a very good character, and his critical reception was overall pretty negative. Sure, he was mostly altruistic, Johnny Young Bosch is great, and he has some pretty badass stuff on a mechanical level, but he was mostly known for being a sour combination of boneheaded and whiny. Many wrote Nero off as whiny Dante with a glove, and honestly, I was one of those people. However, Nero was not without potential. He was never without potential. By the end of the story, Nero had developed an interesting dynamic with Dante, and there were several nuggets of potential throughout the story that future stories could capitalize on, such as Nero's mysterious connection to the Yamato and his relationships with Credo, Dante, and Kyrie. It wasn't much, but he wasn't a hopeless character that you would need to completely redo from scratch in order to make work. Oh, what's he doing there? Anyways, Nero was underwhelming as a protagonist in DMC4, and from there, most studios would opt to do one of two things. Either forget about him and put Dante back in the forefront of the next entry, or keep Nero the same and continue trying to push him despite how much people didn't like him. So what did the DMC team do? Neither. Sort of. In Devil May Cry 5, Nero remains the protagonist and retains a lot of the snarky, carefree young adult angst that he's come to be known for. He's still a bit of an overly emotional knucklehead, but the writers use this to their advantage, and he's portrayed in a way that comes off as much more lighthearted, cheerful, and sympathetic than in DMC4. Johnny Yong Bosch is also clearly having such a blast playing Nero again, and his energy certainly shines through in his performance. When Nero shit-talked enemies or Dante in DMC4, he just came off as an ignorant teenager who thought, admittedly for good reason, that he was invincible. Occasionally it would land, but for the most part he just came off as kind of a mean-spirited cunt. In DMC5, he actually starts off mostly the same. When Nero first encounters Irizen, he's shit-talking despite the fact that he's missing a fucking arm, and he's extremely ignorant to the gravity of the situation. However, being cocky isn't exclusive to Nero, and it isn't long before Nero gets knocked on his ass. But instead of whining about it and continuously rushing in blind like he did in DMC4, Nero steps back, albeit reluctantly at first, and takes time to get stronger. He's still no match for Urizen in the second encounter, but he's clearly improved and he's much more level-headed about it. Don't get me wrong, he still shit-talks, I mean, that's his thing, but his demeanor isn't quite the same this time around, and it's a great way of showing us his growth as a character. Nero has a magnetic charisma in the way he trash-talks. His quips are much more clever than in DMC4, and while he's definitely cocky, he rarely comes off as ignorant of the seriousness of situations beyond the prologue. He retains a youthful charm, whilst appearing to be much smarter and more disciplined despite his brash nature, and because of this he's so much easier to get behind as the hero. Not only has he matured in DMC4, but he grows quite a bit throughout this game also, and this feels a lot more earned than just uprooting his character and changing him entirely. This consistency to his development adds to his likability, and by the end of the game I was shoving my way to the front of the Nero fan club line because I wanted to give that adorable little cunt a big fat smooch. But yeah, Nero absolutely kicks ass, and the game does a great job at setting up his development and making his motivations clear. I think Devil May Cry is honestly just really excellent when it comes to its character work. Mostly. At the start of the game, Nero's only real goal is to do his job. He's a devil hunter and he wants to stop the big baddie and save the day. It's as simple as it needs to be since it's only the start of the game. But it doesn't take long for Nero to get knocked on his ass, not only by the demon, but by Dante. Now his motivation has gone from just wanting to save the day, to proving he's worthy of saving the day. Dante calling Nero deadweight has become quite the meme in the DMC community, but it is an effective way of conveying Dante's condescending perspective of Nero that pushes Nero to want to become stronger. In many ways, this is a reflection of how the fans originally felt Nero couldn't live up to Dante's legacy. It's now Nero's motivation for fighting, and it absolutely works. The stage was set for this coming-of-age story by the end of the prologue, and we still had 20 more missions to go. In Devil May Cry 4, after uniting the broken Yamato and awakening his Devil Trigger, Nero talks about a demonic voice that echoed to him saying that he needs more power. And at that time, it really was just there to hint at his heritage. In Mission 3 of DMC5, when Nero is alone, in one of the game's quieter moments, he quotes the voice saying, "Without strength, you cannot protect anything," claiming to know that. At face value, this might just seem like another hint towards his heritage, but that's not all it is. In the game's climax, Nero laments that it was because of his lack of strength that he couldn't save his brother-in-law Credo in DMC4, one of the few genuine friends that he ever had. Seriously, I never thought we'd be hearing the name Credo again in Devil May Cry. It just goes to show that these writers really do know and care about the entirety of the franchise, but I digress. Much like his father, Nero feels an obligation to become stronger, but it's primarily so that he can protect his loved ones, rather than just himself. Instead of allowing the fear and trauma of losing family and loved ones to cloud his judgments, thus taking this desire of power to its most extreme conclusion, Nero chooses to use it as motivation to protect them, which he needs strength in order to do. Nero's desire to become stronger doesn't just stem from a sense of self-preservation, it's a practical necessity to protect those that he loves. And throughout DMC5, it's his goal to prove himself as being capable of just that, not just to Dante, but to himself.
You don't get it. Let me guess. I'm dead weight? Well, you can
That's
show
not
them.
it, Nero.
What is it then? He's your father! What?
Nero is caught completely off guard by this information, and he has no idea how to process it. Eventually, Nero catches up with the rest of the Devil May Cry gang, and they can see that he's absolutely fuming and has no idea what to do. In an incredibly heartfelt moment, Lady tells Nero that he needs to find a way to forgive his father, explaining that if he lets his anger fester, it'll eventually scar him for life. It's a wonderful nod to Lady's character arc from Devil May Cry 3, which I consider to be the strongest part of that game's already very strong plot. It's a well put together moment that pushes Nero to consider what it is he has to do, and what follows is well informed by his prior characterization. Soon after, Nero gets another outstanding character moment with perhaps the silliest backdrop I have ever seen applied to any moment in this franchise, hell, probably in any video game. Somewhere near the peak of the Qliphoth up in the Earth's atmosphere, there is a fucking telephone booth that is entirely functional. It's totally underplayed, and it really does serve as a reflection of this franchise as a whole. Despite how utterly silly and insane things can get, there's a surprisingly wholesome plot revolving around these fantastic characters, and at this point the studio has become a master of balancing the silliness with the wholesomeness to create an effective and consistent tone. This franchise is incredibly self-aware to the point that the display put on in this game is just uncanny. Nero uses the telephone booth to get in touch with Kyrie, and even though I would have loved to actually see her in this game, it's nice that her voice actress was able to get in a few meaningful lines of dialogue. She doesn't say much, but it's enough for Nero to pull himself up, and it's what follows that really punctuates the scene. On the way up to the peak of the Qliphoth, Nero talks about how he failed to save Kratos, and how Nero has always hated himself for not being able to protect him. Like I said before, it's a brilliant callback that's nice not just as a reference or fan service, but because it informs what's happened in this title, while also retroactively adding to the prior game's story. And then, this happens.
But this time is different. I swear! I'm not letting you die!
This is curious.
Nero.
What a fucking moment. Dante and Vergil don't really plan to kill each other, as I mentioned earlier, so it might come off as a bit melodramatic or even misplaced, but the point of the scene is that Nero has finally found the resolve he needed to protect his loved ones, despite whatever conflicts have come up between them.
You listen, deadweight. I won't let you kill each other. There are other ways of settling your differences. I'm putting a stop to this sibling rivalry.
This is Nero's coming-of-age moment. This is the conclusion of his development from edgy asshole teenager to responsible young adult. This is the pulling of his devil trigger. Nero jumps between Dante and Vergil and throws them away from one another. The Sparta brothers are utterly baffled at this development, but they don't skip a beat before acting like complete knuckleheads again. Dante tries to tell Nero for the billionth time to piss off, but my boy Nero's had enough of Uncle Dante's shit, so he backhands the motherfucker with that forward smash, knocking Dante completely on his ass, and according to Dante, nearly killing him. I'm 100% certain that he was being hyperbolic, but it's been a long while since we've seen Dante knocked so hard on his ass by anyone other than Vergil, so it's impressive nonetheless. Vergil concludes that that counts as a win for Nero, so if Vergil beats Nero, he beats Dante. He's so fucking petty, and Dante doesn't really care. The two have all the time in the world to fight now anyways. It's just funny to see how comically petty these characters can be towards one another. Brothers, am I right? Now that everything necessary has been established, it's time for the final fight with Vergil as Nero, and the construction of this fight is fucking brilliant. On a first playthrough, the game actually gives Nero a regenerating devil trigger just for this fight, allowing the player to have as much fun with it as possible since this will actually be their first time using it. He's basically a super character. The fight starts off with this really somber violin track, but everything changes the moment you pull the devil trigger. Finally, Nero has his own devil trigger, and it's fucking awesome. None of that JoJo knockoff bullshit. This is a fully blown, fully realized, stylish-ass Devil Trigger transformation. Nero's Devil Trigger comes with a lot of perks as discussed earlier, but for now I want to talk about the actual fight with Vergil. Vergil is a boss that I actually kinda had mixed feelings about at first. He's very defensive, and that can make the fight feel a bit awkwardly paced or even a bit too scripted, since up to this point the majority of enemies can be dealt with via pure aggression. Vergil is a completely different type of fight, however. Any attempts to rush him down with either a stinger or a streak will immediately be shut down as he takes a defensive stance in between his various attacks. This means that Vergil controls the pace of the fight, and it's up to the player to find openings in his attacks where he's vulnerable, such as when he sheaths the Yamato after a judgment cut or following a rapid slash. He'll also attempt to use summon swords, which can be dodged pretty easily, but it's far more satisfying to use a Royal Guard, or even deflect them with attacks like Payline or Caliber. About halfway through the fight, he'll begin to use his Doppelganger and Sin Devil Trigger, at which point he'll become far more aggressive and the player will now have to take on the defensive. I like this because it means the player must first learn to respect Vergil's behaviors, thus making him far more intimidating as he becomes more aggressive. Players who don't show respect to Vergil are severely punished, which ties well into his samurai fighting style, which historically revolves around the idea of coming to understand your opponent so as to be your most effective. Vergil's use of his Devil Trigger is awesome in this fight. He holds nothing back, using both Doppelganger and Sin Devil Trigger to overwhelm the player with multiple judgment cuts, rapid slashes, etc. Dodging attacks from Vergil and his Doppelganger for a longer time isn't easy though, so it's more optimal to try and engage the Doppelganger and eliminate it quickly. Its health is pretty minuscule, so with enough skill and well-timed attacks, the Doppelganger can be dispatched of rather swiftly, leaving only Vergil in his SDT, at which point the player will need to try and land attacks during the brief moments that Vergil stops, like they did in the first phase of the fight. Waiting out the Sin Devil Trigger and just dodging isn't a viable option, as Vergil can heal when using the Sin Devil Trigger pretty damn quickly on higher difficulties too. But timing one's attacks isn't always easy due to Vergil's increased speed and aggression, and the use of his summoned swords, which can not only deal a lot of damage, but potentially even stun the player, leaving them vulnerable to attacks. Vergil doesn't have Beowulf or Force Edge or World of V in this fight, but he does have access to Judgment Cut End, which he'll cast faster on subsequent higher difficulties, and a Dive Bomb attack where he takes flight and can potentially deal a tremendous amount of damage. This attack can, however, be countered with well-timed Royal Guard releases or Buster Arms, both of which feel unbelievably satisfying to pull off. But that is only a tip of the iceberg as far as details in this fight goes. The fight with Vergil is full of neat little details and interactions that go a long way in making it feel really dynamic. For starters, when playing as Dante, if a stinger is attempted while Vergil's guard is up, he'll parry it and make a remark on how the player is rushing in blind, likely ribbing on players that have used stingers so much over the years or even just over the course of this game. Nero also has some great moments, like how his Buster attack changes depending on whether or not the Doppelganger's out, or if Vergil's in the air when the Buster's performed. That's 3 Busters right there, 4 if you count the Dive Bomb counter, and for all I know, there's even more. I won't go over every single one of these interactions because I want to avoid this script evolving into a list of cool features, but there's a lot going for this fight when it comes to the finer contextual details. However, Vergil isn't the only final boss. When playing as Vergil, missions 19 and 20 will see the player fighting Dante instead, and I have a few things to say about this fight. For starters, I like that the fight in mission 20 sees a significant ramp up in difficulty. For mission 19, Dante sticks to a rather limited arsenal, and will refrain from using his Sin Devil Trigger, sticking only to the regular Devil Trigger. I like this because it makes it feel as though there's something of an escalation between the two fights, but that's about the extent of it. Mission 19 is just kind of a warm-up to introduce the player to how Dante plays as a boss. I guess it's cool for a first playthrough, but beyond that, the only noticeable effect is that the Mission 19 fight is kind of a cakewalk compared to what we get in Mission 20. I suppose now that we're on the mission where Dante is using his entire arsenal, I can start going into depth about how the fight plays. To be perfectly honest, I have pretty mixed feelings about this boss. Dante plays almost identically to the player character version, but with the added benefit of being an AI that can perfectly time Royal Guard and having way more invincibility frames than the player character version. Part of what makes Vergil such a fun boss to fight was taking advantage of these windows of vulnerability, but Dante just barely has those at all. Maybe this is something I'll get the hang of better as time goes on, but it's damn near impossible for me to tell when Dante is actually vulnerable in this fight. There are times where he seems to just instantly recover from attacks with either Trickster or his Devil Trigger. Summon Swords help, but without them I really just don't know what works aside from maybe Drive and Judgment Cuts. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for taking advantage of a particular method of attack to get the leg up on the opponent, but that's not too fun of a strategy to have to use in repetition. At least not for me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not at all saying that's all you can do against him, just that so many of his attacks have so many iframes that I personally have a really hard time distinguishing when I can even attack him. I've probably fought this boss a good few dozen times now, and I still feel like I'm trying my luck whenever I go in for a non-ranged attack. Of course, you could always just spam heavy rain swords and the 4 super moves to wipe out the majority if not all of his health bar, but, I mean, it's the final boss, and I kinda want a good fight, so I don't know about that one. This fight does have a lot going for it. For starters, spamming air trick is just not an option anymore. A lot of Dante's attacks are blindingly fast and chained together very effectively, making air trick spam a complete non-option, which is great because, well, no other boss is really capable of doing this against Vergil. This means that the use of air trick now requires actual skill, as well as exceptional timing. It feels really damn good to dodge Dante's Sin Devil Trigger attacks or his dual Kalina and blasts. Or maybe last second air tricking out of a King Cerberus combo after a mistimed attack. It's awesome. It's also worth noting that this extremely aggressive boss combined with the necessity of defensive play means that the roles of the original Vergil boss have effectively been reversed. Even though Dante is the one primarily in control of the pace of the fight, it's the player taking on the defensive role. Obviously the player still has to time their attacks all the same, but this time it's against the Wahoo Pizza Bro and his insane barrage of weapon and style switching attack patterns. I may not particularly care for the frankly bizarre extent of his iframes, but having to play defensively against such a fast and unpredictable opponent is what makes this fight so fun for me, and it really can be rewarding to pull off stylish combos on the big goofball. For Vergil's campaign, what transpires after the fight is kinda weird. Basically, once you beat Dante, he just says adios and leaps from the Qliphothe. Nero doesn't even show up, which is honestly a shame because I would have much preferred the Mission 19 fight be the fully powered version of Dante, and Mission 20 be against Nero, wielding one of a select set of Devil Breakers, tailored specifically towards making him a uniquely challenging boss fight. That would have been kick-ass. But unfortunately, he just doesn't show up, and we're taken straight down to hell with Dante and Vergil. There's some added banter, but nothing new in terms of character development. I'm also just not a fan of these CG cutscenes. They really stand out, and I don't mean that in a good way. Why Capcom didn't just go with the fully realized RE Engine cutscenes is something I don't know enough about to comment on, but the lack of the RE Engine cutscenes is still a shame regardless of the reasoning. But at least there's a credits fight for Vergil, which is always a fun way to end a Devil May Cry game. I just wish Vergil's campaign had a bit more time and effort put into it. I really don't think I'm asking for much here, just some RE Engine cutscenes that actually contribute to his character in small but meaningful ways, and a Nero boss fight. That would have been great. Weirdly enough, I think I'm more bothered by the low quality of these cutscenes than I am anything else. We're no longer in the pre-DMC5 era where fans are utterly starved for seeing these characters. I was willing to give the new DMC4 Special Edition cutscenes a pass for not doing much back then, because it had been nearly a decade since we'd last seen them in any satisfying capacity. There was also a sort of edgy stench that had really lowered my standards, but hey, that one's for another time. But at this point, I've seen and played the shit out of the newest and I would argue best game in the franchise, and unfortunately for Capcom, it did a lot to raise the bar. I'm not gonna geek out just by seeing Vergil again. I want to see him grow in meaningful ways, and the same goes for the other characters. Dante and Vergil banter is just that, banter between Dante and Vergil. Even a single line can do a lot to develop and present these characters, and I just don't get the impression that Capcom was considering that when they were throwing these scenes together. I would much rather a small but moving moment with Vergil where he's allowed some introspection than just seeing him kill 2 riots for no reason other than they happened to be there, I guess, for some reason. Seriously, the Qliphothe hadn't even been awakened, like what the fuck? And don't misunderstand, I do think that overall the quality of content on offer is very solid. I would absolutely 100% recommend anyone who enjoyed this game to either pick up the Vergil DLC on last gen for the measly $5 it costs, or for anyone on current gen to check out Special Edition. But I want to be fair in how I judge this game because I want this series to continue to improve. I love these games if you couldn't tell, and I want them to continue to match the bar set by Devil May Cry 5, rather than continuing to taper off in quality. I know at points I've kind of shrugged off more minor criticisms, but I want to make it clear that I am more than willing to acknowledge that they are there. I love the game, but I'm not about to say it's flawless. But that's about everything to do with Special Edition, and I think that I've gone on long enough about it. So let's go back to the main story of Devil May Cry 5. After one hell of a boss fight, Nero wipes the floor with Vergil, establishing himself as not only the hero that he was always meant to be, but also as the strongest of the Sparta bloodline, and it feels very well earned. I'll always have a softer spot for Uncle Dante as I grew up on DMC3, but Nero has earned his place amongst the best of the series, and it's so satisfying to see it finally realized. And finally, now that all the character arcs have been settled, for the most part, all that's left to do is destroy the Qliphoth. As much as Vergil would like to keep fighting, he knows the Qliphoth needs to be cut down. Vergil and Dante make their way down to the underworld to destroy it from the roots, once and for all, but Nero feels very conflicted in seeing Vergil and Dante leave as he's really only just met them as father and uncle respectively. In a moment of sincerity, Dante tells Nero that it's because of Nero that the two were able to come together and save the world. Vergil then leaves Nero with his book of poetry before descending the Qliphoth. I love that the very first thing Vergil does as a father to Nero, besides stabbing him, and let's be fair, that's a family tradition at this point, is leaving him the book that helped Vergil come to understand his very own existence. What this means? Well, that's for the audience to decide. Now you might be thinking to yourself, why the hell has this guy been going on for so long about the story of Devil May Cry? Well, faithful viewer, it's really quite simple. The story of Devil May Cry 5 is really fucking good. However, there seems to be this frankly bizarre notion from critics that it's trash, or that it doesn't matter, which I find to be utterly baffling. Say what you will about Dante dancing around like a gay cowboy or Nico having a Kentucky girl accent, but the writing is thoroughly consistent for the most part, and the actions the characters take are always informed by their pre-established characterization and motivations, as well as the lore that stretches back to the very first game, which was made in 2001, which, by the way, this game is also expanding on in meaningful ways. The closest I think anyone comes to being out of character is Dante because he's presented as kind of a prick, but that's what the story is trying to do by telling the story from other people's perspectives. Nero's whole motivation to get stronger is informed not only by his history, but by the way he feels Dante is looking down upon him. Thematically, it's also a reflection of how Nero was originally perceived by the DMC fans, who will generally always gravitate towards the lovable charm of Uncle Dante. And it's not done so in an incredibly ham-fisted way that unnecessarily makes Dante out to be an unforgivable piece of shit for no reason. The point is that we come to understand Nero's perspective, thus his motivations, thus his actions, and it absolutely works. And on closer examination, Dante isn't just being a douchebag to Nero because he thinks Nero's a deadweight. Dante knows the truth of Vergil being Nero's father, and because of that, he feels obligated to protect his family, constantly trying to save Nero and keep him out of harm's way. Just because the story isn't this game's biggest priority, and just because characters do the wacky wahoo pizza shenanigans, doesn't mean the story is suddenly worse or of less value in any way. You'd be surprised how many games out there tell legitimately great stories despite it not even being their top priority and despite being really silly at times. But if your position is silly thing bad, then I'm gonna have some questions about the standards you use for storytelling. I probably sound a bit bitter, but it's kind of hard not to be when I see a well-made piece of fiction that I personally very much adore constantly being shat on by the IGN tier art snobs that think shit like this is somehow more meaningful than this. So yeah, if it seems like I'm being a bit hard on the critics of Devil May Cry 5 that like to just call it story trash without even bothering to qualify their claims with anything aside from Dante dancing in a cowboy hat or Nico saying something goofy, well good, because their critiques fucking suck. But I don't want to talk about them, for now. Let's go back to talking about Devil May Cry 5.
Don't bet on it.
What lies beyond the initial playthrough of Devil May Cry 5? For starters, there are the higher difficulties: Son of Sparta, Dante Must Die, Heaven or Hell, Hell in Hell, and Legendary Dark Knight. Conquering each of these difficulties yields different rewards, such as Nero's bubblegum taunt that restores 2 bars of health once per mission, for some reason, Dante's ability to wield every weapon in his arsenal rather than just 4 at a time, alternate outfits, and even super characters. Son of Sparta is essentially Devil May Cry's hard mode, with enemies that not only deal higher damage and have higher health, but they're far more aggressive and have also had their placements mixed up throughout the levels, allowing for a more refreshing second run through the game. It's something that Devil May Cry has always done, and the impact of these mix-ups can be felt as early on as the Prologue, where you'll be fighting an Impusa Queen. Then there's Dante Must Die, which makes Son of Sparta look like nothing by comparison. Dante Must Die adds to Son of Sparta by further increasing enemy health, damage, and aggression, as well as giving them their own devil triggers, at which point players will really need to step up their game. This also applies to boss fights. Seeing Urizen activate his devil trigger is enough to make a grown man shit himself. I would know, I've done it. The reward for conquering this difficulty is absolutely worth it though, as doing so will grant the player access to super characters, variations of Dante, Nero, V, and Vergil that have infinitely regenerating devil trigger gauges at the cost of the health regeneration that devil trigger typically grants. Using a super character also reduces the score of a mission to a measly 20%. This makes it basically impossible to get anything above a C rank. Even if you managed to defeat Urizen as Super Nero without taking damage, your score would barely go over 1000. That's pretty insane. Part of me gets that they would want to take away the health regeneration as it would all but trivialize the game, but we're talking about unlimited devil trigger. Isn't the point of this to be completely busted? I'm not really complaining, I just don't get that particular detail. In Devil May Cry 3, Super Dante didn't have health regeneration and couldn't use Quicksilver and Doppelganger infinitely. However, the Super Sparta unlockable did, and could. Why not just do something like that here? I mean, oh well, I guess. Whatever, but I want my fucking Sparta costume, dude. Then there's Heaven or Hell, a joke difficulty that's existed since DMC3. Everything dies in one hit. The player, enemies, Urizen's dumb crystal, everything. It's kind of hilarious to just blast through the game spamming Blue Rose, Griffin, and Ebony and Ivory, but credit where it's due, trying to style on enemies when they die in one hit can actually make for a genuinely interesting challenge. You don't need to, since you're basically guaranteed S ranks anyways, but it's a fun and unique way of testing how much you can do with so little. The player also has 3 gold orbs in case they're killed. However, once those orbs are gone, the level will need to be restarted. This also applies to the next difficulty. Hell and Hell. This is where the real Devil May Cry 5 begins. DMC4 is the game that introduced us to this mode, and it looks like it's here to stay. Hell and Hell is basically a conjunction of 2 difficulties, Son of Sparta and Heaven or Hell. The player dies in a single hit, but enemies are set to Son of Sparta difficulty. This makes for a brutally challenging difficulty that truly puts the player's skills to the test. Playing as V on Hell and Hell was especially interesting. With the familiars dying in a single hit, it's up to V to not only avoid enemy attacks, but choose whether or not to wait to revive them, or to go in and try and save them, or to summon Nightmare, thus reviving the others. Speaking of Nightmare, riding it via promotion is all but out of the question, because if so much as a single enemy attacks it, Nightmare will disappear and the player's entire devil trigger will be cut to 0. And the thing about Hell in Hell is that if the player is hit once, that's an automatic 20% reduction to the overall score, as the provided gold orbs count towards the no continues bonus. That means that, for some levels, getting hit even once is not an option if you're looking to S rank. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Mission 12, with that bullshit tracking tentacle Urizen uses. Fuck you! Most of the time it's easy to dodge, but one slip up, there goes your S rank. Fuck you, Urizen, and fuck the sweats you gave me when I was trying to S rank this shit. Fuck you! There's one last difficulty included right from the start in Special Edition, and that's Legendary Dark Knight. This is my absolute favorite way to play Devil May Cry. It's set to Son of Sparta difficulty, but enemy numbers have been multiplied by a couple. It's fucking bananas. And hell, when I first picked up Special Edition, this was the difficulty I started with, so going back to the versions of these characters that didn't have anything unlocked on this higher difficulty was quite a thrill for me as a veteran. It was kinda dumb at times, but yeah, I had some fun. Even the Angelo and Nobody bosses have way more enemies than they did before. I honestly don't know what else to say, it's just this insanely fun mode where you get to mow down these massive mobs of enemies. It's like Dynasty Warriors, except the enemies are actually threatening. Using Judgment Cut End, Mega Cascade, Domination, or Showdown against a horde of chaos is just... Oh my god, it's so good! But additional difficulties aren't all this game has to offer. There's also the Bloody Palace, a survival gauntlet where the player has to go through 101 stages without dying. No revivals allowed, just pure skill and survivability. Of course there are floors that offer health and DT refills, but as the player progresses, these will become significantly more scarce. Bloody Palace is also a great opportunity for characters to fight bosses they otherwise never got to fight, like Dante with Goliath, Nero with Cavalier Angelo, or V with Vergil. It allows for unique boss experiences that just weren't possible in the base game. However, not every boss made it into the Bloody Palace. Okay, so I get not including the Qliphoth route, since it's basically a tutorial boss, and Gilgamesh as it was the only poorly received boss of this game, but why not Nidhogg, or the Elder Knight Geryon, or even some middle floors with the Angelo and Nobody fights to help break up the pacing a bit? Also, why is the requirement for defeating a Throne Room Urizen just to break the crystal and attack him once? Why don't we have to fight him like we do with his other two forms? It's just kinda weird. For me personally, the Elder Knight Geryon is one of my favorite bosses, and not getting to fight it with Dante or Nero, it fucking sucks. But hey, PC version has mods, so whatever, I can fight him as Kermit the fucking Frog if I want to. There's also this weird issue of DLC weaponry not being available in Bloody Palace. The fuck's all that about? I could see why they'd have it this way in the base game if there were some global ranking systems or something, but there's not. And Special Edition, I mean, it already comes with all the DLC weapons, so why can't I use them here? It's just so strange. Bloody Palace is supposed to be the ultimate fun zone as well as a test of the player's skill, but Dante isn't allowed to use one of his weapons, and Nero isn't allowed to access half a dozen Devil Breakers. The fuck it, Suno! So alright, Bloody Palace has some bizarre omissions, but overall I'd say the mode is still fantastic. A complete run will yield over 1 million red orbs minimum, and the sheer fun to be had is pretty much what the player chooses to make of it. Not only that, but there are trophies tied to the Bloody Palace, as well as those stylish taunts that we talked about decades ago. I think the difficulty balancing of Bloody Palace is overall quite sound, with it starting off quite easily, but steadily rising in difficulty, culminating in a Dante Must Die level, where enemy groups will require nothing but the best from the player. However, there is one particular spike in difficulty that I referenced earlier that I'm not so big a fan of. Stage 70. This stage has become infamously known as the stage with 3 Fury. Alright, Capcom, I need to know your location. I just want to talk. But seriously, what's the deal with this stage? Is it too hard or just bad? Well, honestly, I think it's kind of a mix of both. The thing about the Fury is that it requires the player to engage with them in a very specific way. It requires the player's near undivided attention. So let's assume I'm playing as Dante and I want to use Royal Guard. I now have to account for all 3 of these things before I can proceed to even attack after a successful Royal Guard. Nero and V basically have no dedicated defensive options, so I'm just going to be scrambling if I use them, and while Vergil has Air Trick, it can't be used on a teleporting Fury as the Summon Sword won't stick to them, and his non-lock-on dodge is, let's call it weird. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this fight can't be fun, but the only strategies that seem to work consistently, at least for me, are these strats that feel kinda cheesy. For Dante, it's Red Hot Night at the very start of the fight. For Nero, it's Ragtime followed by Buster Breakaways. For Vergil, it's spamming Judgment Cut or Hell on Earth. And for V, well, V doesn't really have any way of taking the Furies down consistently. I guess the best strategy for him would be to either summon Nightmare or DT buff Shadow or Griffin, but either way, if even a single Fury locks onto V, it's gonna be a rough ride. I suppose if I was some Galaxy Brain player with Ultra Instinct tier reflexes, this stage wouldn't be as ridiculous as it is, but I'm simply not that. I'm good at this game, but my brain can only process information so fast. With 3 enemies that are teleporting all over the place, a lot of the times off-screen, the only one I'm really going to be able to keep track of is the one that I happen to be locked onto. Having so many Fury at once really just highlights the problems with their design. What's even more bizarre is that later on in Bloody Palace, there's another encounter with multiple Fury, but this time it's only 2 of them. While they are set to Dante Must Die, they're significantly more manageable because the player's attention isn't so all over the place. Focus one, keep an eye out for another. It's a great test of skill that doesn't intentionally overwhelm the player. Once I knock one on its ass, I can keep an eye out for the other while I initiate a combo. This encounter totally works, so what the fuck is up with stage 70? But hey, at least the rest of Bloody Palace is pretty great overall, barring the weird exclusion of DLC items and the absence of certain bosses and encounters that I feel would have gone a long way in helping to spice things up. I've been going on for quite a while now about specific levels in Bloody Palace, and I've gone over all of the character's specific mechanics, but how does all of this come together to form such a marvelous experience?
A storm is approaching.
I'd almost compare Devil May Cry to a fighting game, where sets of attacks are being strung together with a decent enough understanding of recovery frames, knockback, and so on. You have a small set of basic combos for each character, but it's entirely possible to start doing any number of attacks at any point during said combos. Juggling requires the player to not only learn what moves are most effective at keeping enemies in the air, but also the frequency in which these moves can be used and how the various movement options can be used in tandem to keep the player character's momentum going. The player will also need to keep in mind how each enemy behaves, as well as how each combinations of attacks manages to either lock down a single target or maintain crowd control. The rate at which enemies are stunned by the various attacks is also important to take into account when attempting combos. Once you begin to figure out how to string together all your favorite attacks and you get a proper grip of the various movement options for each character, you'll find yourself having one hell of a time pulling off all kinds of different combos. Lethality is not all that matters when it comes to Devil May Cry. Style is the core of Devil May Cry's combat. If you're not looking good while kicking ass, then you're not being a true Devil Hunter. The style meter is what will determine the player's rewards, and it's part of what makes the combat so dynamic and exhilarating. The more attacks the player can manage to dish out, the higher the style meter will climb. However, the style meter will also begin to drain when the player is hit or begins to use attacks more repetitively, thus incentivizing more varied and skilled play. I will say that Devil May Cry 5's style gauge is a bit too generous overall, especially on Legendary Dark Knight, where it's borderline impossible not to hit an S rank within the first 3 hits of an encounter, but the system works really damn well otherwise, and it does what it's meant to do. Make the player feel like a fucking badass. Combat music is also tied to the style meter, with tracks ramping up more and more as the score increases. Upon hitting an S rank, the music will escalate into the chorus, or the otherwise most intense moment of the track for those without vocals. The first time I can recall seeing dynamic music implemented into a game's combat was back in the days of Metal Gear Rising. However, for that game the music was tied to the phases of the boss fights, rather than the base combat. DMC5's implementation adds a dynamic flair to every combat encounter, and it goes a long way in keeping the music from feeling repetitive. Some of these tracks are fucking incredible too. Do I even need to tell any of you about Bury the Light at this point? What's even cooler is the selection of battle tracks that can be applied to each character. On top of the already excellent battle tracks of Devil May Cry 5, there are multiple DLC tracks, all of which are available with the deluxe and special editions of course, from previous games, that have all made their way into the selection. Some of my favorite tracks include Nello Angelo's boss theme Ultraviolet, Lucia's battle theme, the Devil's Never Cry remix that came with Vergil, and Sworn Through Swords from DMC4. If I had even a single complaint about this system, it's that I wish I could select multiple battle tracks that would play at random for each character. I'd love to be able to play as Vergil and have Ultraviolet play for one encounter, then have Bury the Light play in the next. But I admit this is my own off-the-wall idea, and otherwise, this is a kick-ass sound system. But music isn't the only thing tied to the style meter. There's also the style announcers that shout out each ranking as they're achieved. The baser announcer is this kick-ass demonic voice, but alternate announcers can be selected via the gallery. For Nero and V, they have Nico as the alternate announcer. Dante has Morrison, who's probably my favorite of the announcers, and Vergil has Dante, who uses lines from his various taunts to either encourage the player for kicking ass or belittle them for getting their ass kicked. These alternate announcers are great, I just wish there was an option to select any of the 4 for any playable character. I'd love to have Dante as a style announcer for Nero personally, but I suppose 2 out of 4 per character isn't that bad. Overall, style has never been better than in Devil May Cry 5. Don't get me wrong, there are some issues present within the system, primarily to do with how generous it is and how that might devalue the feeling of pulling off a great combo, but overall I think between the dynamic music and the announcers that this game really knocked it out of the park in terms of presenting a score for the player and their stylish gameplay. What's especially great about DMC5 is that if the player wants to practice their stylish combos, they now have a means to do so. This is the Void. The Void is a practice arena where the player can spawn one of any enemy they like and adjust their behaviors according to whatever it is the player feels they need. The player can have their own inputs recorded, that way if they pull off something cool, they can check the playback with as much detail as possible, kind of like the practice mode for a fighting game. Looking to practice specific combos on a test dummy? Spawn a docile Hellkiner with infinite health and go to town. Looking to test your skill against that one enemy that just keeps pissing you off? Go ahead and spawn in a Fury. I already know that it's going to be a Fury. For some reason, you can't spawn bosses in the Void. I'm gonna be straight with you, I genuinely have no idea why. On PC, there's been a mod for this basically since the game came out, but for some reason, Capcom just won't patch it in. Why? I just want to fight some of these bosses over and over without replaying the levels they're in. Bloody Palace was so great as to allow the player to replay any stage they've beaten previously, which is fucking awesome. However, none of these stages include the Angelo's boss, the Nobody boss, Nidhogg, Gilgamesh, people fucking care about that one, or the Elder Knight Garion. Seriously, this is one of my favorite bosses. How come he only gets love when the horse is dead? But I digress. While it does annoy me that bosses can't be spawned in the Void, this is an overall excellent addition to the game. Hell, if anything, I'd like an option to replace the loading screen tips with fun in the Void, similarly to what Bayonetta did. They could have even made it to where the player could preset the loading screen Void settings in the main menu. That'd be cool. While the Void is excellent on paper, I do wish it had been implemented with just a little bit more. I feel like that extra little bit would have gone a long way.
Liberating! And kill you we shall, Dante. Us, not Vergil.
Honestly, there are a lot of things missing in Devil May Cry 5 that I wish had been present. Don't misunderstand, this is an incredible game and the amount of content on offer is impressive. It's a full package through and through, but let's be real, there's always room for more. For example, unlockable outfits. In Devil May Cry 3 there was so much in the ways of unlockables. Then in Devil May Cry 4 there were none until Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, which features a grand total of 2 costumes per character. What the hell happened? Now, don't get me wrong, I do like the EX colors that are available in DMC5, but there could be so much more. Coatless outfits, outfits from previous DMC games, Sparta, Nello Angelo, hell, give V's Familiars some EX colors. It doesn't exactly take a lot of effort, and modders on PC have added countless additional costumes and redesigns for these characters. So why couldn't Capcom be bothered to do the same thing? It's a great way of further incentivizing completion of higher difficulties while requiring so little on the developer's part. If it was an issue of time, just patch them in later. I don't get it. And speaking of bringing in things from previous games, Lady and Trish. What the hell? These characters were a complete and utter joy to see implemented into DMC4 Special Edition, so why couldn't they be brought over to this game, especially in the Special Edition? I'm really not even asking for much here. I love the movesets they have in 4 Special Edition, even though they were a bit bare bones compared to Nero and Dante, so just staple those movesets over onto the character models of this game, and add in a few more moves to play around with. Preferably not just easy to spam super moves like you did with Vergil, just throwing that out there. The only real effort here would be creating a new Pandora for Trish in this engine, but even then you have the Pandora in DMC4 to use as reference. Hell, throw them out for the same price as Vergil and let me play through the campaign with the choice to use either for each mission. Speaking of which, I completely get why for a first playthrough the player would have to play each level with its assigned character, but beyond that first playthrough, why? Why is this a thing? Just let me play through each level with each character. Crazy motherfuckers like myself would be putting in at least another 50 hours trying to get all those S ranks. Plus, it would allow the player to fight bosses like Nidhogg and Garion with whomever they like. Seriously, I just want to fucking fight Garion with Nero! Fuck! Like I said, I totally get locking off characters for missions for the first playthrough. Otherwise, the ludonarrative dissonance would be way too distracting. But beyond that, there's just no reason for it aside from environmental specific moments like the Chandelures in missions 3 and 8, or the spots where V is meant to summon Nightmare to get through. But Vergil's campaign shows that the developers are more than willing to essentially remove the need for environmental interactions when they don't fit the character. So just do that. Just make some walkways in missions 3 and 8 for V, and just allow Dante to use Trickster to leap across those gaps. Tear the Nightmare walls down for Dante and Nero in mission 9. This would also allow the player the chance to play through each of the secret missions with every character, further adding to that already massive playtime of people like me who just love this game and want to literally do everything. I'd also like to mention Gods Must Die difficulty. GMD is a popular mod going all the way back to the days of DMC4, and it was even implemented into the definitive edition of the DMC Reboot as an official mode. So there you go, DMC Reboot fans. I said one good thing about it. Are you satisfied? Do you feel good? But seriously, this difficulty is a perfect fit for Devil May Cry. Spawning enemies with their devil triggers already active and sapping the level of any and all red orbs? Sign me the fuck up! I mean, we brought over Hell in Hell from DMC4, so why not also bring over GMD? Again, crazy motherfuckers like me would dedicate their time to S-ranking every mission with every character on this difficulty. And while we're on the topic of features added in Definitive Edition of the reboot, let's talk about Hardcore and Must Style mode. Must Style mode is pretty straightforward. The player can only deal damage once they've achieved an S rank in combat. This is a bit simple though, so let's refine it a bit, shall we? Instead of dealing 0 damage when below an S rank, the player will only deal 0 damage prior to getting a D rank. This way they can't just start an encounter with an absurdly powerful move that wipes out all enemies. After achieving a D rank, the player will deal reduced damage, with their output going up as they reach each level of style, with an S rank being the standard damage output. As much as I like the concept of Must Style, I loathe the idea of dealing a flat 0% in damage until hitting an S rank, because that just halts progression more than it tests your ability to be stylish. Then let's add to the damage output upon reaching a double S rank, then do it again for the triple S rank. The bonus shouldn't be too crazy. I'm thinking a measly 5% bonus at SS and a 10% at most for triple S, just enough so that the player feels rewarded for playing with exceptional style. After all, that's kind of the point of the mode. You could even mix things up for V by only allowing him to finish off opponents when at an S rank or higher. I think that could make for some great fun while presenting an interesting challenge for players looking to put their skills to the ultimate test. And it would be made even better in conjunction with Hardcore mode. Let's talk about that for a moment. Hardcore mode was primarily a list of changes specific to the reboot, such as allowing the Dream Runners to deflect an additional projectile from Arbiter and nerfing Osiris' ability to parry. But the more generic changes, like enemies dealing additional damage and a much less forgiving style meter, could be greatly beneficial to the replayability of DMC5. But hopefully you realize by now that I'm not the type of guy who wants the bare minimum effort put into their work. So, let's think of some additional changes for this hypothetical DMC5 Hardcore mode. Let's start off with some weapon changes. Let's nerf the damage output of Dr. Faust, Buster Arm, Judgment Cut, Hell on Earth, and the legendary Deep Stinger. I know that sounds like heresy, but if we're calling this hardcore mode, we need to cut out all of the cheese strats. No more killing bosses in a matter of seconds, at least on the higher difficulties, and no more spamming super moves from Vergil. In fact, let's have it to where a single super move costs the entirety of Vergil's SDT, thus encouraging more varied play and preventing repetitive super move spam. Also, we're gonna make Vergil's SDT require more DT draining, because if Dante doesn't get a full SDT gauge from a full DT drain, then neither does Vergil. It annoys me that Vergil gets easier access to his than Dante. Fuck you, Vergil. Next up, no revives. Period. No gold orbs, even on Heaven or Hell in Hell, and no red orbs either. In hardcore mode, you either survive or you don't. No second chances. While we're at it, let's nerf how much healing Devil Trigger grants, and just how quickly DT generates. This way, Devil Trigger will need to be used far more sparingly. And while we're on the subject of Devil Triggers, on hardcore mode, they will now heal enemies. Yes, I am serious. I always thought it was weird that enemy Devil Triggers never healed them, so you know what? Now they do. When playing as V, enemies would be incapable of healing when put into their kill states. But okay, those are the more universal mechanical changes, but what about specific enemy changes? Well, I had a couple ideas. For starters, Impuses. They fly now. I've always found it weird that they have wings, but they don't fly. Queens don't have wings, so they wouldn't be able to, but they can also leap great distances, so that's not much of an issue for them anyways. Impuses are kind of pathetic on their own, so in a pack with some of them flying and some of them not flying, the player would be forced into using a variety of combos against even the weaker enemies. And what about the Goat Boys, Baphomet and Lusasha? I love these enemies, but their cast times are kind of pathetic. Let's speed these things up just enough to where they make every fight feel like a real thrill. Dodging ice pillars and electrical bolts being cast at higher speeds could make for some much faster paced combat, which is always welcome in my book. To keep it from feeling like they're spamming so much, we would increase the cooldown between each casting though. While we're at it, let's change those barriers a bit. Instead of completely nullifying firearms, firearms just deal reduced damage. However, the barriers will be up constantly, meaning that although firearms can be used against them at any time, they'll never be as effective as when the barriers were dispersed. Nero's Buster would also be affected very similarly, dealing reduced damage but always being usable against them. But you just know that if we're going to be changing enemies up, I gotta talk about the Fury. This one's a bit interesting because we are talking about a hardcore mode. I can't make them easier, can I? Well, if I did, I need to buff them in some way so as to offset the reduced challenge. So how about this? We make it to where the Fury can be attacked at any point that it's completely visible. However, the Fury enters their warp much faster and the teleport times are remixed. This way the player can better estimate when a Fury is vulnerable and follow up more consistently, but at the cost of the Fury's attack patterns becoming much more disorienting and even dangerous. I mean, I think that's fair. And what about bosses? This could be some fun. Maybe have Nidhogg behave more aggressively. Or how about a Vergil that can use Devil Trigger at the start of the fight? You know what? Same for Dante. Imagine the looks on players' faces going into the Vergil fight only for him to burst out Doppelganger and SDT in the opening seconds. Maybe Garion and Urizen could toss out more time bubbles. That would really force the player to consider their positioning. Even a more minor change like just making Cavalier more aggressive could go a long way. I really like when he uses teleports between his attacks, so ramp that up a bit. Hell, what if there were entirely new scoreboards for hardcore mode? Well, there goes another couple hundred hours of my life. You know what? Why stop there? Add in the double S mission scores from DMC 3 and 4. Hell, put in triple S's that are only possible to do with no damage. I'll fucking do them, just watch me. We could brainstorm this for hours, but I feel like I've made my point. I love this game, but I definitely think it could do with some additional features, especially in regards to what the prior games offered. So okay, we've talked about what the game does and doesn't offer, but now it's time to explore this weird in-between. I'm referring of course to the multiplayer system that DMC5 offers, otherwise known as the cameo system. Remember back in RE6 where you might come across other players who were playing a different campaign that crossed over with your own? That system has been implemented to a lesser extent in DMC5, with players becoming visible in each other's campaigns at certain points throughout the levels where they would intersect. Bear in mind that a lot of what I'll be saying here comes straight from the wiki, as the game itself does very little to explain how this damn thing actually works. So basically, there are two ways of connecting to other players. At some points, the other player will either be a ghost recording of someone else's gameplay, or it will be a real-time display of another player as they play. However, in regards to Special Edition, when using Turbo Mode or playing on Legendary Dark Knight, real-time cameos will be impossible. Since I only play on Turbo Mode, that means I don't get any real-time cameos. When playing as Vergil, the cameo system will be completely unavailable, so yeah, you Vergil mains from UMVC3 can fucking deal with it. Ghost recordings of other players are pretty much just that. They're ghosts. They can't be interacted with in any way beyond how they interact with your own gameplay, if they even do at all. As for real-time cameos, this can allow for a sort of co-op experience to a limited extent, at least when it comes to missions 7 and 13. Yes, you can actually have a co-op experience in these missions. This can be pretty cool, theoretically. However, if either player pauses the game or enters a menu, the two will immediately be disconnected unless it was a divinity statue. Those are fine. Also, if you aren't connected to another player when another character is supposed to show up, the game will refer to them as the DMC crew. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Also, if you complete a mission and another player, whether it be them or their ghost, was present throughout the duration of the mission, you'll have the option to rate them as stylish. Doing this will grant them a gold orb. I have no idea why anyone wouldn't rate a player as stylish, seeing as how it would be unfathomably difficult for another player to negatively affect your own playthrough of any level, but hey, I guess some people just gotta play it like that. So you might be wondering if you can see another player's style score during a real-time cameo, and the answer is yes. Sometimes, only if they have a higher rank. If their rank is poop, you ain't gonna see it. Why is it like this? Hell, I don't know. Then again, I'm not entirely sure if this feature was even developed by people on Earth. It is worth noting, however, that part of the reason Itsuno chose to omit Vital Stars, Devil Stars, and Holy Water from this game is because he didn't want players to potentially see each other just standing around going through menus. However, this is kind of a weird statement considering that going into a menu will automatically disconnect players anyways. But hey, you know what? I'm not complaining. The omission of those items was a significant step forward for this game, and even if the logic is flawed, the result is a net positive. One last thing, however. Apparently, in-game files found by data miners actually reference both a search system as well as an invite system, so the DMC crew clearly had unfinished plans for a co-op system of sorts. The Switch port of DMC3 even has couch co-op for Bloody Palace. Why didn't it get patched into the HD versions on other current generation consoles? I have no idea. But when DMC5's Bloody Palace was being marketed, there was a lot of speculation that there would be some sort of co-op system implemented. However, that never came to be, and there's been no word on it ever since. With the release of a co-op-less special edition, I guess it's something the team felt was best left on the cutting room floor, which is a real shame because co-op Devil May Cry has so much potential as a concept. I'd love to try stuff out like this with my friends, but in order to do so, I'd either have to go back to the PS4 version of DMC5, since none of my friends have PS5s, as they're more rare than fucking Infinity Stones at this point, adjust various online options, and hope that we get matched up and don't desync, or have someone come over and play DMC3 with me on my Switch. I guess I could go on PC and mod DMC5 for some co-op, but, you know, we shouldn't have to rely on modders to implement this stuff. Look, the cameo system might have been cool in the archaic days of the PS3, but nowadays it's just kinda bizarre. I honestly don't think I'd have as much of a problem with this system if it was a bit more fleshed out. It feels like they teased a co-op system with no actual plans of implementing one, and that sucks. That's not even a tease, that's just a half-baked and unfinished asset. It's not a huge detriment to the game. I mean, it is kinda neat, and its impact is overall quite limited. I just wish that they had either fully committed to the concept, or left it behind earlier on in development. I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather be told no than to be teased.
This is our final flight, and the end of Vergil's nightmares. Godspeed, Dante. You'll need it.
Rest in peace, little chicken. It's been a bash.
But you know what? I don't want to end things on a negative. So I want to talk about one more thing before I wrap this up, and that's the team behind this game. It would be insane to try and name out and thank literally every single employee who helped make this game possible, but I also don't want a single person who worked on this masterpiece to go uncredited. So for now I'm gonna let the end credits play out while I sing the praises of all of these wonderful people. Seriously, every single one of you, especially those on the lower end of the totem pole, deserve nothing but praise for your work on this game. Even if I criticize something about this game that you contributed to, you were still an integral part of bringing this game to life, and for that I am genuinely, eternally grateful. You have made one hell of a legacy for yourself, and you deserve to feel nothing but the utmost pride and joy in what you managed to accomplish. From the designers to the director, all of you should be praised. Alright, you know what? I kinda lied. I do want to mention one person in particular. Brad Venable. For those unaware, Brad was the voice actor for Griffin, and on January 7th of this year, Brad tragically passed away from a heart attack. He was only 43. It came as a shock to everyone who knew him, and I've seen nothing but love poured out for this man, and I felt it appropriate to try and give him the proper respects in this video. Brad Venable was a man who brought joy to those he met, and in many ways his performance as Griffin was a reflection of just that. I didn't know him personally, but I know that his work made me smile in a way that I can only hope my own work ever manages to achieve for others. Brad was what everyone should hope to be. He was a man who brought joy to his neighbors through both his work as well as his personal life, and in times like these, that is a quality all too precious. I don't believe in an afterlife personally, but I know that if there was one, men like Brad would be granted the most precious of respite, whether it be eternal joy in heaven or prosperity through nirvana. I'm lucky enough to share a birthday with Brad, July 16th, and from this point forward, I'll be pouring one out for you. Rest in peace, little chicken. It's been a bash. So there we have it. Holy crap! This was a long one, but I'm so satisfied with how it's turned out. Devil May Cry 5 is my favorite game of all time, and I have poured so much of my own passion into this project. I've been working on this video since last October, And on top of having to deal with a cross-country move, I've also had to endure some difficult low points. So it's nice to come out on the other end with a project I can be so proud of. I'm sure it's not perfect. In fact, I've already noticed issues while I've been editing, but I hope that your viewing of this video has provided you with even a fraction of the enjoyment that I've gotten from producing it. This game means a lot to me, and I wanted to give it all the credit that it deserves. Let me know in the comments not only how I did, but about some of your favorite memories with Devil May Cry 5. I personally got into the franchise in the mid-2000s when I stumbled across DMC3 Special Edition at a flea market of all things for $20. And since then, it's been one of my favorite games of all time. Who knows, maybe I'll do a video on it someday. But for now, I'm just happy to discuss Devil May Cry 5. I don't know what lies ahead for Devil May Cry, but personally speaking, I really hope that the next game takes the time to explore a certain character that is very much in need of his own game already. Originally, I had planned out a whole section here to discuss what I would want in a Vergil game, but after about 10 pages of just a plot synopsis, a brief one I might add, I realized that that would probably be best saved for its own video. I'm also still working on my review series for New Vegas' Dead Money expansion, as well as a handful of other fun videos. I also recommend checking out the Stopping Every Extra Second podcast, where I and my friends discuss Devil May Cry 5 on the very first episode at great length, as well as exploring one of the most bizarre critiques of the game out there. And don't worry, we've got plenty of episodes on the way. Once again, I just want to take the time to thank all of you who've made it this far and have been enjoying my content. We recently passed into the triple digits with my subscriber count, and I gotta admit, I'm pretty interested to see just how many more digits we can add to that. But anyways, that really is all I have for today. Until we meet again, thanks for watching.